Alex let the realization sink in for a moment. Afterwards, he did what he always did, try to figure out how to exploit the system he had uncovered. That said, if I look at this from another angle, it also means the rune logic of this world does make it possible to create independent spaces, as long as I can provide the necessary energy, he mused. He looked around, thoughtful. It's likely that my reprogrammed formation would have resulted in the creation of a self-sufficient plane, or at least a semi-plane. That would have required an astronomical amount of energy, far beyond what I have access to. He tapped his chin. But if I alter the parameters, if I change the target outcome from a self-sufficient plane to a fully dependent pocket dimension, one where I have to bring in everything from the outside, and one that only spans a small space, then the energy cost is significantly reduced. In other words, by lowering the foundational conditions of the space, I can also drastically lower the energy requirements for creating that space. Alex nodded to himself. He was confident he was on the right track. Judging from the fact that both I and the tree are surviving in here, this space can support life. That means supporting life is a condition I can encode in the formation. Similarly, whether someone can enter or leave the space should also be a parameter I can encode. His eyes lit up with understanding. If I remove just these two conditions, life support and traversal, I should be able to reduce the energy requirement even further. And the result? A perfect interspatial storage space. Alex wasn't harboring any grand ambitions of creating a new plane of existence or anything of the sort. That was a domain he believed no one, no mortal, had the right to trespass. His ability to create this pocket dimension hadn't come from some profound awakening or personal breakthrough. It came from understanding and leveraging the very laws of the world. If the world hadn't permitted it, hadn't made its logic accessible, he wouldn't have achieved anything at all. That sobering realization kept him grounded. It stopped him from developing any deluded God complex. He remained what he truly was, an engineer. One who observed, learned from, and made use of nature to create tools and products that served both himself and others. Arg. Alex scratched his head in frustration. Balancing the conditions for the space so that the energy cost is low enough to be practical, that's going to be a nightmare to calculate. I'll have to run dozens of experiments just to see how different conditions correlate with energy draw. It's tedious work, and I don't have time for it right now. He sighed. But I want an interspatial storage, so be. His thoughts stopped mid-rant. He blinked, then slowly looked around. Oh, he smacked his forehead. Why was he so desperate to create a storage space in a hurry when he already had an entire pocket dimension at his disposal? I guess I can take my time with the interspatial storage project. Down the priority list it goes. I'll revisit it when my schedule's a bit freer. With that, Alex shelved the storage project and refocused on the pocket dimension itself. Now the question is, what should I do with this space? It would be a massive waste to use it solely for storage, especially if I can freely enter and exit. Maybe I should set up a rune lab here? That way, I'd always have a secure place to work, no matter where I am. That's not a bad idea, Alex mused. I can have modular lab furnishings created so I can shift the equipment aside if I need more space. That way, this place can function as more than just a storage room. He nodded to himself, already planning the layout. I could even add a rest area in here. A proper space where I can unwind after long research sessions. The only issue is the fake sky. Sure, clear skies are pleasant, but after a while, they'll become boring and stale. Alex shrugged with a resigned smile. Beggars can't be choosers. I'm already lucky to have a place like this. I'll just have to make do, as usual. He cast one final glance at the bonsai tree, which had claimed a corner of the pocket dimension for itself, before stepping out through the spatial gate. A moment later, Alex was back in the dragon lair. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. Without hesitation, he sat down and began to meditate. The vertigo was an obvious warning, mana deficiency. Fortunately, his recovery was swift. It was then he noticed that the Omni-Rune core had automatically shifted from the spatial formation to the mana-gathering formation, significantly boosting his energy regeneration. The cave itself helped too. Although the mana stone mine and the dragon's body were long gone, the natural mana-gathering array had already fused with the environment. The mana was thickening rapidly, transforming the cave into a natural mana cultivation chamber. With the danger past and his condition stabilized, Alex finally turned his attention inward to his mana heart. Huh? My rank dropped again. He blinked, surprised. Previously, his rank had fallen from peak beginner to late beginner after acquiring the extreme mana capacity talent, due to the sudden increase in his mana heart storage capacity. Now, he noticed it had dropped again, this time to mid-beginner rank, without him even realizing it. It's probably due to the dragon flame, he concluded quickly, narrowing his mental focus. During the singularity ordeal, the dragon flame had relentlessly refined the mana within his mana heart. That refining likely reduced the total volume of mana, which in turn reduced the pressure exerted by it, explaining the drop in rank. But the trade-off was worth it. In return, he now possessed extremely pure mana. Combined with his elemental affinity enhancement talent, this would drastically improve the efficiency and potency of his spells. I guess I can't complain, given the benefits, he sighed. He'd already reached the peak once. Climbing back up wouldn't take long. He simply needed dedicated time for focused cultivation. Turning his attention elsewhere, Alex looked to the two MVPs who had protected his body during the Singularity Crisis, his dual bloodlines. Both bloodline phantoms had returned to the bloodline space, retreating to recover the energy they'd expended while shielding his body and mana vessels. Alex concentrated and willed himself into the bloodline space. To his surprise, he entered with ease. This level of control was something only warlocks typically possessed. Even compared to prodigies among their ranks, his affinity was exceptional. In another life, one without Rune-Tech, he might have ended up as a warlock himself. What is that? Alex's eyes widened as he arrived in his bloodline space and took in the changes. The two bloodline altars still stood as before, their liquid essence flowing into the central pool. However, that pool had been severely drained. He immediately understood. This pool was a visual representation of the bloodline energy used by the phantoms during the crisis. Its depletion made perfect sense, but that wasn't what shocked him. What stunned Alex were the faint, glowing words beginning to form upon the surfaces of the two altars. A rush of understanding hit him. The subtle shift he'd sensed in his bloodline, after it had been washed and refined by the stalactite milk, was now revealing itself. The words forming on the altars could only mean one thing. His true name. Name has power. It was a saying well known in Alex's past life, and just as true in this one. A name is a unique identity that validates a person, creature, object, or even an abstract concept's existence within the world. It is the thread that binds an entity to its world, its reality. And nowhere is this more true than with a true name. Ordinary names are usually given to a being or entity by others. They can be arbitrary, whimsical, or symbolic, sometimes entirely unrelated to the one who bears them. Yet, they gain power through the shared recognition of both the individual and those around them. True names, however, are different. They are not given by others. They are names revealed through mutual acknowledgement between the world and the self. A true name is the distilled essence of a being's identity, the metaphysical core of who and what they are. It is not something one chooses, but something one uncovers. Many people can share the same ordinary name, but a true name? A true name is singular. It is timeless, older than birth, and unchanging through fate. It possesses power because it directs how a being's essence manifests in the world. It shapes their strengths, aligns with their talents, and even governs their destiny. But just as a true name grants power, it also exposes vulnerability. It is the unshielded path to a being's innermost truth, their heart laid bare. To know a being's true name is to gain insight into their deepest nature. It can be their most potent weapon or their greatest weakness. As such, a true name is often known only to the individual and to the world that grants it. Those born with powerful bloodlines have an advantage when it comes to manifesting their true name. This is because bloodlines are inherently acknowledged by the world. That's what makes them heritable, passed down from one generation to the next. Any bloodline inheritor who earns the recognition of their lineage will, by extension, also earn the world's recognition. That acknowledgement allows a true name to emerge, one that links the bloodline's identity to the individual's unique essence. Alex had walked that path. From the moment he awakened his dual bloodlines, to the intense trials he'd undergone refining them, first with dragon blood, and then with the sacred stalactite milk, he had earned that recognition. From his achievements in Rune-Tech to his rapid development in magic and unique postnatal talents, he had proven himself. And now, the world was answering. Both his Führer bloodline altar and the altar belonging to his mysterious maternal bloodline had begun to shift, ancient, arcane script forming on their surfaces. His true name was beginning to manifest. But there was a clear difference. On the Führer altar, the script was blurred, partially hidden from his perception, as though it were not yet fully earned. But on the altar of his maternal bloodline, the true name was clear, etched in glowing letters in a script he had never seen before. Yet he understood it, not through study or knowledge, but on an intrinsic, instinctual level. The moment he looked at it, he knew. A surge of information flooded into his mind. More than just a name, it carried knowledge. Details about the true name itself, and the nature of the bloodline from which it was born. Its name was Oromir, meaning sun wolf, named after the progenitor of the line. The first Oromir was not just a wolf, but a transcendent, a being who transcended his species' limitations to become something greater. A transcendent wolf, the sun wolf. But while power had elevated him, his heart remained bound to the old instincts of the pack. To be the only one of his kind was painful. And so, as he rose beyond the limits of the wolf, he chose also to rise beyond its nature. Unlike other wolves who only had one partner throughout their life, Oromir chose to take on many partners across many species, determined to ensure his legacy would not fade with him. Through his bloodline, the sun wolf would live on. Alex was one of many across the myriad planes to inherit the bloodline of Oromir. So, the phantom I saw, that was Oromir, the sun wolf. Huh? Alex mused. I should see if I can dig up any records on him when I return to the Enclave. He set the matter aside for now and refocused on what truly mattered, his true name. He now understood the name carved into the altar. Solmir, the Sun Wolf King. It wasn't just a name. It was a mantle, a conceptual identity, and it came with power. According to the knowledge bestowed through the bloodline altar, Oromir had been a transcendent being, a monarch among beasts, a ruler of planes. He held absolute dominion over wolves and commanded elemental forces, particularly fire and light, which he had fused into a higher elemental force, solar energy. Of all those aspects, the one Alex felt closest to, the one that resonated, was elemental dominion. He possessed the elemental affinity enhancement talent. After all, his control over his 4 elemental energies, fire, light, lightning, and darkness, was already impressive. Now, through the dominion aspect embedded in his true name, he could take that control even further, beyond limits he had previously imagined. As for the other facets of the dominion concept, commanding wolves or ruling over planes, Alex was less confident. He was neither a beast nor a ruler. And frankly, he had no desire to become either. Even in this life, I still lack ambition, he sighed, as old, uncomfortable memories surfaced. He turned, ready to leave the bloodline space. But then he saw something he had missed before. Floating above the bloodline pool between the 2 altars was a script. Not just any script. Runes. A runic script, shimmering, half-formed, hung suspended in the air. Alex froze. He had never heard of a true name manifesting as runes. Then, another surge of information surged through his mind. It seemed his achievements in Rune-Tech had been acknowledged by the world itself. And in recognition of that, he had been granted a unique honor. The opportunity to inscribe his true name in runes. The very system he had chosen to forge his path. It wasn't a gift. Not yet. It was a possibility. A promise. Alex still had to earn it. Work for it. But the mere existence of the opportunity was a profound validation of the path he had taken. Even in its nascent form, the manifested runic presence enhanced his intuition toward runes, rune circles, and all related applications. The improvement was slight, perhaps only 5%, but Alex knew better than to dismiss it. In the complex world of runes, even a 1% increase in comprehension could be the deciding factor in forming, activating, or stabilizing an advanced formation. And the 5%? It was merely the beginning. A seed of promise. One that would grow, so long as Alex continued down the path he had chosen to walk. With a calm breath, Alex withdrew from the bloodline space, and his consciousness returned to his body within the dragon lair. He flexed his fingers and glanced at the watch etched onto the back of his left palm. 3 full days had passed, all of it spent on uncovering the opportunities promised by Golden Mana signature. Far less than he had expected, but it also meant he was cutting it close. His time here was almost up, which meant there was only one thing left to do. This has been a sufficient growth arc, Alex muttered. I doubt there's anything left for me to gain in this subspace. It's time to head back. He turned, eyes gleaming with quiet focus. Hopefully, I'll be able to get my hands on a suitable test subject before I reach the portal. Alex exited the cave the same way he had entered. Along the way, he carefully sealed off the various access points leading to the Dragon Lair-turned cave mine and the stalactite milk caverns. It was a measure to ensure those natural resources had enough time to replenish themselves before another fortunate soul stumbled upon them. Exiting from the lair of the fallen overlord and returning to the valley, Alex was surprised to find the battle over the flesh of the deceased monsters still ongoing. More like it spread, Alex observed, activating his spirit sight to watch the carnage unfold. From the chaotic tangle of energy signatures, he could tell that even creatures with no realistic hope of claiming a piece of overlord flesh had joined the fray. The battlefield had turned into a war of attrition, an endless brawl layered in blood and ambition. While the majority couldn't obtain the prized meat of the overlords, they were more than content with tearing apart weaker beasts who could. Even creatures just a tier below the overlords had become prime targets. For many, this was a golden opportunity. A battlefield littered with corpses and weakened combatants offered more than enough sustenance. It had become a self-perpetuating meat grinder, where beasts driven by base hunger fought, died, and were consumed by others just a level lower. This won't end until a new overlord rises, Alex reasoned, or until one of the older overlord beasts steps in to put a stop to it. The overwhelming stench of blood had clouded their judgment. They were running on primal instinct now. No reason, no strategy. It would take an equally powerful instinct, like survival, to snap them out of this maddened cycle. Alex shook his head in quiet frustration. He made his way carefully through the region, navigating with precision to avoid encountering any of the frenzied beasts. Eventually, he reached the cave entrance that led through the mountain, a familiar path that once brought him to the Crimson Spine and Frostback Wolf couple's den. As he moved through the tunnels, Alex reached the fork in the cave system that led to the wolves' territory. He was about to take the alternate path and avoid the den entirely when a thick, coppery scent hit him. Blood. And not just any blood. Wolf blood. There was far too much of it for it not to be alarming. It had seeped far enough through the cave system to reach his current position. His instincts told him to walk away, but something deeper compelled him to check. This is a bad idea, Alex. Every horror story starts with someone going to check out something they should have ignored. And yet, even as he scolded himself internally, he turned toward the wolf den. The closer he got, the more overpowering the scent became. And then came the sounds. Growls. Howls. The unmistakable sounds of battle. The wolves were fighting something. Still, Alex pressed on, his pace quickening. When he finally arrived, the den was empty. The 5 wolf cubs, their parents, gone. Alex's chest tightened. He didn't know why he felt so anxious over their absence, but he did. Perhaps it was the memory of those small, curious eyes or the quiet moments spent watching them from afar. He wanted to make sure they were safe, but rushing into a beast-on-beast skirmish was a good way to die. Looks like I get to try out the newest ability of the Truth Seeker eyes, Alex muttered. Thanks to the tempering of his spiritual force and bloodlines by the stalactite milk, his Truth Seeker eyes had evolved once again. Just as the Death Perception ability had branched from Spirit Sight, a new extension had emerged. Phantom Sight. By analyzing the energy residue left behind by a target, Phantom Sight allowed Alex to reconstruct the subject's most recent movements. In other words, using the lingering energy and physical imprints in the environment, Alex could manifest an afterimage, one that played out the target's last known actions directly in his vision. It was a form of postcognition, an echo of the past replaying before his eyes. 1. Phantom Sight. The moment the ability activated, the world around him shifted. In his eyes, He saw the parent wolves watching their cubs mock fighting near the den. The largest of the cubs, the one who had once claimed Alex's head as a personal throne, emerged the victor, standing proudly over its siblings. But the playful scene was cut short when Papa Wolf stiffened and darted outside the den. Moments later, Mama Wolf followed, only to return swiftly and gather the cubs. She led them away in a hurry. For the afterimages to be this vivid, this must have happened within the last half hour, Alex noted grimly. He followed the trail of ghostly images, leaving the safety of the den behind. The phantoms of the wolves led him deeper into the Crimson Spine Frostback Pack's mountainous territory. Mama Wolf was leading the cubs to safety. Papa Wolf, on the other hand, raced towards the source of danger, likely to take command as the alpha in the pack's defense. Without hesitation, Alex followed the mother and her cubs. It didn't take long before he detected new energy signatures interspersed along the trail. Enemy beasts had intercepted the fleeing group. A sense of urgency flared in his chest, but he forced himself to remain calm and hidden in the shadows. Phantom sight showed Mama Wolf confronting the attackers. He watched her battle fiercely before finally hurling one of the enemies off the cliffside. Efficient and savage, Alex thought, impressed. He tried to decipher more about the attackers using their residual energy, but the signatures were unfamiliar, alien even. Still, he pressed on. The trail of afterimages led him higher up the mountain. The temperature dropped sharply as he climbed, each breath forming a fog in the air. It was strange. They hadn't ascended high enough for such a dramatic temperature drop to occur naturally. Eventually, the phantom trail led to a hollow in the mountainside, roughly 200 meters above the den. The moment Alex approached the hole, a pungent scent flooded his senses. It was a vile mix of blood and sulfur. The entrance led into a lava-formed cave nestled within the mountain. Inside, bodies littered the path, dozens of them. He recognized the fallen. Many were female Crimson Spine and Frostback wolves, confirming what he had long suspected. Both breeds had merged into a unified pack in this subspace ecosystem. But scattered among the dead were the bodies of the attacking beasts. When Alex finally identified them, his face darkened. He clenched his jaw. Iron Spine Ravager wolves. 2. The same damned pack he'd gone out of his way to avoid during his initial exploration of the forest's inner rim. Individually, the Crimson Spine and Frostback wolves were far stronger than the Iron Spines. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was that Iron Spine Ravager wolves were persistent. Unrelentingly persistent. And worse, infuriatingly annoying. Alex seriously considered turning back. He weighed the risk, the cost, the sheer absurdity of walking into this mess. But something tugged at him. A quiet, unexplainable feeling, like an invisible thread pulling him forward. With a weary sigh, he steeled himself and pushed deeper into the cave, following the phantom trail of Mama Wolf and her cubs. There was no turning back now. The Crimson Spine Frostback wolves and the Iron Spine Ravager wolves served different overlords, which meant only one thing. An attack of this scale wasn't random. It was war. The Iron Spine Ravager wolves assaulting the Crimson Spine Frostback pack was not just aggression. It was a strategic move. Whether the war had already begun or this was the catalyst didn't matter. The result would be the same. Conflict between the overlords these wolves answered to. Despite being beasts, magical creatures possessed far greater intelligence than their mundane, wild cousins. They understood hierarchy. They followed order. And above all, they didn't provoke conflict lightly. For the Iron Spines to initiate such a blatant and large-scale assault, their overlord must have given the order. This was no mere skirmish. It was a declaration of war, a preemptive strike meant to eliminate one of the rival overlord's key military forces. Unfortunately for Alex, it meant that the inner rim of the forest was about to plunge into chaos. The battle royale already brewing in the valley had stirred the pot. If two overlords went to go to war, there was no telling how many others might be drawn in. And when the beasts of the inner rim went to war, leaving the rim would become infinitely harder. That damn sky tiger, Alex cursed silently. If it hadn't chased me, I wouldn't have led it to the Viper's Denver. Maybe all of this could have been avoided. At the very least, I'd be halfway to the portal by now. He knew it wasn't fair. He was just venting. The truth was, if not for the sky tiger chasing him into the valley, he wouldn't have seen that golden energy signature, and with it, the rare opportunities that followed. As the old saying went, danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Suddenly, Alex froze. Two small, familiar bodies lay ahead. The cubs. He exhaled sharply. They were two of the 5 cubs he had seen earlier. Their lifeless forms bore deep slashes at the neck, wounds inflicted by dagger-like claws. The signature wounds of iron spine ravager wolves. Fleetfoot, Alex surged forward, no longer cautious. The further he went, the more carnage he saw, bodies from both sides littering the ground. The Crimson Spine Frostback side had taken the heavier losses. Then, finally, the sounds of combat echoed from deeper within the lava cave. At the end of the tunnel, Mama Wolf stood her ground against 2 remaining Iron Spine Ravager wolves. Nearby, 2 more cubs lay dead at her feet. She was fighting valiantly, but she was clearly nearing her limit. Though stronger than either of her foes, the numbers and the hostile environment were against her. A Frostback wolf fighting near lava? That was practically a death sentence. Had it been Papa Wolf here instead, a Crimson Spine variant, the outcome might have been different. Fireball. Alex conjured and loosed a small, controlled burst of flame. The spell wasn't powerful, only strong enough to blast the Ravager wolves away, not kill them. But that was enough. The eruption knocked the wolves off their feet and into the lava below. The molten rock didn't discriminate. It did what the spell couldn't. Alex rushed to Mama Wolf. The Frostback growled at first, but quickly relaxed once she recognized the newcomer. He knelt beside her, channeling light element energy through his palms. It wasn't much, just basic elemental output. No healing spells, no techniques, because he never learned any. Damn it, he cursed himself. I've had a light affinity this whole time and never bothered to learn proper healing magic. His light element worked well enough inside his own body, which was why he had dismissed bothering to learn healing spells as inefficient. Now, that short-sightedness had come back to bite him. His mana stabilized Mama Wolf's injuries, but that was it. It couldn't heal her. Sensing this, the wolf nudged his hand away with her paw. With a strained growl, she forced herself to her feet and limped toward a small crevice hidden from the main chamber. Alex followed. The moment he stepped inside, he felt a strange clash, heat and cold at once. The warmth came from the lava beyond the walls. But the chill? That came from something deeper within the hollow. There, resting in a small, hollowed-out rock, was a cub, the last of the 5, the largest. It lay unconscious beside a radiant orchid blooming atop a dark blue slab of stone. A blaze frost orchid? Alex's eyes widened. Blaze frost orchid. Description: a rare, naturally blooming orchid found only where fire and ice mana converge. The orchid contains balanced, interwoven threads of both elements, which paradoxically stabilize one another through internal tension. Core trait: elemental duality. Effect: grants or enhances attunement to both fire and ice elements. Reduces internal mana conflict, allowing mages to wield dual-element magic without backlash. Usage: nectar must be diluted in a mana-rich liquid for consumption. Words from the Omni-Rune core materialized in his mind. Mama Wolf watched him closely. She could tell this 2-legged creature with the aura of a transcendent wolf recognized the flower's value, and more importantly, its purpose. She glanced between the orchid and her cub, then back at Alex. The meaning was clear. She was offering her pack's treasured orchid in exchange for saving her child. Alex's expression softened. It was obvious how much care the pack had invested in nurturing the plant. A resource this rare and temperamental would have been nearly impossible to grow artificially. Even human mages struggled with it. And yet, here it bloomed. Smart wolves. Smarter than some humans I know. Alex shook his head and raised a hand. He wasn't going to accept the orchid as a gift. Not yet. Instead, he turned and rushed out of the cave. He stopped at the nearest Iron Spine Ravager wolf corpse, drew his wrist blade, and with precise mana control, broke off a flat stone to fashion a crude bowl. Then he collected blood from the Ravager's body. Returning to the cave entrance, he summoned a flicker of flame in his hand to refine and purify the blood. But then, something stirred. A familiar hitch in his mana flow. The dragon flame in his mana heart awakened. It surged into his hand, riding the stream of his fire and light element mana. The fire transformed, brighter, hotter, more refined. No longer just fire, but a sacred flame. The blood sizzled and separated. Blood cells burned away. What remained, a pale, golden liquid, was purified plasma infused with elemental mana. A crude, improvised mana liquid. Alex exhaled, extinguishing the flame. Then he returned to the hollow, bowl in hand. Mama Wolf watched him warily, confused and uncertain. Alex approached the orchid, plucked it with great care, and squeezed its nectar into the purified liquid. Then, gently, he brought the bowl to the cub's mouth. Mama Wolf growled low, startled, and nearly intervened. But Alex met her gaze, calm and confident. "Trust me," he said softly. "I will save your child." Alex didn't know if it was because of his Oromir bloodline, but he could feel it, a subtle bond, like he could communicate with the wolf without words. And strangely enough, Mama Wolf seemed to understand. She backed down. Then, with a steady hand, Alex fed the unconscious kingly cub the nectar-infused mana liquid. Afterwards, he channeled his astral energy into the cub's core, guiding the potion through its system. Almost immediately, a film of elemental aura wrapped around the young wolf's body. It shimmered and shifted, first a blazing red, then a glacial blue, fire and ice, in constant flux. The orchid nectar was working. But before the process finished, both Alex and Mama Wolf stiffened. Something, or someone was coming. And it wasn't friendly. Mama Wolf's gaze sharpened. Grrrr. She let out a low growl. Though Alex couldn't understand the words, he felt the intent behind them. "I know," he replied quietly. "Don't worry. I'll keep your child safe." Mama Wolf lowered her head. A bow, a show of profound gratitude and trust. Then she looked up once more, her eyes hard, her body tense. The nurturing mother vanished. In her place stood a wrathful apex predator. Without another glance, she turned and bolted out of the hollow, rushing through the lava cave's entrance toward the approaching threat, not just to fight, but to draw them away from the cave, to protect what mattered most. Alex let out a breath. Finally, the cub's aura began to stabilize. The elemental essence had fully absorbed, but the cub remained unconscious, still in recovery from the trauma and the strain of digestion. He'll live, but not yet. Not for a while. With the cub stabilized, Alex turned his attention to the slab beneath the orchid. At first glance, Mama Wolf had assumed the orchid was the true treasure of their den. She had no idea how wrong she was. The real prize was the stone itself. Frostheart stone. Description: a rare, paradoxical crystal with a translucent blue core that emits frozen mist when exposed to fire element mana. It forms when a powerful ice elemental creature dies within a fire-rich region, such as a volcano. Over time, the body permineralizes, transforming into a semi-crystalline material. Core trait: ice elemental dominance. Effect: greatly enhances a user's ability to shape, refine, and store ice or water elemental mana, especially in fire-dominated or mana-hostile environments. It also stabilizes high-tier ice spells, reducing both mana consumption and elemental backlash. Usage: external use, commonly refined into jewelry, embedded into staves, used in enchanted garments, or carved into meditation platforms. Internal use: high-tier alchemists may grind it into powder to create ice-aligned potions that boost meditation efficiency. Alex's eyes narrowed. The Frostheart stone, especially one of this size, was worth far more than the Blaze Frost orchid. While the orchid was an elite dual-element resource, its users were niche. The stone, on the other hand, had widespread demand among mages, alchemists, and elemental craftsmen. She had no idea she was sitting on a fortune. But now wasn't the time to be greedy. He had bigger problems. 1. He couldn't move freely while carrying the cub. 2. The cub's condition made it risky to move anyway. 3. The Ironspine Ravager wolves were still out there. Escaping alone would be difficult enough. Doing it while carrying a half-dead royal cub? Next to impossible. Just as Alex was beginning to panic, a simple idea struck him. He smacked his forehead. Oh, right. He mentally commanded the Omnirune core to open the gate to the pocket dimension, then stepped inside, carrying the unconscious cub. Gently, he placed the pup next to the bonsai tree, where the ambient mana would help it stabilize. Then, he also deposited the Frostheart stone into the space before stepping back into the real world. That's one problem solved, Alex muttered. He emerged from the lava cave, eyes flickering with astral light, as he activated Spirit Sight. Mama Wolf had succeeded. She had lured the Iron Spine Ravager wolves back toward the front lines, rejoining with Papa Wolf. But even with that, the situation looked grim. The Blaze Frost pack was outnumbered 10-1. Even with Alex's interference, there was little hope of turning the tide. And truthfully, he had no intention of throwing himself any deeper into a war between two Overlord-class beasts. Saving the Royal Cub had already stretched the limits of his willingness to interfere. But that brought him to the second, and far more immediate, problem. He had Iron Spine blood on him. When harvesting materials for the Orchid extract, he had gotten the blood of one of the Ravager wolves on him. And these vindictive, literal bitches, and sons of bitches, had a keen sensitivity to the blood of their kind. Given how they had already locked down the area around the mountain, it was inevitable they would pick up the scent. Sooner or later, they'd come hunting. Alex's expression twisted. Oh no. His spirit sight flashed, just in time to witness a peak Class 2 Iron Spine wolf deliver a fatal blow to Papa Wolf. Rage exploded. Both Mama and Papa Wolf went berserk, launching a final suicidal attack to drag down the highest-ranking enemies with them. I need to get out before the fighting ends and they come for me next. Alex bolted into motion. With the direct path out of the mountain blocked, he chose the side route, the cave tunnels near the den. He was almost there when, boom, the earth trembled beneath him. Papa and Mama Wolf had triggered a desperation move. A suicide technique or a self-detonation, Alex couldn't tell. But the result was clear. The peak Class 2 Iron Spine Ravager wolves were obliterated. The Iron Spine Ravager's wolves had won, but at a terrible cost. Alex didn't waste time. He dashed into the tunnels leading back to the valley. A long howl split the air. Even deep within the tunnels, the sound chilled him. Worse, he felt it. Dozens of mana signatures turning in his direction. *T. Those bitches and sons of bitches are on to me. He didn't hold back anymore. Fleetfoot. Featherflight. Body strengthening magic. There was no use concealing his mana now. He surged forward, empowered by Omni-Rune-assisted enhancements, racing through the tunnel at breakneck speed. But even as he moved, he frowned. Even if I make it past the valley, those bastards will keep tracking me. His crimson eyes darkened. A ruthless glint sparked within. Calm madness. Instead of speeding up, he slowed down. Deliberately, he allowed the wolves to close the distance. A savage grin tugged at his lips. Good. Now let's see who's hunter and who's prey. Come on then, bitches. Sons of bitches. And so, in the next moment, the beasts in the valley were treated to a strange, almost comical sight. A two-legged creature, radiating volatile mana oscillating between levels of Class 1, being chased by a frenzied pack of Iron Spine Ravager wolves. Straight into the center of the massive beast battle royale. Body strengthening magic. Fleetfoot. Featherflight. Featherfall. One after another, Alex had the Omni-Rune core cast buff spell after buff spell. As he sprinted through the chaotic terrain, he realized something remarkable. The Omni-Rune core could keep firing off these enhancement spells without pause, so long as he had the mana to sustain it. Though he didn't fully grasp it yet, the forming of his rune true name was subtly influencing the Omni-Rune core's development. Soon, he understood a deeper truth. As long as a spell was something Alex himself could instant cast, the Omni-Rune core could replicate and launch it repeatedly, like an arcane machine gun. This was something no ordinary mage could accomplish. Even better, he wasn't just a passive host. He could still cast spells independently while the core fired off its barrage. Theoretically, the only real bottleneck should have been the energy cost, since the greater rune still drew mana from his mana heart. But thanks to his newly acquired extreme mana capacity, that issue was significantly mitigated. Of course, one could never have too much mana. And so, Alex had the Omni-Rune core continuously buff his body while he focused on the only thing that mattered now: survival. Because what he was about to do could only be described as utter madness. Alex already knew he couldn't outrun the Iron Spine Ravager wolves forever. He could gain some distance, sure, but those persistent bitches, and their equally relentless sons of bitches, would catch up eventually. Even with his enhanced physique, he was still a mage. His stamina and endurance couldn't match a true warrior's. He had burst power, speed, but he couldn't sustain it for long. What he needed wasn't power or acceleration, it was persistence. the ability to outlast the wolves in a drawn-out battle of endurance. Too bad he didn't have that luxury. So he did the next best thing. He gave the wolves something else to worry about. Since shit was going to hit the fan anyway, he figured he might as well splash in some mud while he was at it. Alex carefully adjusted his speed, just enough to keep the enraged iron-spine ravager wolves nipping at his heels. He guided them, baiting them forward toward the one place even the stupidest beast would normally avoid: the meat grinder battlefield. The savage howls and thunderous growls of the iron-spine ravager wolves echoed through the wild, drawing attention from all directions. Predators and scavengers turned to look, confused. What kind of suicidal beast would enrage multiple packs of iron-spine ravager wolves? Some creatures thought it might be an iron-beak hawk, but then their eyes caught the true culprit: a strange, two-legged creature. None of them had seen such a creature before. It resembled the tree climbers, monkeys, or perhaps the warlike gorillas, but it wasn't nearly as hairy, and its gait was entirely alien. And uglier. After all, its body was a sickly green, covered in strange hide that seemed to pull back and forth its head and back as it ran. They blinked in disbelief when they realized the creature's power level. It was a mid-class one. Saliva pooled in the mouths of several predators. Fresh meat, they thought. Exotic prey. They wanted a bite of this unique creature before the iron-spine ravager wolves got to him. And so, they moved. Alex felt the change instantly. The hunger, the killing intent, the subtle shifts in the air. It all pressed down on him like a blanket soaked in blood. But instead of fear, a cold smile curled on his lips. His eyes shimmered, tinged with crimson madness. His blood boiled, surging with adrenaline and thrill. Unconsciously, the astral energy fueling his body, strengthening magic shifted. It stopped channeling like a body-strengthening spell and began to flow like a warrior's enhancement energy instead. His muscles tightened, taut and ready to unleash bursts of unpredictable movement. His senses sharpened. Every rustle, every motion, every hostile intention near him became part of an intricate illusion forming in his mind, fed by his spirit sight and sharpened instincts. A mental map updated itself with uncanny clarity, tracking the predator's movements. And in that battlefield, with monsters ahead and wolves behind, Alex smiled like a lunatic. Magic beasts were not stupid, especially not apex predators, creatures honed by countless hunts to track down prey, regardless of speed or strength. Not all the iron-spine ravager wolves were chasing Alex head-on. Two trios broke formation, veering wide as they pushed their bodies to the limit. They raced through the underbrush with deadly precision, attempting to flank him from both sides. At the same time, a few other beasts, clever opportunists, moved to block his path from the front. Through his internal map, Alex saw the danger unfold in real time. He was surrounded. The noose was tightening. Still, that wild grin remained plastered on his face. It widened unnaturally, stretching across his cheeks. His eyes, now a deeper red than blood, shone with a manic gleam. His lips moved. No discernible words emerged. Roar. A hyena-like creature, a Class 2 beast, couldn't hold back its bloodlust any longer and leapt toward him. Alex didn't flinch. He hopped, barely clearing the lunging beast. Mid-air, he pivoted, stomped down with savage force onto the hyena's skull, and released a violent burst of astral energy through his heel. Crack! The beast's spine snapped like dry twigs. Its neck shattered, and splinters of bone pierced its jugular, killing it before it even hit the ground. But for Alex, this was just the beginning. The ring of predators around him surged forward, no longer predators, but scavengers scrambling for the first bite. And Alex? He didn't run. Instead, he adjusted his speed to remain exactly at the center of the beast's circle, drawing them in, guiding them closer. Just a kilometer away now, the heart of the battlefield lay ahead, strewn with blood, carnage, and corpses. Class 3 titans lay slain there, the blade-fanged sky tiger and the sun-scaled viper. It was a graveyard soaked in power and death, and Alex was leading a parade of monsters right into it. By the time the beasts encircled him completely, their foul breath brushing against his neck, Alex could no longer hold back. A cruel grin split his face. He opened his arms and whispered, "Flame wave." He channeled over half his remaining mana into the spell. Then, boom, A violent explosion of deep crimson fire erupted outward, engulfing everything within a 50-meter radius. The forest ignited in a flash. Wails, howls, screams. Dozens of beasts were instantly set ablaze. Alex's flames weren't the most destructive, but they burned with a dense elemental fire essence, making them near impossible to put out. Worse still, the more the beasts flailed, the faster the flames spread. This was the horror of a grade 4 spell, forcefully cast thanks to his elemental affinity enhancement, the power of Sommer's true name, and a sliver of madness. The mad flames clung to their flesh like starving leeches, refusing to die. Body-strengthening magic. Fleetfoot. Featherflight. Featherfall. Without hesitation, the Omnirune core resumed its barrage of buffs. Still channeling mana like a warrior, Alex launched himself forward like a comet. His speed eclipsed even that of the peak, Class 2 Nether Panther. Then, from the edge of the flame wave's radius, a shadow leapt. A surviving Iron Spine Ravager wolf, burned but not broken, hurled itself at him in desperation. Time slowed. An idea struck. A flash of inspiration. Alex gathered the raging warrior energy coiled inside him and focused it into his right arm. Still flying forward at terrifying speed, he punched. His entire body's momentum compressed into that single blow. And when it was released, it didn't feel like a punch. It felt like a cannon. A phantom fist shot forward from Alex's arm. An ethereal projection fueled by speed, internal energy, and sheer momentum. It struck the Iron Spine Ravager wolf dead on. The beast's body erupted into a grotesque explosion of flesh and gore. Alex dashed through the aftermath without pause. Blood sprayed over him, but the force of the blow had blasted most of the bone fragments away. As he passed, he snatched the only intact piece that remained, the wolf's head. Dangling it by the scruff, he sprinted straight into the zone where the late to peak Class 2 beasts were tearing into one another. The sight of the severed head drove the surviving Iron Spine Ravager wolves into a frenzy. They forgot hesitation, forgot caution. Their eyes turned blood red with rage, and they gave chase, bent on ripping him limb from limb. Meanwhile, the peak Class 2 beasts viewed Alex's advance as a challenge. A few turned and lunged at him, snarling in defiance. But Alex was no longer a normal human. His mind was in overdrive, perception sharpened beyond reason. Time stretched. Every movement, every twitch of muscle and ripple of mana around him played out in slow motion. He moved like a phantom, his speed rivaling that of speed-type peak Class 2 beasts. Alex danced. He weaved between the strikes of claw and fang with precise, fluid grace. The more he evaded, the more beasts joined the fray, drawn in by his threat. Yet he never struck back. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. His body was on the verge of collapse. Every twitch of muscle sent pain screaming through his nerves. Every dodge required intense focus to predict and preempt incoming attacks. Survival came first. Then, after what felt like an eternity of dodging, Alex reached it. The stomach of the slain blade-fanged sky tiger. He roared, "Do it!" 2 spell circles formed above him in response. Glimmering with volatile power, they merged into one. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Even the frenzied beasts faltered, sensing the incoming cataclysm. But Alex wasn't done. As the great spell gathered overhead, he raised his hand and cast another spell in a flash. Windblade. A shimmering blade of wind burst forth, slicing cleanly through the sky tiger's hide. Alex dived in. Blood soaked his body as he submerged himself into the beast's gory remains. Inside, searing heat closed in behind him, but his hand found what he sought. The beast core of the sky tiger, buried above the stomach, pulsing with raw, untamed power. Without hesitation, a blue light enveloped him. His body blinked out of existence. Teleportation complete. The beasts pursuing him skidded to a halt. They looked up, and their blood ran cold. A massive, flaming object loomed above them, descending fast from 100 meters in the sky. The air boiled. The beasts turned, panicked, and began to flee. But it was too late. Boom. The sky shattered with fire. The ground cracked with force. Flames surged in every direction, unrelenting, insatiable. Fireball plus Earthball plus copious astral energy plus Sommer's true name plus elemental affinity enchantments. Special grade. Inferno Meteor. Alex's parting gift to the battlefield. A blazing meteor of destruction. The valley roared as half the battlefield was engulfed in a hellish inferno. Those who didn't die instantly were scorched and crippled, and soon, whatever part of the valley wasn't already ablaze was. Alex's body tumbled out of the portal and hit the ground of the pocket dimension with a heavy thud. Ha ha ha. A crazed laugh escaped his lips. I'm alive. He had done it. Escaped the Iron Spine Ravager wolves. Avenged the Crimson Spine Frostback tribe. And most importantly, he had prevented the rise of a new Class 3 beast, at least for now. His completely insane plan had actually worked, but it hadn't come without cost. His body was in ruins. Internally, he was a mess. Pushing himself beyond all human limits had shredded his insides. His right arm hung limp, fractured bones grinding with every breath. His legs were torn with micro tears and ruptured fibers. Even twitching sent agony screaming up his spine. And worst of all, his mana heart and mana vessels were injured and destabilized from the reckless, rapid overconsumption of mana. None of these were injuries that could heal quickly, and Alex could already feel the darkness creeping at the edges of his mind. Consciousness slipping. He fumbled the Class 3 beast core from his storage pouch and tossed it toward the bonsai tree. The cub, still unconscious, lay nestled beside the tree. I hope you can use it, he whispered. Even in his state, Alex thought of the future. The cub would need that energy, might even awaken early with its help, and he'd need every ounce of support to escape this cursed forest alive. Mana, gathering, circle. He passed out mid-thought, but the Omni-Rune core responded. Glowing faintly, it shifted into its mana-gathering configuration. Like a soft breeze on a still lake, thin traces of mana trickled into Alex's body from unseen sources, as if the dimension itself were lending him aid. The energy crept through his veins, coaxing his body into much-needed state of healing. A subtle light element mana suffused his muscles and flesh, washing over torn tissue in a slow, almost reverent rhythm. It was working, very slowly, too slow. At this pace, Alex would barely stabilize before his allotted time in the forest ran out. Silence reigned in the pocket dimension. Only the soft rustle of the bonsai tree's leaves and the faint, unconscious twitches of Alex's battered frame broke the stillness. All was calm, until the Class 3 beast core glimmered faintly under the artificial light of the pocket dimension's faux sky. It lay nestled between two figures, a dormant bonsai tree and a sleeping wolf cub, whose body passively absorbed ambient energy, fuel for whatever mysterious transformation was still underway within it. Alex had thrown the beast core towards the cub, hoping it would instinctively draw upon the immense energy inside to accelerate the transformation. Unfortunately, Alex wasn't that lucky. If the cub had already matured into a proper beast, his plan might have worked. But as a mere infant, attempting to absorb energy from a fully intact Class 3 core, an object dense with raw, violent power, was far beyond its current capability. And so, the prized core, for which so many beasts had died in the inner rim of the subspace forest, simply sat there, untouched, useless, or so it seemed. Then, something stirred. Not the cub, not Alex, but the one existence in the dimension that should have been motionless. The bonsai tree. A branch snaked outward from the tree's canopy, its motion almost serpentine. The wooden limb moved like a tentacle, slithering down to the ground. It wrapped itself around the core with uncanny precision and then lifted it skyward. Within moments, the core was cocooned in layers of fresh green leaves and hung from the tree's branch like an unripe fruit. Had Alex been awake, his spirit sight would have revealed a startling truth. The tree wasn't just storing the core. It was draining it. Rapidly. Within the span of an hour, the entire life force and accumulated power of the Bladefang Sky Tiger was siphoned dry, leaving behind no trace. Not even dust. Then, two more vine-like branches emerged from the tree. One snaked toward Alex, the other toward the cub. As they reached their respective targets, each began forming cocoons of vibrant green light around them. Inside, nature energy pulsed gently, an unusual variant of elemental force derived from the beast core's energy, but fundamentally transformed by the bonsai tree. Alex received the lion's share. A calm, Warm wave of vitality washed through his battered body, repairing damaged cells, soothing torn muscles, and strengthening his mana vessels and mana heart. The cub, on the other hand, absorbed a concentrated but smaller strand of power, so dense it bypassed the beast's natural defenses entirely. The energy merged with the twin elemental cores of ice and fire forming deep within its tiny body. What would become of that? Only time would tell. Time passed. 3 days later, the cocoons unraveled. Alex and the cub were gently deposited back onto the grass, the tree's vines retreating into its canopy, returning it to its ordinary, still form. Alex's breathing was calm and rhythmic, his heartbeat strong and stable. He was almost healed. As for the cub, it remained asleep, but its body was exuding a subtle elemental pressure, a sign that its transformation was reaching a critical stage. An hour later, Alex's eyes snapped open. In a single motion, he sat up straight, scanning his surroundings with instinctive precision. Things are better than I expected. He flexed his arms. Still a little ache. Not quite at full capacity, but they no longer throbbed with pain from the slightest movement. His internal injuries? Nearly gone. He felt sore, yes, but compared to his state before unconsciousness, there was a miraculous difference. Then, his gaze fell on the sleeping cub. Still peaceful, still unmoving. His brow creased slightly. The beast core is gone. So why is it still asleep? A quick glance using spirit sight answered his question. The cub's mana was still in flux, still transforming, but the process had slowed, not from damage, but from the introduction of a new energy source. Something unfamiliar, but not harmful. Alex assumed the new energy within the cub was simply a delayed effect of the Class 3 beast core's absorption. Satisfied, he put the matter aside. Had he looked more closely, he might have noticed that the mana signature now present in the cub was vastly different from the one belonging to the core. But Alex had bigger problems at the moment. His gaze shifted to the back of his left hand, and his pupils constricted. The 20 days are up. I only have the 10-day buffer left to reach the portal, and even that's already ticking down. Without hesitation, Alex stood. He cast one last glance at the bonsai tree and the cub, then issued a mental command to the Omni-Rune core. A wave of bluish light washed over his body as the gate activated. Prepared to unleash a spell at a moment's notice, Alex stepped through. Night had fallen. When Alex re-emerged into the real world, the skies above were a deep violet hue, and the stars peaked between clouds as thin as breath. He was back in the forest, but something felt wrong. Not just because nighttime was dangerous in the wilds of the subspace, but because the landscape had changed. The crater caused by his last use of meteor was far more massive than expected. 100-meter-wide clearing had been carved into the dense forest canopy, forming a perfect circle of ash and scorched dirt. The air reeked. Burnt wood, cooked flesh, and something worse, rotting meat. Alex wrinkled his nose as the stench hit him. Whatever aura his final spell had left behind was still lingering. It seemed to deter larger beasts, as none dared enter the area. Only insects and scavenger rodents moved about, picking over the scattered carcasses that hadn't been incinerated to ash. Alex's skin prickled as he saw them. The insects here weren't the kind he grew up with. They were Class 1 magical beasts. Even the mosquitoes here were monstrous, measuring up to a full centimeter in length. Far from the harmless 4mm pests he remembered from Earth. The only upside was their size made them easier to see, easier to predict, and easier to kill, if you had combat experience. For an ordinary person, they'd be eaten alive. Most magical insects were 10 to 1,000 times larger than their mundane cousins. Thankfully, few ever grew beyond Class 3, even in the outer world. Poor innate talents kept them from evolving further. But those that did break through to Class 4, those were monsters of an entirely different breed. Alex crouched low, preparing to move stealthily through the area before the forest's predators detected his presence. That was when he saw it. A strange, skittering creature was boring its way out of a beast's bone near the edge of the clearing. A glowing prompt appeared in his vision. Spindle carve mite. Low-tier scavenger insect. Grows up to 30 centimeters. Belongs to the mite family. Possesses a transparent carapace. Specializes in burrowing into the bones of magical beasts to absorb residual essence. There was nothing special about it on the surface. Like many of the beasts and bugs within the subspace, it was rare to extinct in the outside world. But there was one detail that made Alex's eyes narrow. His truth-seeker eyes, with their enhanced vision active under low light, revealed something subtle but extraordinary. Etched faintly on the back of the mite's shell was a rudimentary ancestral marking. "Luck's on my side. All hail the MC's halo." Alex inwardly chuckled to himself. Giddy. Sleep. The spell triggered instantly. The Omni-Rune core cast the basic mental interference spell before the insect could escape. The strange creature wobbled mid-air, wings stuttering, before gently dropping onto the scorched ground, unconscious. Alex dashed forward, eyes gleaming. He knelt and examined the insect carefully. It was definitely rare. In a place where scavenger insects gathered in the hundreds or even thousands, this one stood out simply because there were so few of them. He had only seen 2 so far. By the time he raised his head again to track the second one, it had already vanished, slipped away into a valley of ash and flesh. Alex grimaced. The mite's mana signature was incredibly faint, and among the chaotic mana signatures from so many insects, it was like trying to find a single drop of water in a vast ocean, without knowing where to start. A fool's endeavor. So he focused on what he had. Gently, Alex picked up the slumbering spindle-carved mite and darted into the surrounding greenery. He spent a few minutes scavenging for vines, wood fragments, and moss to create a makeshift holding nest, then carefully transferred the creature into it. Once the container was secure, he brought it into the pocket space, depositing it as far away as possible from the wolf cub, just in case. He also stacked a few obstructions, moss, wood, even a mana-repelling herb or two, to deter either one from approaching the other. With that done, he resumed his escape from the forest. The moment he left the valley and its overpowering stench, Alex noticed something he hadn't before. He reeked. Not the forest. Him. He smelled like blood, a lot of it. Multiple patches of thick, dried blood had soaked into his robes. Clean. The familiar comfort of a utility spell washed over him. It cleared the dried blood, loosening the crusted patches and evaporating the filth. But the scent still lingered, the metallic, iron-rich aroma that made his stomach twist. His first instinct was to just ditch the clothes. But as he moved deeper through the forest, he reconsidered. Most of the blood came from the Class 3 blade-fanged sky tiger. He'd harvested its core from deep inside its belly, preventing any other beast from feeding on it, and stealing the chance to ascend to Class 3. That meant the blood still carried traces of its aura. And in the subspace, the sky tiger was a local tyrant. The sky tiger's violent reign over this forest was still fresh in the minds of nearby beasts. So while Alex had expected a dangerous, adrenaline-filled night filled with dodging predators, none came. The local beasts avoided him entirely. Of course, this didn't mean he could relax, but it did make travel significantly easier. By daybreak, Alex reached the meeting point between the inner and outer rims of the forest, the same place he had first encountered and been chased by the sky tiger. He exhaled a deep breath, the kind that released more tension than air. He was out of the danger zone. The outer rim held fewer carnivores. Here, things should be manageable. Still tired, Alex found an old tree with a hollow cavity just big enough to squeeze into. He crawled inside, checked the area with his spirit sense, and then retreated into the pocket space. Within moments, he appeared beneath the bonsai tree. The leaves rustled gently in the still air of the hidden dimension. He walked up to the tree, let his body slide down against its bark, and leaned into its cool, calming presence. Then promptly fell asleep. Some time later, Alex stirred awake to the sound of whining. There was also a strange wetness on his face, and a weight on his chest. When he cracked open his eyes, he found the wolf cub standing on his chest, licking his face with enthusiasm. "Stop, stop! I'm up," Alex mumbled unconsciously. The cub immediately ceased its licking and hopped off his chest with a little bounce. Alex rubbed his eyes and sat up, finally taking stock of his surroundings. "You're finally awake," he said, smiling tiredly as he reached out to rub the cub's head. The cub allowed it, for a few moments. Then it pushed his hand away and resumed whining. Alex blinked in surprise. Just like with Mama Frostback Wolf, he could understand the cub. No, it was actually even clearer now. As if the link between their minds had deepened. The cub's thoughts were jumbled, emotional, grief-stricken. It was remembering its mother leading it to the lava cave, the scent of blood, the sight of its kin dying one by one. Now it turned to Alex for answers. It was asking about its parents, its siblings, its pack. Alex exhaled slowly. He considered lying, but something inside told him not to. Better to tell him now. He deserves the truth. Alex placed a steady hand on the cub's back. Your parents, your siblings, your kin, they're all gone, he said softly. They died fighting off the Iron Spine Ravager wolves. Your mother's last wish was for me to save you. The cub understood. Its little body trembled, shaken by a grief that felt almost human in its depth. And then, howl. A long, piercing cry echoed through the pocket space. A morning howl. A final farewell to those lost. Alex didn't move. He let it grieve. 10 long minutes passed. When the howling ceased, the cub's body slumped forward, drained. It swayed and dropped. Alex moved to catch it, but paused. The cub was forcing itself back up, eyes gleaming with conviction. So Alex let it stand on its own. And it did. Growl. The cub said something. Alex nodded. Your parents already avenged themselves. They took down the Ravager wolves that ambushed them. As for the others, I've already dealt with those that were left. Bark. The tone shifted. A question. Well, if you're wondering what's next. Alex smiled faintly. You can come with me. To a world far more interesting than this forest. It's what your mother wanted. And it's yours, if you want it. Yep. Alex chuckled. Am I asking you to join my pack? I suppose I am. Whine. The cub leapt into his arms, tail wagging, fur brushing against his skin. But this wasn't just affection. There was something more. A ritual. Suddenly, Alex's Oromir bloodline stirred, without his control. The cub let out a high-pitched whine, then dropped low, exposing its belly to him in a clear sign of submission. Moved by instinct, Alex reached out and rubbed the cub's belly, acknowledging the act. The wolf jumped to its feet and bit down on Alex's index finger. He winced. It wasn't a deep bite, but sharp enough to draw blood. A single drop of crimson, rich with Oromir essence, trickled down into the cub's mouth. It licked the blood eagerly and swallowed. Immediately, its tiny legs began to wobble, like it had drunk something too strong. Yep, the cub's voice was weak, but filled with excitement. It was trying to tell Alex something. All right, go get some rest. Still dazed, the cub returned to its previous spot beside the bonsai tree, curled up, and fell fast asleep. It wasn't difficult for Alex to realize why he could communicate with the wolves. It was certainly due to his Oromir bloodline. More precisely, it was the influence of his true name, Solmir, that explained why Mama Frostback entrusted her cub to him, and why the cub had submitted so quickly. Sommer's dominance concept. The Oromir bloodline exuded a natural regality and dominance that instinctively drew in wolves, compelling them to obey. As for why the Iron Spine Ravager wolves hadn't reacted the same way, it made sense now. By the time they encountered Alex, they'd already marked him as a threat. There had been no opportunity for his bloodline's aura to influence them. They never paused long enough to sense it. But how far this effect could go, how many wolves he could subdue or command, wasn't something Alex particularly cared about. It wasn't a power he intended to use actively, so there was no point in pondering its limits. What did interest him, however, was what his bloodline might do to the wolf cub, especially as it was still digesting the energy from the Blaze Frost Orchid. It would take time, but once fully absorbed, the cub would have a stable foundation, one potentially greater than either of its parents. Even if it didn't surpass them immediately, it was heading with Alex to Pangea and eventually, realms beyond. Opportunities to rise would not be lacking. With that in mind, Alex stepped out of the pocket dimension and resumed his journey. The portal was still 2 or 3 days away from his current position. There was no time to waste. Alex traveled across the outer rim, steadily making progress. Along the way, he hunted small game and stored them in the pocket space. Around noon, after fetching water from a river, he returned to the dimension to rest and prepare a meal. The smell of roasting meat soon woke the wolf cub from its slumber. The sealed pocket dimension somehow remained well ventilated, but the rich scent of grilled meat was impossible to ignore. When the cub rose and stepped into view, Alex was momentarily stunned. The cub had undergone a dramatic transformation. Crimson Spine and Frostback wolves were typically black, with red or blue markings along their backs, hence their names. But the cub, it was now pure white. White fur shimmered faintly under the light, giving it the ethereal appearance of a moon wolf, a creature Alex remembered from the fantasy stories of his previous life. And just like the moon wolves from those tales, this cub could only wield ice-type abilities. Which was odd. The Blaze Frost Orchid was supposed to balance both fire and ice affinities. By all logic, the cub should have gained proficiency in both elements. Yet for some reason, it seemed to had only developed its ice affinity. Alex filed the observation away in his mind, but chose not to dive into it at that moment. There were more pressing matters, and besides, some things revealed themselves in time. He handed the cub a barbecued rabbit. They ate in quiet companionship. After the meal and a bit of rest, the cub threw a little tantrum, refusing to be left behind. Eventually, Alex gave in, and the two left the pocket dimension together. The following days passed in a rhythm of travel and training. The man and cub gradually perfected their cooperative hunting techniques, working in sync to take down prey. From small animals to mid-sized beasts, the duo grew more efficient, storing a steady supply in the pocket dimension. It was still early, but a rudimentary partnership had begun to form. Eventually, Alex reached the base of the hill where the portal was located. He had the wolf cub return to the pocket dimension. Then, alone, he began the ascent. A few buff spells, and about an hour later, Alex reached the top of the hill without any noteworthy drama. Just before stepping through the portal, he paused. He turned around to look one last time at the vast expanse of the subspace that had become both battleground and sanctuary. If this were a novel, this part of his journey would be a proper training arc. He'd grown stronger, not just in power, but in perspective. Aside from the combat experience, what Alex had truly gained here was clarity. He had finally, fully accepted it. He belonged to this world now, and as someone of this world, he would have to shed the mannerisms and common sense of the one he came from. This was a world of power, and in this world, the allure of strength was so intoxicating that beasts and people alike would throw themselves into the obvious meat grinder just to seize it. If he kept thinking like someone from Earth, he would stay weak, and the weak didn't survive here. They were devoured, used as fuel for the strong to climb higher. The most important lesson he'd learned in this subspace wasn't about runes, spells, or combat. It was something more primal. The heart of nature. Nature is fair. In nature's eyes, every being is both predator and prey. To ignore that truth was to be swallowed whole by the beautiful cruelty of Mother Nature. A force that never hides her savagery, yet is beloved all the same. Prey on others if you don't want to become prey yourself, but the more of a predator you become, the more likely you are to be preyed upon by others. And yet, you have no choice but to keep being a predator, because that's the only way to stay strong. Alex muttered the paradox imposed by Mother Nature under his breath. Mother Nature pushes you to become a predator if you want to avoid being prey, but once you become one, you're locked into that cycle. A never-ending pursuit. Perhaps that's what the path of power truly is, a journey without end. He sighed. The path of the strong, you can never stop walking it, because there will always be someone stronger. And now, as the curtain closed on this chapter of his life, Alex found himself feeling just a little reluctant. The subspace had clear rules, clear strength rankings. Class 3 was the ceiling. But beyond the portal, the outside world was unknown. If Class 3s were already such a terror to him, then he'd be lying if he claimed he wasn't a little afraid of what awaited him out there. Still, it was just a fleeting fear. Whether he liked it or not, his path didn't lie here. His path laid in the expanse of Pangea, to the realms beyond. For his purpose in this life, for the responsibilities he now carried, and simply to live, truly live, in this world, he had to return. With that, Alex offered a silent gratitude to the subspace. Then, wearing a wide smile and a gaze filled with determination and maturity, he turned around and stepped into the portal. Let's go take over the world. Father, it's been 3 days past the agreed time. Are we just going to keep waiting? Let me go in and find him. Zora stood before Merlin, clearly disgruntled and anxious. The 20 days agreed upon for Alex's return had already passed, yet the old man didn't seem the least bit concerned about his true disciple. My instructions were for him to spend at least 20 days, Merlin replied calmly. Not to return on the 20th day. He only needs to be back before the 30th. He opened his eyes, previously closed in meditation to maintain the portal, and glanced at Zora from the corner of his gaze. He's not a child. There's no need to be so worried. Besides, he's merely inside a subspace with a strength cap at early class 3. What will you do when he enters a real plane in the future? Panic more than this. He's not even 15 yet. Of course he's still a child. How can I not worry? And how can you not? Merlin shook his head. He's a child because of his age? He turned fully now, his gaze sharpening. You and I both know that aside from his years, there's nothing childlike about that boy. He gave her a knowing, pointed look. I understand that you wish to adhere to human norms, but your actions betray the truth in your heart. If you're going to make an excuse, at least come up with something more believable than "I'm worried because Alex Fury is a child." His stare, and his words, made Zora blush, though only for a moment. She quickly composed herself. Whether I believe he's childlike or not is irrelevant. The fact remains, in the eyes of the world, he's still a child, and he stayed in there longer than you expected. She folded her arms. I'm going into that portal unless you can assure me that he's safe. You think I can't stop you if you try? Then I'll kill myself. What? If he stayed this long, it's likely because he's searching for one of those rare creatures with a single ancestral marking. You and I both know he'll linger in that damned place until the very last moment unless he finds it. If he pushes too far and something happens on the way back, he'll be trapped. And if anything happens to him, I swear I'll. She stared her adoptive father's human avatar square in the eyes. Give me your assurance. You must be able to find him instantly if something goes wrong, or I'm going in to get him myself. Damn, lass. Merlin sighed, rubbing his temples. A wry smile crept onto his lips. Fine, fine. You win. He gave her a look, caught somewhere between annoyance and amusement. The guide spell I placed on his hand doesn't just help him find the portal. I can use it to locate him within the subspace and forcibly summon him back if necessary. And the fact that the spell still exists means he's alive and well. He gestured toward the shimmering portal with a slight smirk. Does that ease your mind, daughter of mine? You should have said that from the start, Zora huffed, folding her arms tighter. We could have avoided all this. Merlin just smiled knowingly. After a brief silence, Zora asked, Can you tell where he is right now inside the subspace? No, Merlin replied, shaking his head. To determine that, I'd have to enter the subspace myself. All I can tell is that the connection is growing stronger, which likely means he's getting closer to the portal. That means he's coming back, right? Most likely, Merlin nodded. Okay. Zora nodded as well. Then I'll wait. There's no need. I'll call you when he returns. No, I'm staying. I've already finished work for the next few days. Besides, it wasn't my responsibility to begin with. She shot Merlin an accusatory look. The old man faked a cough and wisely said nothing. Zora turned her gaze back to the portal. Every moment, she imagined what she'd do when he finally stepped through, how she'd react. Would she be able to keep her cool, as always? She genuinely didn't know. The little brother of yesterday had grown into a man she could yearn for today. An enigma. That was what Alex had become. Clearly a child by years, yet at times he felt like a peer, or someone even older and far more mature. Their relationship had become complicated. He was still technically a child, but she couldn't treat him like one anymore. Fortunately, only a few months remained until she wouldn't have to worry about the propriety of how she felt. What would their relationship be by then? Would it remain as it was now? Would he change? Would she? Human relationships were fickle, ever-shifting, changing faster than Alex's development of his inventions and innovations. Speaking of which, she couldn't help wondering what the young mage had built inside the subspace. She had no doubt, none at all, that he'd created something outrageous again. A smile crept onto her lips. To Zora, who had long since learned to look past appearances and wasn't affected by Alex's devilishly good looks, his most charming trait wasn't his face or body. It was his passion, the pure light in his eyes when he was thinking, when he was working, when he was explaining his creations with that spark of excitement. That look was more attractive than anything else. She almost couldn't wait to see it again. No, she yearned for it. Like a drug. Come back soon, Alex, she whispered in her mind. Again and again, until the portal shimmered. A youth with a low, full beard stepped out slowly. His clothes were ragged, his body fatigued, and he smelled faintly of metal and sweat. But all Zora saw was that gaze. that pure, focused gleam in his eyes. Only now, it carried a deeper, more grounded determination. She didn't even realize she'd moved. Before she knew it, her body had lunged forward, her arms already wrapped tightly around him. Her face flushed hot. She buried her head in his chest, trying to hide the embarrassment, but even then, she didn't let go. Merlin, who had been watching silently for a while, raised a brow. A flicker of surprise flashed across his face. Then he slowly turned, a satisfied glint in his eyes. All according to plan. The old schemer chuckled inwardly. Alex blinked, stunned by the sudden embrace. His brain stalled, struggling to catch up. Eventually, all he could say was, "I'm back." Zora slowly looked up at him, her usual calm returning to her face like a mask sliding into place. "What took you so long?" Alex and Zora exchanged soft smiles. It was clear they had so much to say to each other, yet neither knew where to begin. Thankfully, those quiet, genuine smiles conveyed more than words ever could. Cough. Merlin cleared his throat, dragging the two out of their little world. Zora jolted away from Alex, cheeks flushing faintly. "I'm back, master," Alex said shamelessly, turning to Merlin. The old man's long beard twitched, but he simply gave a calm nod. "It looks like you've undergone some interesting changes," Merlin said, his aged gaze piercing through Alex as though seeing into his very soul. Alex nodded. "Indeed, master." "Wait, Alex, your rank." Zora's eyes widened as she finally noticed it. The mana pressure around him had dropped significantly. "Are you injured?" she asked, voice laced with concern. Only a serious internal injury could cause such a drastic reduction in mana pressure, or so she thought. "There's nothing wrong with me," Alex replied. "The drop in my rank is actually the result of a fortunate event." Zora raised a skeptical eyebrow. "You completed them?" "Which one?" Merlin asked, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Both. I now have the extreme mana capacity and elemental affinity enhancement talents," Alex revealed calmly. He turned slightly to Zora and added, "The increased capacity of my mana heart, along with the greater purity of my astral energy, are the reasons why my mana pressure and apparent rank dropped. But my actual mana reserves haven't decreased." He took a moment to explain further, aware that the drop might still seem concerning. A mage's rank is typically inferred by the mana pressure they exude, essentially a reflection of how full their mana heart is. He held up a hand and began to count off. Less than 30% filled is early stage. 30 to 60% is mid stage. 60 to 90% is late stage. And anything above 90% is considered peak stage. He gestured toward his chest. "Since my mana heart's capacity has grown dramatically, my mana now fills less of it. That alone would have lowered my apparent rank from peak to late stage, even if my actual mana pool stayed the same." He added, "And the increased purity of my mana, making it denser and more refined, means it takes up even less space. So my mana pressure dropped even further. In truth," he concluded, "my strength hasn't fallen. I just appear weaker. With some time and deep meditation, I could easily refill the mana heart and rise back up." Only then did Zora finally relax, the tension in her shoulders easing. Merlin, satisfied, exhaled a breath of mana as he deconstructed the subspace's portal gate. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a set of smooth stone seats from the earth. "Let's sit," he said. "I imagine you have a lot to tell us." "I do," Alex nodded. "A lot to tell, and a lot to show." The three took their seats, and Alex began recounting his journey within the subspace. Initially, he had planned to gloss over the minor details and skip straight to the highlights. But Merlin wouldn't allow it. The old man insisted he speak in full detail, and kept interrupting at key moments to nitpick Alex's choices or draw out the lessons from his experiences. It was mildly annoying at first, especially since Alex had just gotten into his storytelling rhythm, but Merlin always added some profound food for thought. Slowly, Alex began appreciating the interruptions for the learning opportunities they were. Because Alex was being so thorough, the storytelling took hours. Eventually, Zora had to go prepare food and bring it out to them. After finally tasting a hearty, home-cooked meal, so much better than the dried jerky and roasted game he'd been surviving on for 3 weeks, Alex's mood visibly brightened. At last, he arrived at the main part of his journey. Waiting until the beasts were fully focused on fighting over the Class 3 beast cores, I slipped into the lair of the Overlord's sun-scaled serpent. Alex continued his tale, describing the process of locating the mysterious liquid, and more importantly, how he had recognized it. I remembered reading about stalagmite milk in a novel during my childhood, well, before I came to the Enclave. It was said to be a miracle liquid that dripped from stalagmites in caves near highly energy-dense areas, capable of tempering the body. That description stuck with me for years. He shrugged slightly. So when I arrived at the Enclave, I tried looking it up, searched through lists of miraculous substances and materials, but found nothing. I thought maybe it was fictional. Then, imagine my surprise when I stumbled upon the real thing. He sighed. Unfortunately, the stalagmite milk can't be taken away from its point of origin. If I could have, I would have brought back a sample. Master, do you know what this stalagmite milk actually is? Alex asked, turning to Merlin. The old man tugged thoughtfully at his beard. Your description, it sounds remarkably similar to heavenroot nectar. Is it valuable? Alex asked. Merlin gave him a sidelong glance. In enough quantity, it can even temper the body of an ancient dragon. You tell me, what do you think? Right. Alex chuckled sheepishly. Well, there wasn't nearly that much. Certainly not enough for a dragon. Zora leaned forward. You said it tempered your physique? Not just my physique, Alex replied, shaking his head. It refined my mana vessels and tempered my mana heart by reinforcing my actual heart. It even affected my mind space by tempering my brain. And my bloodlines, both of them, were pushed so close to awakening a true name. All that remained was a final trigger. Merlin's expression grew solemn. Then there's no doubt. It was heavenroot nectar. That substance doesn't just nourish. It elevates talent at the most intrinsic level, at the foundation of what you are. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly as he examined Alex with suspicion. Was I right about the hand of fate being involved? Merlin wondered. For him to stumble upon something even epic-ranked mages would kill for, in a mere Class 3 limit subspace? Impossible or inevitable. When the lights dimmed, they found themselves in a meadow-like space with short, uniform grass and a clearly artificial sky. Merlin's eyes narrowed. The grass was fake. The sky was fake. The only real things were them, a peculiar bonsai tree, and a single wolf cub, currently sprinting circles around Alex, tail wagging wildly. Zora's eyes sparkled at the sight. He's adorable, she exclaimed, watching Alex scoop the cub up. She wants to hold you too, Alex said to the cub. Yep, she's my friend, and he's my master. Woof. No, not that kind of master, Alex clarified, chuckling. More like a teacher. Growl. The wolf cub eyed Zora warily. He says he'll only let you hold him if you're my mate, Alex translated bluntly. Zora blinked. Wait, you can understand him? Alex nodded. Seems my maternal bloodline has ties to wolves. I used to feel a vague connection, but after awakening my true name, I can communicate clearly with him. She reached out to the cub, but it swatted her hand away. Growl. He says he doesn't want to be touched by anyone other than me or my mate, Alex said with a helpless shrug. Zora gritted her teeth. Fine. Yes, I am your mate, she snapped, a blush rising on her cheeks. Alex stared, stunned. Are you sure? It's a wolf. You know you can't take it back, right? Zora stomped her foot. Yes, I'm sure. All right then. Alex looked down at the cub. She's my mate. The cub gave him a very human look of approval before leaping lightly into Zora's arms. The woman immediately began cuddling it with unchecked affection. Smart cub, Merlin noted, clearly seeing through their little scheme. Yep, a man's best friend, Alex replied with a shameless grin. Zora cooed. What species is he? Alex shrugged. Don't know exactly. His parents were a crimson spine wolf and a frostback wolf, but he doesn't look like either. He does have a frostback's ice affinity, though. Merlin studied the cub intensely. The little creature squirmed under his gaze, nestling deeper into Zora's bosom, setting off a jiggle that made Zora blink. There are foreign energies in his body, Merlin said after a pause. It's triggered a bloodline atavism. The process isn't complete, but once it is, we'll know what type of wolf he's truly becoming. Alex nodded. Understood. Merlin turned to Alex. If you have a true name from your maternal bloodline, then you should have information about it, yes? Yes. It's the bloodline of a transcendent wolf named Oromir. It was thanks to that bloodline's wolf-like aura that I could connect with and subdue the cub, Alex explained. Have you ever heard of Oromir, or the Oromir bloodline? Merlin shook his head. No. There are too many transcendent beings and bloodlines across the realms for anyone to know them all. I see. So what is this space? What did you bring us here to show? This. Alex gestured around. This is a space I created. I believe it's a pocket dimension. You created it? Merlin raised an eyebrow. Zora didn't even blink, too preoccupied with stroking the contented cub, who seemed to be enjoying the soft comfort of her chest a little too much. Alex glared at the cub. Damn you, horny dog. That's mine. He thought darkly, then turned back to Merlin. Before I explain how I created it, let me introduce the most important thing I found in the dragon's lair. He pointed. Zora and Merlin turned to look. A bonsai tree. Unassuming. Ordinary. Too ordinary. Merlin frowned. That tree, it's too normal. Exactly. It was dormant at first, but when I touched it, it elevated my consciousness into a place, or perhaps a state, I call the realm of runes. In that state, I could see the natural rune formation of everything I looked at. That's how I deciphered the dragon lair's mana-gathering array. It was far more complex and dynamic than anything I'd ever seen. Just by copying its static components, I modified the Omni-Rune core. Now, I passively gather mana. He paused, looking conflicted. I also copied the spatial formation from the null core orb you gave me. My idea was to create a better, freely available storage device. Merlin's brow twitched. You tampered with spatial formations at your level? Zora gave him a scolding glare. In hindsight, yeah, it was stupid. I nearly died. The null core orb and the entire high-grade mine. The spatial formation I copied absorbed everything to form this pocket space. It also took the tree with it. Since then, I haven't been able to enter that realm of runes again. This tree, it was the only other thing in the dragon lair? Merlin asked sharply. Yes. Merlin's eyes abruptly shifted, draconic slits replacing human pupils. A strange, archaic voice echoed, not from Merlin's lips, but through him. As expected, the presence vanished, and Merlin's eyes returned to normal. Your suspicion is correct, he said quietly. This tree is the most valuable thing in that dragon's hoard. I can't even begin to fathom how a fire dragon got its claws on it, much less how it's now in your possession. Alex stepped forward. What is it, father? Merlin exhaled deeply. One of the rarest and most sought-after plant species in the known universe, a heartwood tree. A heartwood tree? What is that? It is an extremely rare tree that adapts itself to meet the greatest need of its caretaker. The fire dragon sought comprehension and enlightenment to evolve into an elder dragon, or its equivalent, or maybe something even greater. So, the tree helped by becoming one that elevates wisdom and perception, something you've ended up benefiting from. From what I can see, the tree now takes you as its caretaker. It is changing itself to meet your most potent need. Right now, it's becoming an energy tree, a rare and also much sought-after species that absorbs all forms of elemental energy from the void and fixes it in its location. If it continues down this path, this dimension of yours might become a mana mine in itself. Realization dawned on Alex. He understood why the tree might think energy was his biggest need. His plan to make spatial items using the spatial formation hinged on providing the spatial and elemental energies required to fuel the formation. However, this wasn't what Alex wanted from the heartwood tree. He rushed to the bonsai tree. Brother heartwood tree, please don't turn into an energy tree. Please remain a wisdom tree. I need the improved wisdom and perception more than the energy. You must be worried because of the accident I caused back at the lair, right? You want to prevent such an accident from killing me. That's exactly why you should remain a wisdom tree. With enhanced wisdom and perception, I won't make such a mistake again. By giving me energy, it's like telling me to continue my crazy experiments. Zora and the cub exchanged a look. Both found a shared embarrassment over Alex's one-man comedy show. Zora turned to Merlin. Father, how are you so sure it's a heartwood tree? Heartwood trees are entities that live on providence. Their growth depends on the providence of their caretaker. From the primal origin flame formed in the aftermath of the fire dragon's death, we can infer that the dragon was entangled somehow with an entity of providence. That entity had to be close by for the primal origin flame to have been born. This, along with the tree's changing characteristics, all signs point to it being a heartwood tree. Alex eventually stopped his fruitless groveling in front of the tree and returned to the trio. There is one more thing I need to show you. Alex removed the entrapments and coverings over the final inhabitant of the space. I lost all my gear and traps when the null-core orb shattered. Alex glanced hopefully at Merlin. The old man didn't react. Alex hoped it meant Merlin didn't care about the lost null-core because it was too expensive to replace. So I had to work up a makeshift confinement. Sleep. He cast the spell before opening the last confinement. Alex revealed the spindle-carved mite. The 30 centimeters insect lay dormant after Alex's spell. It was not attractive by any stretch of the imagination, but it still caught everyone's attention thanks to the single ancestral rune etched on its carapace. You found one? Zora asked, pleasantly surprised. It came to me, actually, Alex replied. I was really lucky. I spent 20 days searching for a beast with a single marking. It showed up just when I was about to give up. If it was only one thing, we could call it luck, but with everything you've acquired in the subspace, Merlin's eyes took on a strange glint. Luck doesn't cut it. Is he really a child of destiny? Alex, Merlin, and Zora left the dimension with the cub and mite in tow. Master, do you happen to know a way to obtain spatial energy cheaply? Alex asked. You mean without destroying valuable materials like a null-core crystal? Yes, Alex answered sheepishly. I already gave you the null-core orb. What you do with it is your business. I won't ask for it back, Merlin said, understanding the youth's distress. The easiest way to obtain spatial energy in large quantities and high purity is from the void. Another option is from spatial rifts and other spatial phenomena, none of which you'd call easy methods. If you don't care about purity, though, you can look into debris and dust from spatial rifts. They contain only a strand or two of spatial energy, but they're cheap. You'd need to set up a mining operation around a spatial rift. But don't expect high purity or yield, though. Alex nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the first thing I need to do is figure out how to extract spatial energy from large masses of rift dust and debris, then focus on containment and storage. It was clear he hadn't given up on his storage device plan. Despite his near-death experience, surprisingly, neither Merlin nor Zora said anything to dissuade him. If anything, they were eager to see his plan come to fruition. He had already brought them too many miracles to doubt him now. Before that, you should recover your rank as soon as possible. Now that you have the 2 talents, you have my permission to rank up to intermediate, Merlin said. Actually, if you can, it's best to leave everything else and focus on promoting to intermediate rank. A higher rank will make your work a whole lot easier, Zora suggested. All right, I will do the best I can. Alex nodded in understanding. Alex, oblivious to the inner musings, pressed on. Beyond the Heavenroot Nectar's chamber, I found a high-grade mana stone, an elemental crystal mine. What? A high-grade mine? Zora's voice shot up as she nearly leapt to her feet. Such a discovery was no small matter. For the Enclave, this was justification enough to mount a full expedition into the subspace. If they could secure and monopolize that mine, the benefits would be immense. Hold your horses. Calm down, Zora. Both Merlin and Alex spoke at once, sharing a knowing look. They could read her thoughts with ease. There is no need to raid a sanctuary protected by the world's consciousness just for a mana stone mine, Merlin said dryly. The Enclave is not that desperate. And more importantly, Alex added, you will want to hear everything before you start planning the Enclave's future. Zora exhaled, forcing herself to settle down. All right, I am listening. Alex nodded. The mine was not the most valuable thing there. Both Merlin and Zora leaned in. Before it became a crystal mine, it was a dragon's lair, Alex said slowly. I found the corpse of a fire dragon. It had been dead for a very long time, but its body was being preserved by the ambient fire elemental mana in the area. I see. The dragon's body and the surrounding fire elemental mana must have created a natural mana-gathering formation, Merlin said, instantly connecting the dots. That would explain the formation of the mana stone mine. Indeed, Alex nodded. I am not certain, but I believe my arrival triggered something. The dragon's body ignited, not in a destructive blaze, but in a kind of transmutation. Instead of turning to ash, it dissolved into fire elemental mana and condensed into a strange flame. As he spoke, Alex raised his hand. Mana surged gently from his core, and in response to his will, a flicker of flame emerged, hovering just above his palm. This is what is left of the dragon, master. The flame flew into my body and settled in my mana heart. Do you know what it is? Is it dangerous? Should I try to remove it? Merlin stared at the flame for a long moment before muttering. That's quite surprising. Alex tilted his head, confused. The corpse you saw, Merlin continued slowly, wasn't a corpse. What? Alex blinked. I am pretty sure it was. No, it wasn't, Merlin said firmly. No corpse, not even that of a dragon blessed by the highest favor of mana, can remain intact for that long. What you saw was a mana projection, an artistic imprint, born of the dragon's lingering will, shaped by its providence. He paused, then continued with a grave tone. It is highly likely that, at the time of the dragon's death, a being or entity aligned with its providence was nearby. Their resonance, intentionally or not, triggered the creation of that mana projection. The dragon's will etched itself into the mana field, preserved not in flesh, but in memory. He stroked his beard. Time is absolute, Alex. Nothing escapes its decay. Everything perishes in time. Not even mana defies that law. That's why even the corpse of an ancient dragon, one of my caliber, would only resist decay for a century at most. Certainly not millennia. He gestured toward the flame above Alex's palm. And that's the only way to explain this, the flame in your hand. A primal origin flame. Primal origin flame? Zora gasped. As in, the origin flame that high-grade alchemists would sell their entire life's worth for? Alex's eyes widened faintly, but not from shock, more from confirmation. He'd already suspected as much. Special flames like this were common in crafting-focused novels back on Earth, sought after by alchemists, blacksmiths, enchanters, and craftsmen alike. A flame like this was more than just fire. It was a tool, a catalyst, and a treasure. You're right, Merlin said to Zora. It is one of those origin flames. But primal origin flames stand at the apex of that category. And this one, if it truly emerged from the death site of a dragon blessed by mana, in a location where mana formed a natural gathering formation, would rank among the highest grade even within primal flames. He turned back to Alex with a complicated expression. You've been dabbling in crafting professions lately, haven't you? Well, it looks like fortune smiled on you. Alex scratched his cheek, still processing. By the way, he said, what exactly are origin flames? Zora answered, her tone turning instructional. They're rare elemental flames born where mana has gathered due to an event of immense providence or fortune. They embody purity, mana, and fortune, which makes them invaluable for any practice that requires all three. Like in high-grade crafting. Realization dawned on Alex. Then he frowned. Wait, you said mana, not fire elemental mana, specifically? Zora nodded. Origin flames have been found across all elemental affinities, not just fire. That's why scholars believe their burning or refining effects stem not from a fire concept, but rather from a purity concept. Case in point, origin flames will not burn anything that is truly or extremely pure. They do almost nothing to anything that shares the purity concept. I see. Alex nodded, deep in thought. If you truly possess one of the apex flames among the origin flames, I can understand why you'd value it more than a mana stone mine. A mine is just wealth, it can be replaced. But an origin flame, that can only ever be found, never sought, Zora said seriously. Oh no, you've got it wrong. Alex smiled faintly. The origin flame isn't what I was talking about. Zora blinked. Then what? Let me just show you. At Alex's command, the Omni-Rune core shifted into its spatial configuration, and a gate shimmered open to the pocket dimension. Merlin's eyes flickered with a rare trace of surprise. A spatial gate? Please, follow me, Alex said, stepping through. Merlin glanced at Zora, who was still reeling from the revelation. Then they both followed him through the glowing gateway. Alex sat in meditation within the high-grade cultivation chamber of his dormitory in the Enclave. His breathing was calm and deep, while his body remained completely still. His consciousness had long since withdrawn from his physical form and retreated deep into his mind. Normally, this internal space would have been a black void, but now it shimmered with sparkles of multicolored light. even more vivid than the spectrum he usually perceived through his truth-seeker eye's spirit sight. These lights were, of course, the various types of elemental mana. In this state accessed through deep meditation, a mage could absorb mana into their body to fuel their cultivation, a process influenced heavily by their chosen mana cultivation technique. This made one's technique extremely important. It determined not only the nature of the mana absorbed, but also the rate at which it was drawn in. Mana cultivation was a simple, yet profoundly complex process. A mage would draw in mana from the meditation space through their mana pathways, directing it toward their mana heart. In many ways, this process mirrored blood circulation in the body. Mana flowed inward through a network of channels known as the inflow pathways. Much like veins, these were relatively narrow, delicate channels that carried absorbed mana to the mana heart. Most cultivation techniques pulled in either a chaotic blend of ambient elemental mana or the neutral variety found in mana stones and naturally mana-rich environments. Once this mana reached the mana heart, it would be refined, converted into the element most aligned with the mage's affinity. A mage's affinity could be determined by bloodline, innate constitution, or their chosen mage path. Whether their affinity was attuned to a single element or a specific set, the mana heart's primary job was to filter and convert incoming mana accordingly. Once refined, the converted mana was stored within the mana heart. When needed, mana flowed outward through a second network, the outflow pathways. These channels were much like arteries, thicker and more robust, designed to carry mana at high pressure to wherever it was needed in a near instant. In the grand scheme of mana cultivation, the most critical role of a technique lay in the absorption stage. A good technique determined not just how fast mana could be absorbed, but also what kind of mana was absorbed. The faster the absorption, the quicker the mana could be refined and used. The closer the nature of the absorbed mana was to the mage's affinity, the easier the mana heart's job became. For instance, take Zora, an ice elemental mage. She would gain the most benefit from using an ice-aligned cultivation technique. Such a method would draw in ice mana directly, minimizing the need for the mana heart to refine it. In essence, the mana would be almost immediately usable upon absorption. This distinction might not matter during casual practice, but in battle, it could mean the difference between life and death. Conversely, if Zora were to use a neutral cultivation technique, which were the most common and widely available, she would absorb a chaotic mixture of elements or neutral mana. Her mana heart would then need to spend valuable time filtering and transmuting that blend into ice mana. That kind of delay may not hinder her in peaceful times, but on the battlefield, it could prove disastrous. However, in the worst-case scenario, if a mage were to use a cultivation technique aligned with an opposing element, say, an ice mage using a fire elemental cultivation technique, they would be forced to manually assist their mana heart in converting the fire elemental mana into ice mana. This was a thankless and exhausting task that made cultivation unnecessarily difficult. Worse than being ineffective in battle, such a mage wouldn't even be able to perform basic tasks during regular training. Their focus would have to remain absolute, undistracted. Even the wrong gust of wind could destabilize their internal flow, causing a mana deviation. And if that happened, the opposing elemental mana could go berserk inside their body. This was one of the many reasons why selecting the right mana cultivation technique was such a critical decision, made only after great deliberation. That said, this didn't mean that specific element cultivation techniques were inherently better than neutral ones. It always depended on the mage's personal circumstances. Mages with multiple elemental affinities, unless they possessed a unique cultivation technique tailored to that combination, were almost always better off using neutral techniques. In fact, the most powerful and well-regarded cultivation techniques in the world were often neutral in nature, making them universally compatible. The cultivation technique Alex used was the Astral Training Manual, gifted to him by Merlin. But this wasn't just a typical mage's cultivation method. It was a rare, multifaceted technique, one that could be used by warriors to train their internal energy and by warlocks to cultivate their spiritual force. A true jack of all trades, yet also an expert in all. It was a testament to Merlin, or rather, Uthvasgal's, brilliance. The secret behind this technique lay in its unique energy source, astral energy. Astral energy was a higher-order force energy compared to ordinary mana. Not only was it purer and more concentrated, but it was also vastly more adaptable, far easier to transmute into other forms. Within the dark, meditative space of his mind, now filled with sparkles of elemental mana, Alex ignored the familiar lights and instead searched for something rarer. He pushed deeper, and eventually, he found it, a faint band of purplish energy, astral energy. That single thread held more power than most of the mana clusters he had bypassed. His breathing slowed further. With focused intent, he extended his spiritual force toward it. The thread untangled under his touch, and he carefully drew out a single strand. The astral energy flowed through his spiritual bridge, slipping into his body. Alex guided it, watching as the purplish stream made its way along his inflow pathways, from his wrist to his elbow, and toward the mana heart. The moment the energy reached the mana heart, it dispersed. It instantly expanded into a massive volume of elemental mana, aligning perfectly with his affinities: fire, light, lightning, and darkness. His mana heart barely had to do anything. The astral energy had already handled the conversion. However, before this newly formed mana could be stored, it had to pass through a final gatekeeper, the caretaker of his mana heart's core, the ether-kindled primal origin flame. Named after a flame from a novel Alex had read in his previous life, the ether kindle flared to life. It leapt upon the incoming elemental streams, purifying them with intense scrutiny. Only the purest mana would be allowed into storage under its watchful gaze. Any mana that didn't meet its standards was incinerated. Only after passing the ether kindle's test did the refined mana settle into the mana heart. This process repeated within Alex's body again and again, until finally, crack. Roughly 2 months after his return from the subspace, Alex's fury broke through to the intermediate mage rank. Phew! Alex released a breath of foul air. He had finally broken through, after nearly 2 full months of intense cultivation inside a high-grade training chamber. He'd forsaken almost everything else during that time, following Zora's advice to the letter, focusing single-mindedly on recovering his rank and pushing for advancement. Achieving intermediate rank just 3 months before his 15th birthday wasn't groundbreaking, not with his advantages. But it also wasn't something to dismiss lightly, especially when one considered the other secrets hiding within his body, far beyond what his cultivation rank revealed. Still, intermediate rank or not, it didn't matter much to Alex. He took a bath, had a meal, and headed straight into his Rune-Tech lab. To most, breaking through to intermediate rank would be a major milestone, a reason for celebration. To Alex, it was expected. Between his talents, his noble heritage, the resources at his disposal, his status as the true disciple of an ancient dragon, and, of course, the subtle suspicion that the universe still viewed him as an MC, his progress felt inevitable. Even advancing to elite or great mage ranks would likely earn nothing more than a shrug. Perhaps only achieving Grand Mage rank would be enough to make him celebrate. More than the promotion, what truly interested Alex was how the increased rank would affect his projects, his research, his experiments. And so, he didn't bother informing anyone about the breakthrough. He simply returned to work. Today, he was tackling his most ambitious Rune-Tech project yet, the detector rune. Alex began by writing the code, a sequence of rune logic aligned with his vision for the detector rune. But things quickly escalated. What he'd thought would be a simple runic circuit evolved into a more complex runic circle array. He realized that his harrowing experience with the spatial formation had tempered his risk tolerance. And besides, creatures with such a simple and readable ancestral marking as the one he was about to use for the experiment were rare, if not one of kind, since they were pretty much extinct in the major space of Pangea. He couldn't afford another irreversible mistake. Despite these constraints, Alex pushed through and completed the rune array. The final result wasn't a single array, it was a pair. The first was the detector rune, designed to be inscribed onto the spindle carve might. The second was the receiver rune. Integrated it into the Omnirune core, it would capture the data transmitted by the detector rune. Using the simulation function within the core, Alex ran tests for compressing the detector rune into a greater rune. Meanwhile, The receiver rune was directly compressed and integrated into the core's programming, expanding its capabilities. With the greater rune now completed, Alex was ready to bind it onto the spindle carve mite's carapace. But this was where the real challenge began. Though large for an insect, the mite's back carapace was already mostly taken up by its ancestral marking. And that carapace was the only surface tough enough to handle the rune drawing process. The rune pin's needle could very well puncture the creature's body if applied anywhere else, no matter how delicately he controlled his strength. That meant Alex would have to make it work within a very tight space. To tackle this, he had allocated a large portion of the discretionary fund open to him by Baldric Pinchcoin toward upgrading his Rune-Tech lab. Thanks to that, the lab now boasted an array of specialized tools designed specifically for miniature inscriptions and microrune structuring. He had even used some of the funds to commission custom modular Rune Lab tools and furnishings, optimized for both his main lab and his pocket dimension workspace. Anyway, the only step left in the Detector Rune project was the actual drawing of the rune. Now that Alex had broken through to intermediate mage rank, his larger mana pool and improved control would be indispensable. The rune's small size left no room for error. As usual, Alex prepared all the materials with meticulous care. He picked up a newly forged rune pen, this one specifically designed for miniature inscriptions, its needle tip narrower than a strand of hair. He double-checked the sedated spindle carve mite to ensure it was still unconscious. Then, he went through the full procedure in his head, again. Once confident, he loaded the first cartridge into the rune pen. Sliding a precision magnifying lens into position above the mite's carapace, Alex began his work. Alex was a picture of pure focus. Every stroke of the rune pen was deliberate, each line etched with purpose. The needle never pierced too deep nor too shallow, just right to draw a rune tattoo across the chitinous surface. His truth-seeker eyes tracked the mite's internal energy flow, ensuring none of the rune's strokes intersected with them. Alex wanted the rune to only interact with the ancestral markings, not the creature's internal energies. That distinction was critical. 6 sessions, each lasting nearly 3 hours. Later, Alex added the final stroke to the rune's main body. The result? A set of cryptic lines that blended perfectly with the existing irregular shapes of the carapace. In fact, to an untrained eye, it looked like part of the mite's natural exoskeleton. This was intentional. Unlike Zora's rune, he couldn't include a camouflage component. The ingredients for such runes might react poorly with the unique compounds in the mite's shell. Whether the reaction would be benign or catastrophic, he didn't care to find out. So instead of magical concealment, Alex chose physical disguise, a seamless, artistic integration. He zoomed in again with the magnifying lens and carefully scanned every segment of the rune. Of course, he hadn't made any mistakes. The Omnirune core had been monitoring the entire process in real time. Once satisfied, Alex tested the rune's synchronization with the receiver rune already incorporated into the Omnirune core. The initial output was just static, but that was expected. The circuits were responding. The connection was functional. The design was sound. Now came the final and most delicate part, connecting the detector rune to the ancestral marking. Like attaching positive and negative leads of a voltmeter to a circuit, Alex drew 2 fine, line-like runes from opposite ends of the rune tattoo. These extended carefully to the 2 prominent tips of the mite's ancestral marking. A silvery shimmer spread faintly across the carapace. Connection complete. Almost instantly, the Omnirune core began receiving signals from the detector rune, data pertaining to the mite's dormant ancestral marking. The embedded AI within the core processed the data and compiled a detailed readout of the ancestral markings in active state. Alex, mentally drained, stepped into his high-grade cultivation chamber to meditate and recover. An hour later, he returned to the Rune-Tech lab. The mite was awake. The way creatures reacted to life depended not only on their nature, but also on their nurture, the environment that shaped them. During his time in the subspace, Alex had witnessed how the Crimson Spine Frostback pack defied natural hostility between their breeds. The lack of environmental adversity allowed 2 typically warring wolf strains to evolve into a coexistent tribe. Now, with the spindle carve mite, Alex saw another side of nurture, adaptability. After almost 2 months in captivity, the mite had stopped resisting or trying to escape. Its rudimentary intelligence made it possible for Alex to train it in some basic behavioral commands. Once awake, the mite didn't even attempt to escape, despite Alex having undone its bindings. Instead, its beady eyes turned to him, awaiting instruction. According to its conditioned training, it would either be directed to its insect accommodation or given food. Essentially, it had grown accustomed to the soft life under Alex's care. Using techniques he'd learned from a beast tamer at the Enclave, Alex had gradually trained the creature. With the aid of his spirit sight, he had also begun deducing the likely function of the ancestral marking on the mite's carapace. His current hypothesis? The marking was a filtration mechanism, capable of detecting and separating mana and bloodline essence. It made sense. Spindle carve mites bored into bones to absorb lingering essence. Over time, they had likely developed a specialized structure to prevent overload or corruption from foreign magic and bloodlines. Organic tests conducted by a bioalchemist confirmed that the mite's genetic material was extremely unstable. Under magical radiation, it mutated at a high rate, a likely result of feeding on varied bone and blood sources. The ancestral marking must be the creature's natural regulator, a sort of biological firewall. As the old saying went, Mother Nature always finds a way. Of course, this was all theoretical. Thankfully, Alex now had the detector rune to put his theories to the test. He instructed the mite to fly into its feeding enclosure. Obediently, the carapace split, exposing transparent wings that buzzed softly as it took flight and landed in the feeding case. Alex dropped in a bone still dripping with blood and fat, freshly harvested from a Class 1 magic beast. This had been the mite's diet for nearly 2 months. Luxurious, by the scavenger insect standards. Alex watched intently, recording every movement, every response. The mite fed as expected. No strange behavior. No magical feedback. Everything remained normal, a good sign. Stability was critical if he hoped to get clean readings when the ancestral marking activated. About an hour later, the mite had hollowed out the bone and, a little wobbly, returned to its insect accommodation. It curled up to rest. Then, faintly at first, the ancestral marking shimmered to life. The response was promising. The marking synchronized perfectly with the detector rune, which began transmitting readable signal patterns to the Omnirune core. Alex sat back, cautiously optimistic. The ancestral marking usually stayed active for about half the time the mite spent feeding. After 30 uninterrupted minutes, Alex finally let out a sigh of relief. Everything was going according to plan. He closed the pen housing the mite and headed over to review the data processed by the Omnirune core's internal AI. Just as he began mentally parsing the results, a sudden thudding noise from the enclosure made his eyes snap open. Thud, thud, crash. Alex rushed over. Through the transparent, reinforced glass, he saw the spindle carve mite convulsing violently. Through the Omnirune core, Alex immediately sensed a spike, a resonance surge between the detector rune and the ancestral marking. And then something went wrong. The rune tattoo began rewriting itself. Line by line, glyph by glyph, it merged with the ancestral marking, forming a new composite structure. Not just a reaction, a fusion. Fortunately, the disaster with the spatial formation array had taught Alex a painful lesson. This time, he had embedded a failsafe within the rune logic, a command layer that would force a controlled self-destruction if the rune deviated from its design. That trigger activated. The rune initiated a breakdown sequence, burning out key lines of its structure. But it was too late. The merging was already complete. The rune and the ancestral marking became one, a new entity, and faded into the mite's carapace, absorbed completely. Alex stood there, silent. The consequences, unknown. Alex frowned deeply, about as much as his facial muscles allowed, as he observed the alarming, unexpected turn of events. The plan had been simple. In theory, develop a detector rune capable of monitoring the function and behavior of a single ancestral marking. Then, once stability and accuracy were confirmed, gradually scale up to observe larger and more complex markings. With the data gained, Alex could slowly build a true understanding of these so-called ancestral markings, what they did, how they operated, and how they interacted with magical systems. Eventually, he hoped to create a rune, ancestral marking interface, a framework to safely apply runic modifications to these mysterious biological inscriptions. That was the vision. A long-term, layered plan. But before any of that, Alex had to overcome the first major hurdle, creating a detector rune that could safely interact with and analyze an ancestral marking without interfering with its function. The requirements were strict. The rune had to detect the operation of the ancestral marking, maintain zero interference, no feedback, no mutations, no changes to the marking. Alex had been meticulous. He had written strict rune logic protocols to prevent interference, even encoding a failsafe. If the rune detected anomalous interaction, it would self-destruct before any instability could spread. And yet, the worst-case scenario still occurred. How could this happen? Alex calmly mused, expression blank but mind racing. I followed every protocol. I accounted for all relevant variables when writing the rune logic. I even consulted a master bioalchemist. I took every precaution. His frown deepened slightly. This shouldn't have happened. He was almost completely, 99.98%, certain that the catastrophic fusion was not caused by a fault in his rune's design. Then that only leaves one possibility. The issue didn't come from my side, but from something outside my understanding. His ruby eyes turned toward the most likely source of that unknown variable, the ancestral marking itself. 3 core components made up the experiment. The detector rune, which Alex had crafted himself, the spindle carve mite, analyzed and mapped by the bioalchemist, and the ancestral marking, the only element Alex had no prior data on. And it was exactly the component this experiment had been designed to understand. If my premise is correct, and the ancestral marking is a form of natural rune, written in a language fundamentally different from our known rune scrpt, yet equally recognized by the natural laws, then I may have introduced a variable I couldn't predict. He remembered his earlier deductions. The ancestral marking filtered mana and bloodline essence, helping the mite metabolize consumed bone matter. The bioalchemist had commented on the instability of the mite's genetic structure under magical exposure. But what if that instability isn't a flaw, but a feature? A gleam of insight flickered in Alex's ruby eyes. Yes, it's beginning to make sense. If the mite's genetic material is adaptive, able to shift based on the bloodline it consumes, then the ancestral marking might not just mitigate the effects of bloodline absorption. It might also guide the direction of that adaptability. In other words, the ancestral marking contains a concept of adaptability. And that changed everything. If it's built to respond to new bloodlines and genetic inputs, then it likely contains flexible logic, organic logic. Logic that can override the rigid, static programming of my detector rune. He exhaled slowly, letting the revelation settle. By connecting the ancestral marking to my rune, I may have unintentionally created a genetic-level virus, one that hijacked the mite's adaptability functions and fused with my code. To test his hypothesis, Alex reached for a compact alchemic device, an arcane lens array, functionally similar to a microscope. It allowed observation at the cellular and even subcellular level, providing deep insight into biological structures. He activated the device, directing it toward the spindle carve mite's altered form. There it is. Alex exhaled, his voice low. He had been right. Through the lens, he witnessed a dark mass, shifting, amorphous, attacking and engulfing the mite's cells. The mass twisted the cellular structure, rewriting it with an aggressive efficiency. Like a virus, but with far more precision, it induced rapid spontaneous mutation. Alex channeled additional mana into the device, enhancing its depth of view. He focused in on the nucleus of an altered cell, attempting to observe the mutation of the genome itself. What he saw shocked him. This isn't the ancestral marking anymore. And it's definitely not the detector rune I coded. This is something else entirely. It's like, yes, a viral compiler. Alex's eyes narrowed. The mite's genetic material was being consumed and rewritten in real time. But neither his detector rune nor the original ancestral marking were driving the process. It was the accidental fusion, the byproduct of connecting the two systems, this viral compiler. It had formed a new biological program that transcoded the mite's genome into something different. The creature in question had ceased convulsing. It now lay still, entirely dormant. If not for the faint signs of cellular activity he observed through the arcane lens, Alex might have assumed it was dead. He considered terminating the specimen. ending its suffering before it could become a threat. But then he hesitated. The Omni-Rune core was still receiving usable data from the detector rune, even in its altered state. Valuable data. Data that could potentially illuminate the hidden relationship between ancestral markings and the biological systems of their hosts. Against his better judgment, Alex made a calculated decision. He would keep the creature alive, for now. But safety came first. He instructed the Omni-Rune core to activate the portal to his pocket dimension. Then, using precise magical manipulation, he slid the entire Rune Lab table, creature and all, into the sealed space. Now, the mutated mite and its viral compiler were quarantined, safely contained within a spatial fold inaccessible to the outside world. Next, Alex donned a magically reinforced alchemical suit, a biohazard-rated arcane containment rig gifted to him by the master bioalchemist he had consulted earlier. Once fully sealed and verified, he entered the pocket dimension to continue his observations. The viral compiler remained aggressive. It moved with singular purpose, rewriting the mite's genetic code in cell after cell. Entire biological pathways were being overwritten. However, over time, its momentum began to slow. Alex quickly deduced why. His original rune contained a built-in failsafe, one that cut all power and dumped internal energy if an anomaly was detected. The rune had become inert, severed from ambient mana, and unable to recharge. That meant the only remaining energy source had been the ancestral marking side of the viral compiler. Fortunately, the failsafe logic had transferred to the new entity. Unable to draw external power, the viral compiler finally ran dry. The mutation stopped. Alex allowed himself a moment of cautious relief. But then, something changed. The cells already altered by the viral compiler began replicating rapidly, wildly even, consuming unaltered cells to fuel their reproduction. Externally, the spindle carve mite began to secrete a thick, glutinous liquid from its carapace. The slime spread quickly, enveloping its entire body in a cocoon-like structure. It was behaving like a caterpillar preparing for metamorphosis. Alex's instincts screamed for vigilance. Even though the original virus had expired, the Omni-Rune core continued to receive data, readings from within the mite's body, and not from a single source. From multiple sources. Alex had no time to fully process the implications of what he was witnessing. His spirit sight was pushed to its limits, tracking the rapid internal changes within the cocooned mite. Within the translucent shell, he saw energy converging, condensing into a singular point. It aligned exactly with the location of the mutated cells. Then, steadily and with decreasing density, that energy began to radiate outward, diffusing through the mite's internal structure. Alex quickly pieced together what was happening. The mutated cells had hijacked the creature's internal energy system. They were using that energy, and, if the final image from the arcane lens was accurate, even consuming the mite's original cells to fuel their replication and complete their hostile takeover. He hovered on the edge of pulling the plug, ending the experiment and terminating the mutated mite before it spiraled further out of control. But he held back. The Omni-Rune core was still reporting a steady increase in data packets. A rate of increase that matched the exponential growth of mutated cells he could see through spirit sight. If the mutated cells are still linked to the original detection rune, then maybe, just maybe, the backdoor controls and the embedded failsafe triggers I built into the rune might have transferred too. On that hope, Alex sent a mental command to the Omni-Rune core. The Rune AI processed the query instantly and sent back confirmation. The mutated cells still maintained a runic interface. The core could, at the very least, push through a single instruction packet. That reassurance helped ease the tension in Alex's chest. If push came to shove, he had a kill switch. And so, he let the process continue. For the next 3 days, Alex rarely left the pocket dimension. He camped out beside the cocoon, keeping near constant watch through his spirit sight. On the first day, he only turned his attention away briefly to write a letter to Zora. Using a folded parchment from his storage and a floating quill, he described the current situation in detail, including why he might go missing for a few days. He placed the letter inside a parcel with some of the supplies he had transferred into the pocket dimension, then sent it out via a reverse portal gate, dropping it back into his rune lab. That way, Zora wouldn't worry, or worse, come looking. By the second day, His vigilance lessened slightly. He had confirmed the Omni-Rune core's link to the growing life form inside the cocoon was becoming stronger by the hour. Confident that the backdoor access remained, he allowed himself short trips outside the pocket dimension, just enough to grab food, clean up, and stretch his legs. The rest of his time was spent in quiet study. He utilized the Omni-Rune core's simulation module to mentally prototype a new rune. This new design was built on the framework of the Vitality rune and the Endurance rune, combining their core strengths while stripping away redundant substructures. The result was a custom augmentation rune, one designed to significantly boost both physical and magical energy regeneration, improve stamina recovery, and enhance combat endurance. The goal was simple: improve his combat staying potent and also ensure that, even if he was taken out of commission, it would never be for long. He would build himself to recover fast, fight longer, and stay in the game. Alex didn't spend all his time obsessing over the cocoon. He used the spare moments to sketch out follow-up rune designs for Zora, concepts that could better utilize the energy siphoned from her Nirvana markings through her existing siphon runes. Efficiency, after all, was key. It would be a waste to let that much energy escape untapped. He also worked on something similar for the wolf cub, referencing the notes passed on to him by one of the Enclave's beast researchers and a veteran tamer mage. Oh, and yes, he'd named the cub Fun. He was rather proud of it. The name was inspired by the legendary Norse wolf Fenrir, and by extension, Skoll and Hati, the sun and moon-chasing wolves of myth. Given that the cub had inherited both fire and ice elemental bloodlines, abstractly tied to the sun and moon, and even resembled a moon wolf in appearance, it felt like a perfect fit. Leave it to Alex to assign an entire mythological rationale to something as seemingly simple as a name. Still, that was just Alex being Alex. He remained within the pocket dimension for the most part, periodically checking in on the cocoon while keeping himself busy with his Rune-Tech projects. But on the third day, everything changed. Alex's spirit sight flared to life as he observed a major shift. The energy spread within the cocoon had now reached complete saturation. Every inch of the interior was bathed in hijacked internal energy, now altered, transformed. Then, without warning, the cocoon began to expand. Its surface stretched, thickened, and grew, doubling in size before stopping. And then, crack! A jagged fissure split the cocoon's side. Just like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis, a new creature tore free of the shell. It was no longer a mite. What crawled out was something entirely new, a complete biological metamorphosis. Gone was the fused, crab-like carapace. In its place was a clearly segmented exoskeleton, a distinct head, thorax, and a large abdomen, like that of a bee or wasp, but sleeker and more refined. It was twice the size of the original mite. Its eyes had changed too, replacing beady organic spheres with layered multi-lens sensory plates that resembled, but subtly differed from, the compound eyes of insects. But it wasn't the physical form that caught Alex's attention the most. It was the markings. Not ancestral markings. No, these were something far more familiar. Runes. The creature's exoskeleton was laced with glowing vein-like runes, pulsing with faint, arcane light. Alex's heart skipped a beat. While analyzing the rune patterns, he noticed something else, something profound. The energy within the creature no longer resembled the vital force of a normal life form. Instead, it felt like runic energy, like that of an animated runic construct. I'm not looking at a mutated insect, Alex realized. I'm looking at living runes. The creature seemed to be in a semi-final state. It wasn't hostile, not yet, but it acted purely on instinct, moving erratically, its behavior unpredictable. The first thing it did was devour the remnants of its cocoon, breaking down the last of the chrysalis that had birthed it. Then it darted towards the small pile of bone meal Alex had given it 3 days prior. Alex braced himself, expecting it to burrow into the bone like the mite once had. But instead, it tried to eat it. Crunch. The attempt failed. Its newly grown teeth weren't strong enough. The bone resisted, and the creature's jaws cracked, its fangs snapping from the strain. Then, something happened that made Alex freeze. The runes on its body glowed. The energy within the creature shifted, and before his eyes, its broken teeth began to morph and reshape themselves, growing back larger, denser, and sharper. The creature then calmly resumed chewing, and this time, it succeeded. Alex stared in disbelief. Controlled modification? This creature had just rewritten its own biology, on the fly. It wasn't just a mutant. It was adaptive. And worse, it was intelligent, at least at a structural level. What in the world have I created? Alex's first instinct was horror. The chimeric ant archetype, a species that evolved too fast, bred too easily, and overwhelmed entire civilizations, was a classic villain trope in many of the novels, games, and anime he had consumed in his previous life. And now, he'd possibly created one. He almost spiraled into panic. Almost. But then he forced himself to breathe. Think. Not everything had to follow trope logic. He calmed down and assessed the situation rationally. And what he saw wasn't so bad after all. Why? Simple. Runes. Sleep. With a wave of his hand, Alex cast the spell smoothly. The bee-like creature, having just finished its first meal, wobbled, then collapsed into a peaceful slumber. Alex didn't waste any time. Carefully, he transferred the 60 cm long creature to the platform beneath his alchemic microscope and cranked the magnification to the maximum. As expected, he exhaled softly, though the disbelief in his eyes betrayed his amazement. It really is a being made of runes. Under the microscope, the biological structure of the creature defied conventional logic. Somehow, the virus had mutated the former mite cells, altering its genome. It no longer followed standard genetic patterns. Its genetic code was made of runes. No, not just any runes, Alex muttered, his eyes narrowing as he studied the patterns. This is runic encryption, likely a protective measure. He was looking at a full runic genome, encrypted for structural security. A lesser mage, or even a seasoned researcher, might have been utterly baffled. But Alex was the creator of Rune-Tech. He had designed the system that enabled this transformation. He knew exactly what he was looking at. A runic life form, a living, self-evolving script structure. And with that understanding, his fear evaporated. This wasn't a monster he couldn't control. This was a miraculous discovery. Still, Alex didn't immediately dissect or tamper with the creature. Instead, he made a decision. He would observe it in its natural state, see how it behaved when left alone. Release. He canceled the sleep spell. The creature stirred, blinking slowly before raising its head. Its multi-lens sensory plates locked onto Alex. It didn't attack or flee. Instead, there was a moment of quiet tension. A strange emotion passed through its posture, a mix of confusion and recognition. Then, as if dismissing the thoughts from its half-formed mind, it turned away and flew back into its containment pen. There, it settled into a quiet, dormant state, save for the faint shimmer of the encrypted runes still glowing on its exoskeleton. Alex's spirit sight watched as energy began to churn inside it. He quickly realized what was happening. The creature had exhausted a large portion of its internal life energy, not just for the metamorphosis, but also for the physical expansion that came with it. Its body might now be larger, more formidable in appearance, but in truth, it was weaker than before. Its cultivation rank had dropped, from Class 1 to Class 0, putting it on par with an ordinary wild beast. So that's the cost of self-reconstruction. Alex had assumed the bone meal would replenish its energy reserves. It didn't. Instead, the creature underwent another transformation, but not of itself. Like a queen bee, the creature began laying eggs. It had consumed the bone not to recharge, but to reproduce. Two pale, pulsing eggs appeared beneath it. They began to grow rapidly. Within half a day, the eggs reached full maturity, enough for Alex to see the developing shapes within. Identical. They were clones. Two more of the same bee-like runic creature, perfect copies of their mother. It reproduces asexually by cloning, Alex whispered. Then, with a dry chuckle, this could really be the birth of a Zerg or Chimera ant-type species. And then he added silently, eyes glinting with dangerous excitement. One that I can control. After a full day of observation, the eggs finally hatched and brought Alex yet another surprise. The so-called offspring weren't living creatures. They were hollow, empty husks. More accurately, drones. Artificial constructs that the original creature could control remotely via a runic mental link. A link, Alex quickly realized, that mirrored the same mechanism he had used before, between the detector rune on the mite's carapace and the receiver rune embedded in the Omni rune. This gives me an idea. Alex grinned. He instructed the Omni rune core to piggyback on the creature's mental link, to trace the signal that connected it to its drones. And just like that, success. Alex's smile widened. It was so seamless, so natural, that it almost felt as if the drones had been born already connected to the AI. In that case, let's take it further. He pushed the Omni rune core's authority deeper, attempting to use the established connection to issue commands to one of the drones. This part wasn't as smooth. There was some resistance, and the process required multiple iterations and fine-tuning. But eventually, he managed to wrestle control of the drone away from the creature. For a few minutes, Alex experimented. He had the drone hover, walk, mimic human gestures. He even made it do a twirl. Then, just before the creature acted again, he returned control. The response was immediate. A needle-like organ extended from the creature's head and pierced the drone's skull. The previously motionless shell twitched, then activated, its limbs twitching as it stood up. The creature repeated the same process on the second drone, the one Alex had briefly hijacked, but kept tethered to the Omni rune. And thanks to that tether, Omni rune core detected everything. The needle had injected instructions, not just magical impulses, but a structured command logic akin to basic programming. Alex watched, fascinated, as the two drones came to life and flew from the housing pen. They hovered briefly, then oriented toward a corner of the lab, toward a plate of food Alex had left for himself. You've got to be kidding me. The drones worked in tandem, lifting a portion of the food and flying it back to the creature. Alex could only stare in mixed horror and amusement as the creature consumed the offering with gusto. With a resigned sigh, he moved the rest of the food into the housing pen. There was no point in eating it now, not after the drones had touched it. The creature devoured everything, not leaving even a morsel behind. It didn't hesitate, nor display any preference. It was no longer restricted to bone essence or skeletal remains. It was omnivorous now. Another shift. And once fed, both the creature and its drones fell dormant once more. Alex noted the now familiar stirring of energy in its core. It was preparing to lay another set of eggs. So that's it. The creature behaved like a nest queen. It consumed resources, laid drones, and expanded its domain in cycles. Classic broodmother logic. And with his knowledge of similar archetypes from games and fantasy novels back on Earth, Alex could already predict the likely next steps. It would build a nest. It would expand its brood. It would multiply exponentially. There's nothing more to see, Alex thought grimly, eyes narrowing. In that case, let's get things under control before they get out of hand. Suddenly, Alex's eyes shifted, no longer human. They became beastly. Beast intimidation. A newly awakened ocular ability triggered from his Soulmere true name. His gaze locked onto the nest queen and unleashed a crushing, primal dominance. The effect was immediate. The creature froze, paralyzed mid-motion. Even its mental instructions to the drones ceased. Overwhelmed by primal fear, the nest queen cowered beneath his stare. Beast intimidation was a power that asserted one's dominance over any creature within line of sight. It instilled dread. It suppressed lesser beings and could paralyze them completely if their mental defenses were weak. Only those with greater spiritual force, a stronger will than Alex's, or a superior cultivation, could shrug off the effect. The nest queen, unfortunately for her, met none of those conditions. Under Alex's unblinking, oppressive gaze, the creature halted reproduction. Driven by a primal, instinctive fear, it lowered its spiny head and emitted a low-frequency drone, a nonverbal gesture of submission. With precision, Alex manipulated the intensity of his beast intimidation, forcing a neural reordering within the creature's mental hierarchy. The nest queen reclassified him at the top, the highest node in its hive mind, a sort of alpha designation, above even herself. This didn't guarantee absolute obedience. What it did guarantee was priority. Any entity connected to the hive mind would prioritize Alex's commands above all others, unless doing so would compromise their individual safety or endanger the hive itself. Beast intimidation, after all, was not mind control. It was just that, intimidation. If backed into a corner, even the weakest creature, even a rabbit, could lash out, abandoning fear in a final act of defiance. Still, what Alex had accomplished was enough. More than enough. Since it's now a mass of living runes, understanding its structure and communicating with it depends on decoding its runic framework. For that, I need to crack the encryption protecting its rune structure. To begin, Alex turned to his eidetic memory, recalling the runic structure of the virus that had set this entire sequence into motion. He concentrated. In his mind's eye, the memory replayed. The moment before the failsafe activated, just as the virus seeped into the mite's body. By sheer luck, or fate, he had caught a clear enough glimpse. And even better, the virus's structure was composed mostly of rune script, not ancestral markings. That gave Alex an opening. He fed the remembered structure into the OmniRune core, using its simulation functions to begin a slow, meticulous reverse engineering of the virus. It took him half a day of focus. Bit by bit, he reconstructed the virus's internal logic. From its activity patterns, he was able to deduce the remaining ancestral marking components, approximating their function even without fully understanding their script. With the full blueprint of the recursive virus, the one that had rewritten the mite's DNA, Alex now had the syntax rules of the living rune system, the runic grammar, the logic that governed how this genetic programming was written. With that in hand, Alex could finally breach the final barrier, the encryption protecting the creature's runic structure. And with a triumphant grin, he broke it. With the encryption cracked, the Nest Queen's runic structure now lay exposed, completely visible to Alex and the OmniRune core. The AI immediately attempted to process it. It failed. Again and again. The structure was simply too complex. Alex didn't push it. If even the AI can't make sense of it, there's no point in me trying to fully replicate the design. Instead of aiming for total understanding, he pivoted. He only needed enough understanding to secure control over the Nest Queen and determine how best to utilize her. With that narrowed objective, the OmniRune core found its footing. Alex began manually guiding the AI's processes, and together, they drafted a biological neural interface, a bridge protocol that allowed him to transmit simple logic commands into the hive mind. Then, building on the alpha authority gained with his beast intimidation, Alex injected a new system, a command hierarchy protocol, CHP, a runic array that hard-coded specific operational parameters into the hive mind. The CHP elevated Alex's mana signature as the designated master node, defined what qualified as valid commands, introduced autonomy thresholds, and embedded emergency failsafes within the mental network. In practice, this allowed Alex to issue orders to the Nest Queen and have those orders propagated through the hive via resonance. Every connected being would understand the commands through the translation interface of the OmniRune core, and the Queen would enforce them. For the final stage, Alex crafted a special rune, a runic loyalty seed. He embedded it directly into the Nest Queen's neural command matrix. This wasn't crude mind control. That would be too aggressive, too likely to trigger an instinctive rejection from the creature. Instead, Alex took the subtle route. The loyalty seed was an emotional tether. It encoded an artificial instinct to obey him, baked into her core logic. Instead of forcing the Nest Queen to obey me, this will trick her into thinking that obeying me is natural instinct, Alex thought. For a creature ruled by instincts, that's as good as branding permanent loyalty into her being. Once that instinct settled in, it gave him the opportunity to plant deeper failsafes that the Queen would have rejected earlier. He wove together a logic bomb, a hidden command that would detonate if the Queen ever tried to sever his link to the hive mind. He also embedded a wipe command, a hidden override that would allow him to instantly deactivate all current and future drones linked to her. With all of this in place, Alex finally had a sturdy control protocol. The final step, behavioral conditioning. He needed to establish a feedback loop, a Pavlovian reinforcement, positive and negative stimuli, rewards and punishments, a system that would train the Nest Queen's runic psyche to depend on him. But for that to work, he had to understand what she was capable of. Fortunately, while Alex had been busy weaving in protocols and safeguards, the OmniRune core had been quietly working in the background, analyzing her primary rune structure to deduce her capabilities. When one thinks about insectoid races, especially the terrifying, swarm-like species from fantasy and sci-fi like the Zerg, two traits immediately come to mind: hyperreproduction and rapid evolution. According to the data parsed by the OmniRune Core AI from the Nest Queen's living rune structure, she possessed both traits in abundance. Multiple rune circuits within her incredibly complex living array pointed to one startling ability. The Nest Queen could extract and filter bloodlines from any organic matter she consumed, dead or alive. Even more astonishing, she could digest these bloodlines to obtain a creature's unique genetic data. And, theoretically, with some measure of intellect and deliberate genetic manipulation, she could isolate the specific genetic code for special abilities tied to those bloodlines. For instance, if the Nest Queen were to consume a stealth hound, she could obtain its bloodline data and potentially extract the genetic blueprint for its unique ability, Shadow Pounce. Once she had the Shadow Pounce blueprint, she could either integrate the ability into herself or embed it as a template in her drones, granting them the power as well. All this, without needing to replicate the full bloodline. Alex's first reaction? I'll be damned. It really is a Zerg. His second reaction was more measured, as he took a moment to properly digest the implications. Its entire DNA is now built on the viral compiler, born from the fusion of the mite's original ancestral marking and my detector rune. That means whatever abilities it possesses now must stem from the synergy between those two components. Come to think of it, I never really figured out why the accident happened in the first place. Why did the fusion virus attack the mite's genome? And why is the resulting mutant developing genome-level manipulation abilities? If I go by the theory that these abilities originated from the viral compiler and its initial components, then one of three things must be true. Either my detector rune, the ancestral marking, or the fusion of both had some kind of interaction with the mite genome. Well, I can rule out the detector rune. It wasn't designed to interact with the mite's carapace, let alone its DNA. And for the virus to act the way it did, there had to be a pre-existing link with the genome. So the compiler didn't just spontaneously develop that ability either. That leaves the ancestral markings. Alex began to unravel the mystery bit by bit, carefully separating the known from the unknown. What remained, he believed, had to hold the answer to the Nest Queen's mutation. All right, what do I know about ancestral markings? He asked himself. First, according to Master's notes, the markings are specific to a particular species. Every member of that species carries the potential to awaken them. The awakening is completely random. There's no definitive factor that increases or decreases the likelihood. It's kind of like bloodlines in that they're passed down through generations, but unlike bloodlines, the chances of awakening markings aren't influenced by heredity, like, say, having parents with strong or pure markings. Second, individuals who awaken their ancestral markings almost always instinctively know how to use them. It's second nature, except in cases involving extremely powerful markings, where some learning is still required. In that way, they're similar to true names, innate, power-granting, and deeply connected to one's identity. But because ancestral markings are species-wide rather than individual-specific, they don't have the same overwhelming pros and cons as true names. Alex paused, taking a moment to reorient his thoughts. Both points suggest a correlation between ancestral markings and an individual's nature. And scientifically speaking, nature is just another term for genetics, DNA. That supports my earlier theory. Ancestral markings must be linked to the genome. He furrowed his brows, feeling the weight of the mental leap. He'd be the first to admit the argument was thin and speculative, a little too convenient, even. But for now, it was the best working theory he had. Genetics, huh? He tapped his fingers lightly on the rune table. My grasp of the subject is rudimentary at best. His actual knowledge of genetics amounted to one introductory college course and a handful of scattered facts picked up over the years. Hardly cutting-edge expertise. Still, that never stopped him before. An organism's genome refers to its complete DNA sequence. Billions of base pairs linked together to form the iconic double helix structure. Genes are specific segments of DNA that encode proteins, the building blocks of life. Most organisms on Earth share a significant percentage of their genes. What makes each one unique is the regulatory DNA, the part that controls how genes are expressed. Like a configuration file for a program, it determines when, where, and how the code is executed. His thoughts slowed. A vague realization flickered in his mind. What if the reason ancestral markings differ from species to species isn't because they're written in a unique script for each species, but rather because they're encrypted, just like how the Nest Queen's genome was encoded? His eyes lit up with sharp intensity. Running his fingers through his beard, he mentally traced the thread further. The encryption in the Nest Queen's genome was obvious. Her base pairs had been converted into common rune script, transforming the entire DNA sequence into a mystical, living rune structure, then encrypted with the fused logic of the viral compiler. But ancestral markings, they should be runes encrypted not by logic, but by traditional genetic markers, biological switches that regulate gene expression. These markers would act as the encryption layer, guiding the DNA to express itself in a configuration that manifests the ancestral markings. His pulse quickened. If that's true, if ancestral markings are indeed encrypted runes, then the key to that encryption must lie in the regulatory DNA responsible for gene expression. A quiet thrill surged through him. This felt like a true breakthrough, but the feeling quickly dimmed. Before his reincarnation, Earth's geneticists hadn't even reached a consensus on how much of the human genome counted as regulatory DNA, let alone which parts. The most commonly cited figure hovered around 20%, but for a genome made up of billions of base pairs, that still meant millions of possible sequences or combinations. Pinpointing which pair or set did what was practically impossible. So, does that mean my entire theory's a bust? He wondered, disappointed. Then his gaze shifted, drawn to the motionless creature resting in the containment pen. Wait, specific abilities are tied to specific gene expressions. The Nest Queen can isolate the gene sequences responsible for particular traits, then replicate them. In that case, wouldn't it also be possible for her to isolate the gene sequences responsible for encrypting the runes that make up ancestral markings? Alex thought back to his original detector rune plan. The Nest Queen, in many ways, had capabilities similar to the detector, perhaps even superior. While the rune could only passively gather data, the Nest Queen could take an active approach. I just need to figure out how to search for the specific genes responsible for encryption. Once I do, I can teach the Nest Queen what to look for in an organism's genome. After she masters the process, I'll just need to feed her samples from different creatures bearing ancestral markings. With enough data, I should be able to devise a non-invasive, or at least less intrusive, method to isolate those genes in Zora. And if I can do that, I might finally crack the veil over the markings and begin manipulating them. His gaze toward the Nest Queen shifted. Before, he'd simply viewed her as a breeding engine for genetically enhanced soldier drones. But now, her status had evolved. She had become a cornerstone in his Rune-Tech ambitions. Speaking of the Nest Queen's drones, OmniRune's latest analysis had revealed something unexpected. These clone-like offspring, while organic in construction, bore uncanny similarities to the robotic drones Alex had worked with back on Earth. They didn't have brains in the traditional sense. Instead, they possessed a unique organ designed to receive and hold instructions in the form of rune structures. For Alex, this opened an exciting new possibility. He could write and upload a control software, allowing him to command and operate the drones exactly like Earth-based robots. Better yet, with time and effort, he could develop a subordinate Rune AI module equipped with a real-time operating system, control firmware, navigational logic, and various other core systems. This would allow the drones to function as semi-sentient organic robots, bound entirely to his will. An organic robot army, powerful, adaptable, and loyal. The possibilities were endless. This accident, the unplanned acquisition of the Nest Queen, had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. One of critical strategic value. Before I start daydreaming about an organic robot armada, I should talk to Master. He needs to hear my latest theories on ancestral markings. He sighed. My plate's already overflowing with rune theory, forge smithing, and material alchemy. I can't afford to add bioalchemy on top of all that. Better to throw this particular headache at someone who's built for it. Decision made, Alex exited the pocket dimension. For the time being, he placed strict restrictions on the Nest Queen's activities. She was allowed to feed, but no new drones were to be produced. Not until he had a concrete plan for utilizing her full potential. Time, as always, passed in a blur. Alex immersed himself in his studies, projects, and cultivation, losing track of the days. 3 months flew by in what felt like an instant. And just like that, his long-awaited 15th birthday arrived. With it came a tide of changes, foremost among them, a letter from Earl Drake Fury. The summons was clear. It was time for Alex to return home, for his official coming-of-age ceremony. It was time to stake his claim as heir to the Fury family. A silver gray-haired youth sat at a workbench in a rune lab, focused intently as he worked. The rune pen in his hand moved with careful precision, drawing stroke after stroke, curve after curve, breathing life into a complex rune structure. It appeared at first glance to be a single lifelike glyph, but in reality, it was a sophisticated array, an intricate lattice of runes compressed into a minute, compact form. A greater rune. And the youth, of course, was none other than Alex Fury. He had just finished inscribing the rune when the first light of sunrise spilled into his dorm room. I made it on time. Alex let out a breath of relief as he set the pen down. His eyes shifted to the reflection on a polished metal ink jar nearby. The weary but determined expression staring back at him made him chuckle softly. "Happy birthday, Alex Fury," he whispered. "You're officially an adult in this world now." It felt as though the old soul, True_Sage, was addressing the original Alex Fury, the boy whose body he'd now called home for nearly 5 years. Almost 5 years since he'd awakened here. 5 years of chaos, obsession, and discovery. A wild ride of relentless projects and desperate power-seeking, all driven by purpose and passion. Somewhere along the way, birthdays had become secondary. He hadn't marked the passing years. No gifts, no cake, no quiet moments of reflection. Just work, projects, runes, research. But this year, he decided things would be different. 15. The age when one was recognized as an adult in this world. No longer a minor, no longer bound by childhood limitations. He would be seen, heard, and held accountable as a grown man. He wasn't about to throw a grand party or anything. That wasn't his style. But a gift? That, at least, he could do. And the gift he'd just completed? The Everspring Rune. A custom-designed greater rune built by combining the principles of both vitality and endurance runes. It would vastly enhance his physical and mana recovery rates, as well as boost his stamina and resilience. Designed with his own physiology in mind, both magical and physical, the rune was tuned to the precise parameters of his body. In theory, it was the most energy-efficient enhancement he could currently create. If his calculations were correct, it should grant a 100% boost in all the targeted areas. But Alex didn't rush to bind the rune. Instead, he took a long bath, then settled into meditation, gradually restoring both mind and body to optimal condition. Because the next step wouldn't be easy. Unlike Zora, whose rune tattoo he'd inscribed slowly over 2 careful 3-hour sessions, he wouldn't have that luxury with himself. Tattooing a greater rune onto his own body manually? Not an option, which meant he had to rely on a different method. Rune scroll grafting. He was going to use the same method he'd used on the Ox, magically grafting a rune-bearing scroll directly onto his body. The scroll would act as a slot, a kind of rune port embedded in his skin. Once grafted, Alex could connect this slot to his energy pathways and activate the rune from within. The concept was based on a scroll binding method commonly used for weapons. Instead of hiring a runesmith to etch runes directly onto a weapon, most weapon owners purchased special rune scrolls. Any trained mage could then activate the scroll to etch its contents onto the weapon, cutting both time and cost. It was a mass production technique. Efficient, fast, affordable. Of course, the result was always a little less effective than a custom-crafted rune etched by a runesmith's hand. Still, considering how expensive it was to hire a runesmith, especially a busy one, most people didn't complain about the loss in efficiency. Alex had simply adapted that system for his own body. His slotted rune tattoos worked on the same principle. Slightly less efficient, yes, but since the rune was tailor-made for his body, Alex had accounted for the loss in advance and carefully minimized it. There was, however, one thing he couldn't account for: the pain. Sigh? Here goes nothing. He began by mixing a set of oils and alchemical liquids in exact proportions. each ingredient chosen for compatibility with his skin and the beast hide used for the rune scroll. He rubbed the concoction on the lower right side of his torso, just above the ribs, where his lungs sat underneath. That was where the rune would go. Once his skin was prepped, he placed the carefully shaped scroll against the area, then began chanting the modified grafting spell, one designed specifically for applying rune scrolls to living flesh. Arg! The scream tore out of him the moment the spell took hold. Despite his high pain tolerance, Alex couldn't suppress the cry. It felt like molten iron was being pressed into his side. The beast's skin, acting as both medium and rune scroll, flared with heat, branding itself onto him in a slow, excruciating burn. The scroll didn't just sit on the skin. It sank in, inch by inch, magically grafting itself to the tissue beneath, fusing rune structure and flesh into one. Alex gritted his teeth, muscles tense with effort, but groans still escaped through clenched jaws. This was the one part of the rune scroll grafting process he could do nothing about. No shortcuts, no workarounds, just raw, searing pain. If only he had access to a gentler material, something like the hide of a crystal stag. The beast's light element hide was prized by him not only for its affinity with healing spells, but also for soothing pain during rune grafting. It would still hurt, of course, but the light element properties would have dulled the agony significantly. Unfortunately, beast hides with light affinity, suitable for scroll crafting, were rare and expensive. And when they did show up, they were immediately snatched up by elite artisans and high-ranking mage guilds. Could Alex have gotten his hands on one? Probably. He had enough social capital and personal clout now. But spending all that effort and currency on what amounted to a magical anesthetic just didn't seem worth it to him. He did have light affinity himself, and he knew some basic healing spells. But casting them during the grafting process was a no-go. The act of healing would interfere with the fusion. Unlike the passive healing effect of a light beast hide, spells would force his body to reject the graft. So he made a simple choice. Grin and bear it. In hindsight, Alex cursed himself the entire time the rune grafting was happening. What a dumb idea. Happy birthday, Alex, he muttered bitterly in his head. Hope you enjoy your gift of searing agony. The process dragged on for a brutal 20 minutes before it finally ended. The rune tattoo now rested neatly on the right side of his torso, just above the ribs. Alex chanted the finishing bind spell, connecting the newly grafted slot to his energy channels. The rune shimmered faintly in golden light, its activation complete. Alex didn't even bother to check for efficiency or resonance. He simply dragged his exhausted body to bed and collapsed into sleep. Even as he drifted off, he was still cussing himself for picking today, of all days, to gift himself a new rune. Some birthday. He only woke up around noon. His body had recovered nicely, both from the pain of the graft and the exhaustion of working non-stop to prepare the rune in time. At least it works. That was Alex's first coherent thought upon waking. He felt completely refreshed, rested, back at full strength. Normally, with how drained he'd been, he would have needed a full day's sleep to bounce back. Now, with the Everspring rune bound to him, he only needed a few hours, 3 to 4 at most, to return to peak condition. He stood up and walked to the mirror in his room. His reflection stared back, silver gray hair tousled, lean and muscular frame unmarred except for the fresh rune on his side. Despite being a research mage, Alex's body was far from frail. Years of combat training and bloodline conditioning had carved him into a durable, battle-ready form. He glanced at the newly grafted rune. It resembled a small, traditional print tattoo, palm-sized, cleanly marked. He hadn't bothered to include any camouflage components in its design. It wasn't about vanity. He wasn't trying to show off, nor was he particularly fond of tattoos. His reason was purely practical. From his research into rune tattoos, Alex discovered that everyone had a limited number of viable rune spots on their body. He called these innate rune slots, a term borrowed from runesmithing and weapon forging. These slots weren't something you could train or cultivate. Like magical talent, they were just luck of the draw. On average, people born with affinity for rune tattoos had 3 such slots. But Alex had his own standard. To even be considered viable for rune-based combat roles, or what he called a rune soldier, a person needed 5 slots. That was the bare minimum required to carry the basic attribute runes: strength, agility, vitality, endurance, and perception. The most rune slots Alex had ever seen on one person was 11. Unfortunately, that person just so happened to be a personal guard to one of the mages under Grand Mage Roderick Eber, who, of course, belonged to the Wastelander family's proxy faction within the Enclave. As tempting as it was to recruit him, Alex wasn't about to risk pulling a potential mole into his camp, especially not one that deep into enemy hands. It wasn't like he was short on canvases anyway. Zora had a whopping 9 rune slots scattered across her body. Unfortunately, most of them were in sensitive areas. Only 4 of her slots were located in places that could be accessed without things getting awkward. Worse still, the presence of her Nirvana markings made things even more complicated. Alex wasn't entirely sure how runes would interact with those strange markings, and after what happened with the Might, he wasn't about to risk a second incident. Alex himself had an above-average number of rune slots. 7. A bit underwhelming, considering he was the father of Rune-Tech and all. Still, what he lacked in quantity, he more than made up for in capacity. The capacity of a rune slot determined how large or complex of a rune it could hold. Even when compressed into a greater rune, each rune varied drastically in bulk. That difference came from how many components and safeguards the rune required to function safely in the body. Using his own calculations as a baseline, a standard strength rune needed a capacity of 3. A vitality rune, on the other hand, required around 5. Why? Because strength was simple. Just push the body harder, amplify muscle output, speed, force. But vitality? That rune had to interface with the body's internal systems, circulatory flow, organ resilience, cell regeneration. It needed safeguards. Lots of them. And all of that made the rune bulky, even in its compressed greater rune form. Most people had rune slots with a capacity of 6. That was enough to hold any of the basic attribute runes. But for something like the Everspring rune, not a chance. That one required a whopping 8. Luckily, Alex's slots weren't just stronger. They were evolving. He had discovered that his slots had capacities ranging from 9 to 12, depending on location, and they were growing. Yes, growing. This wasn't normal. For most people, capacity, like the number of rune slots, was fixed from birth. Alex had a few theories. It could be a side effect of his deepening bond with greater runes. Or perhaps his rune-based true name was evolving and rewriting the rules for his body. Or maybe it was both. Whatever the cause, it opened up new possibilities. Eventually, Alex would be able to use composite runes, that is, add secondary runes into the same slot as long as there was free capacity. And that was why he didn't include a camouflage component in the Everspring rune. That simple concealment glyph took up 1 unit of capacity. 1 whole unit, wasted. Alex wasn't about to sacrifice future rune integration just to hide a tattoo he didn't even care about. Zora might be more concerned with aesthetics. But Alex? He didn't give a damn about marks on his skin. These thoughts ran through his mind for a while before he shook his head and let them go. The graph looks clean. No irregularities. Everything went according to plan. Now, I just need to test it. Push the limits. Acclimate. His eyes lit up as he recalled the perfect method. That should stress me enough to confirm the regen and staying power boosts. Without hesitation, Alex walked into the adjoining combat training room, where a battered training dummy waited in the center. Alex gazed lovingly, or rather sadistically, at the training dummy that had endured countless hours of brutal abuse after his lessons under Merlin's tutelage. The dummy's torso was riddled with scars from all manner of techniques and attacks. The only part still mostly intact was its head. Alex had always avoided hitting that part, not out of sentimentality, but because damaging it would mean buying a whole new dummy. Fortunately, it was finally time to put the battered thing out of its misery. He rolled it aside and brought out a fresh replacement, one he had prepared long ago. With a breath, Alex took a simple stance before the new dummy, feet shoulder-width apart, hands raised at chest level. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, almost like he was hypnotizing himself. Merlin's voice echoed through his mind. The art of killing class had taught him many ways to kill, and more importantly, the many ways he could be killed. There were countless possibilities, but the ancient dragon had broken it down into 10 key categories, which Alex was required to memorize, internalize, and master. Beyond that, Merlin had introduced Alex to a unique combat method, an unnamed fighting style. It didn't fit into any conventional category. It wasn't a martial art or a magic-focused style. Rather, it was a method, a system of adaptable movement and attacks built to exploit the weaknesses exposed in Merlin's 10 categories. It could be layered onto any proper fighting style Alex might learn in the future. The line between warrior, mage, and warlock begins to blur at the legendary rank, Merlin had once said. At that stage, all three fight using their mastered laws. The restrictions that define the branches below that point, they no longer apply. It won't be strange to see a warrior shooting elemental bolts, or a mage fighting barehanded. Under my tutelage, and with the Astral Training Manual, you are not bound by those same limitations. And so, you must learn to fight without them, like a legend. Rather than train Alex to fight as a mage, Merlin trained him to fight as needed, with mage methods, warrior methods, even warlock methods. He didn't build a single path for Alex. He built a foundation broad enough for Alex to walk all of them. Anything less would have been a waste of his potential. Alex's eyes snapped open, bright with resolve. Sparks of power danced in his gaze, like lightning flashing in a storm. His body moved, blurring backwards several meters. Energy gathered in his fists. Boom. An energy-infused fist beam exploded from his hand and blasted into the training dummy's chest, rocking it violently on its base. But Alex didn't stop. His body blurred forward, appearing at the dummy's side. Bang! His fist struck just above its ribs, but the damage didn't appear where he hit. Instead, a blast of force rippled through the dummy's reinforced body and erupted from the opposite side, leaving a gaping hole. A single blow, transferred and detonated from within. His legs shifted again. A simple step, precise and calculated, brought him behind the dummy. Punch. This strike hit the lower back, not a blunt impact, but a piercing force. A narrow hole blasted through from back to front, as if a spike had been driven clean through it. Another shift. He moved to the dummy's ruined left side. Alex's hand transformed mid-motion into a chopping palm. With fluid grace, he drew his hand diagonally from the dummy's left armpit, up and across its head. Oddly, only the tip of his fingers brushed against those areas. Yet, shhk? A clean cut rang out along the path of his hand. The dummy's head and arm fell to the floor in unison, sliced off cleanly as if by an invisible blade. Phew! Alex let out a deep breath. Although it took some time to describe everything, the entire sequence had occurred in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to release his tense body, his spirit sight flared, and he sensed a sudden surge of energy from the ruined dummy. A flood of images flashed in his vision, showing what was occurring within. Self-destruct? His thoughts raced. Too late to escape the room, he quickly assessed. In that case, a wild smile stretched across his face, his ruby eyes glinting with reckless delight. Instead of retreating, Alex stepped forward, his feet blurring into strange, precise movements. He deliberately placed himself right at the heart of the blast radius. Boom! The dummy detonated in a fan-shaped conical explosion that engulfed Alex entirely. Dust and energy surged across the room. But when the smoke cleared, Alex still stood tall, right at the center of the blast zone. A shimmering hemispherical blue light surrounded his body. A mana shield. But there was no spell circle in sight. The barrier hadn't been cast through conventional means. This was something else entirely. This was external mana control, a method Merlin had drilled into him relentlessly. Most mages channel mana through their internal pathways and release it outside their bodies, usually in the form of a spell rune circle, typically at their palms. But what Merlin taught Alex bypassed the rune circle entirely. Instead of casting spells, Alex learned to release mana raw and manipulate it externally, controlling it with such precision that he could make it behave like a warrior's internal energy. The method blurred the lines between mage and warrior. He could fire mana like a cannon, condense it into a piercing point, send it rippling through solid objects to shatter them from the inside, or shape it into solid barriers to absorb damage before it ever touched his body. The possibilities were limitless, as long as he had the control, the imagination, and the mana to support it. Of course, it was far from easy. This wasn't something any average mage could pull off. Alex could manage it only because of a perfect storm of advantages. His mana heart was filled with astral mana, naturally adaptive and responsive to external control. His Führer bloodline granted him innate warrior instincts, giving him reflexes and combat intuition most mages lacked. His unusually durable spiritual force allowed him to control mana with exceptional precision. And most importantly, his extreme mana capacity talent provided the sheer volume of mana required to execute the method reliably. Put simply, this was a technique born from the culmination of all his gifts, both natural and acquired. To Alex, the method reminded him of the advanced mana manipulation techniques he'd read about in countless peak-tier combat novels back on Earth. So, beyond Merlin's knowledge, Alex gave the method a name of his own. Dragon Commute. 1. It was the first foundational step in bridging the divide between mage and warrior, as well as the rite of passage that would guide him on the path to legendary rank and beyond. Oh, and it had been taught to him by a dragon. Hence, the name. Leave it to Alex to come up with an ever-functional reasoning for a name. With this, I have basic mastery of the method. Now, only true combat, and combining it with a proper warrior fighting style will allow me to improve further. Alex reflected to himself, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. However, his thoughts then drifted back to why he had started his practice in the first place. Previously, whenever Alex used the Commute technique, he would be utterly drained after performing 2 or 3 actions. The extreme drain on his mana reserves wasn't something mages typically endured, unlike warriors, who trained by habitually draining their internal energy. Now, however, despite his exhaustion, he felt far less fatigued than usual. Even more surprising, there was a noticeable improvement in his rate of recovery. It was at least twice as fast, so much so that he could feel the recovery happening in real time. With half an hour of rest, I should be able to repeat everything again, he thought, pleasantly surprised by his progress. It proved his Everspring rune was working better than anticipated. With the results in, Alex no longer felt the need to continue his training. He had reached a bottleneck that simple practice would not break. Alex walked out of the training room, which had remained undamaged despite taking the full brunt of the training dummy's explosion, and made his way to freshen up. Just as he had finished bathing, a message from Merlin arrived. "Come over to my office. You have a letter from your family." "Yes, master," Alex replied. His gaze flickered briefly as he considered the message. He had an inkling of what the letter might say, and the thought filled him with a sense of melancholia. Rather than using the portal to instantly teleport to the Tower Master's office, Alex chose to walk there instead. He took his time, calmly absorbing the sights of the Enclave, a place that had become his home over the past 5 years. In truth, it was the only home he had known since reincarnating into this world. No matter how slowly he walked, his feet inevitably brought him to the door of Merlin's office. After knocking, Alex entered and found Merlin seated in the Tower Master's chair, with Zora preparing tea by the side of the table. "Master, Zora," Alex greeted politely before taking a seat. Zora poured a cup of tea for both of them, and then for herself. Merlin casually pushed the letter across the table toward Alex before sipping his tea. Alex picked up the letter, instantly recognizing the unmistakable seal of Earl Drake Fury. He opened it and read through the contents with careful attention. The letter wasn't long, and in fact, it was extremely concise. As Alex had suspected, Earl Fury was calling him back home, back to claim his rightful place as the heir of the Fury family line. However, there was a catch. Power. The letter stated that Alex was only to return if he believed himself to have the strength to reclaim everything that belonged to him. For this was the Fury way. "Father has asked me to return," Alex said after reading the letter. "I'm aware. I received one too," Merlin replied evenly. "You can either return to your family and reclaim your position, or remain here and peacefully continue your research." A pause. "What is your choice?" Merlin sipped his tea, his sharp eyes quietly studying the youth before him. Zora, graceful as ever, was also sipping her tea with calm poise. Alex, however, was silent. His eyes were fixed on the cup in front of him. No, that wasn't quite right. He wasn't looking at the liquid itself, but at his faint reflection shimmering on its surface. So many thoughts flashed through his mind in that brief moment. Memories, emotions, possibilities. Eventually, he looked up and turned to Zora. She offered him an encouraging smile. Alex responded with a wry one of his own. He turned to face Merlin once more. "To be honest," he began, I like what I have here. I can do my research, grow in strength, and raise my standing peacefully, without danger lurking around every corner. But, Merlin prompted. But I have responsibilities, Alex said solemnly, and a purpose I can't run from. Whether I like it or not, I am the heir to the Fury line of nobility. To shirk that duty would cause more instability in the long run than anything my return could spark. His eyes flicked to Zora. And besides, my father has invested too much in me. I won't show him a coward's back. Then, in a quieter voice, he added, but more importantly, I need to grow, faster than I ever have before. There's someone I care about deeply, someone I must save. And the only way to do that is to enter the planes and conquer them for myself. He looked back at Merlin. While I know you could offer me a planar coordinate, I wouldn't be able to claim it in my name. And if I can't hold it myself, then I can't exploit it the way I need to push my limits and unlock my true potential. He paused, then continued with quiet certainty. To be honest, I believe I've exhausted the potential growth I can achieve within the safety of the Enclave. The only path left is forward, through challenges, through hardship. Only by throwing myself at the obstacles the world has to offer can I evolve. Power, responsibility, purpose. Whichever way I look at it, the road to fulfilling them lies beyond the comfort this place provides. As he spoke those words, Alex came to a quiet realization. Every leap in his progress, be it strength, insight, or Rune-Tech innovation, had come on the heels of adversity. Every breakthrough had come at the edge of some difficulty. Now, as the secret true disciple of the Tower Master himself, there were few obstacles left here that could truly challenge him. It's time to leave the novice village and step into the real world. Good. Merlin nodded approvingly. As expected, you do not disappoint. His tone turned firm. The eaglet must leave the nest to become king of the skies. The tiger cub must leave the den to rule the jungle. You must leave the Enclave and face the outside world if you are ever to conquer it and carve your name into history. Merlin took another sip of tea, then added bluntly, even if you had chosen to stay, I would have thrown you out myself. I didn't spend all this time grooming you just to watch you grow into a greenhouse flower, pretty to look at, but hollow inside. Alex gave a helpless smile. So I never really had a choice in the matter, huh? Zora, however, gave Merlin a strange look, but it wasn't for the reason one might expect. If someone unfamiliar with the situation were to hear Merlin's words, they'd think Alex was about to set out from home for the first time into some vast, unknown world, when in fact, the opposite was true. He was returning from the world to his home. Yet Merlin made it sound like he was returning to a battlefield. Well, then again, Zora mused as she sipped her tea. This is the Fury family we're talking about. Might as well be a battlefield. Father, Zora gave Merlin a curious glance. Merlin nodded. Zora stood, walked over to a nearby shelf, and retrieved a small, well-crafted box. She returned and gently placed it in front of Alex. What is this? Alex asked, eyeing the box with interest. A birthday gift. From father, Zora said with a faint smile. Alex looked to Merlin in surprise, eyes lighting up with curiosity. The old man gave a gruff cough. You are my true disciple. It would not do for my reputation if I didn't offer you a proper coming-of-age gift. At the very least, you will stop looking so poor and finally have something worthy of showing off as my disciple. Alex's smile widened. He didn't need further prompting from the father-daughter pair. He opened the box with eager hands. The last time Merlin had given him a gift, it had been a rare and expensive nullcore orb, something valuable and difficult to acquire. This time, though, Merlin had called it a coming-of-age gift. It was bound to be even more valuable. After all, while nullcore orbs were rare, they weren't that rare. Even Earl Drake, as a noble, could likely procure one for his son if he wished. If Merlin truly intended to express both his regard for Alex and reinforce Alex's status as his disciple, he would have to offer something that even Earl Drake would find difficult to match. Inside the box lay a simple, unassuming black bracer of familiar design. Alex's eyes narrowed. He recognized this. We found out about your commission with the master forgesmiths and alchemists who were to help you design a portable version of your Rune-Net device, Zora explained. Father decided to upgrade that commission on your behalf. Now Alex understood. That was why the design looked familiar. It was based on the preliminary concept he and the craftsman had developed together. Yet, As he examined it more closely with both his engineering and crafting insight as well as his rune mastery, aided by the Omnirune Core's inspection capability, the differences between this and the original prototype became staggering. It wasn't even a comparison. It was like comparing a smartphone to a quantum computer. No matter how advanced the smartphone was, it simply couldn't match the sheer depth and complexity of a quantum system. And what he was holding was essentially a portable quantum computer. He couldn't even identify all the materials used in the construction, but the few he could recognize left him utterly stunned. Ether steel alloy, dragonhide leather, tungsten-fused calx. Alex muttered, voice low with disbelief. His eyes turned red, not from strain, but emotion. He looked up at Merlin, overwhelmed. That Merlin would use legend-grade materials to craft this for him? And these were just the outer structural components. The ether steel formed the main frame of the bracer, a lightweight, mana-conductive metal known for its matte, unreflective finish and high durability. It was notoriously difficult to forge and even harder to enchant properly. The dragonhide leather lined the inner flex sections and adjustable straps. Its resistance to wear, extreme temperatures, and mana fluctuations made it ideal for high-performance artifacts. Alex was not sure if it came from an elemental dragon or an elder dragon, but judging by the absence of an elemental resonance, he leaned towards the latter. Did he use the hide of the elder dragon he punished? Alex wondered, stunned by the possibility. It was plausible. After all, Merlin still had the dragon's heart and blood until he had used them on Alex. And then there was the tungsten-fused calx, a seemingly mundane but incredibly rare and durable material that formed the base of something tucked into the bracer's inner framework. Alex couldn't make out its purpose yet, but he recognized the importance of the calx. Though not magical on its own, it was incredibly resilient, highly enchantable, and almost impossible to manufacture in large quantities. It had earned its place on the list of legend-grade materials, even if only among the mundane category. Not every component of a legendary artifact needed to be infused with magic. Some materials earned their place through sheer quality, functionality, and rarity. Tungsten-fused calx was one of those. And yet, the bracer still looked like a matte black, utterly ordinary device, which made it all the more perfect for someone like Alex. I modified the design you all came up with, Merlin said, voice calm and authoritative. Instead of the junk materials you intended to use, I replaced them with proper components, ones befitting your status as my true disciple. Alex flushed slightly, but said nothing. Since you've already identified much of the core physical structure, Merlin continued, I won't bore you with details. As for the magical and alchemical internals, he tapped the bracer lightly. You will find a condensed ether crystal serving as the primary power source, supported by ether ichor capacitor beads as the secondary battery. Spell echo lenses act as a projection medium, and the memory substrate is an advanced version of that memory coral you and the alchemists used for the Rune-Net prototype. Alex's eyes widened slightly at the list. Those were top-tier components, rarely ever found in the same grade of artifact. The rest of the internals you can examine at your leisure. The artifact is modular, so you can disassemble and swap out components as needed. Alex nodded in understanding. As I'm sure you have already realized, Merlin said, folding his arms behind his back. This is a legendary-grade artifact. Even seasoned legends would go mad trying to acquire something like this. Once you return to your dorm, bind it to your spiritual force. No one will be able to sense what it is unless you deliberately reveal it. Alex released a breath of relief. That had been one of his major concerns. It was why he had designed the original version to look plain and unassuming. Just a matte black bracer. Nothing flashy, nothing to attract attention. Thankfully, Merlin had respected that aesthetic even in the upgraded version. As you intended, it can house as your Omnirune core and serve as a portable interface when you leave the Enclave. I'll leave it to you to analyze how the internal systems interact and support your intentions. You're more than capable of reverse engineering it. Merlin paused for a heartbeat, then added, more importantly, it functions as a self-scaling combat artifact. Its output will automatically adjust to your strength and mana reserves. After all, you wouldn't be able to use a full-powered legendary artifact with your current mana capacity. Alex nodded again. That was only natural. There was no point in gifting someone a divine sword if they couldn't even lift it. It also has a self-altering form, Merlin continued, with 3 wearable modes: bracer, bangle, and bracelet. That way, you'll always be able to keep it on you, no matter the circumstance. Understood, Alex replied, still mentally reeling. The weapons housed within are fairly basic, Merlin went on. But since they scale with your level, they'll remain relevant as you grow. The wrist blade you seem to favor is included. He gestured at the bracer. Its retraction system is based on the tungsten-fused calx core. This allows for on-the-fly rune or enchantment modifications, provided your mana capacity and control can handle the change. Alex's heart pounded slightly. That alone made it a practical engineering marvel. There's also a pulse weave shield generator embedded inside. It produces a short-duration, directional mana shield. Each shield can block an attack up to 1 tier higher than your current cultivation level. The number of shield charges you have available scales with your level, but each charge requires significant mana investment to store. Don't grow overly reliant on it. Another nod. Alex's mind was already racing through how to maximize the feature's efficiency. Merlin gave him a moment before adding. It also includes a passive mana amplifier. Your spells will have increased power while wearing it, so adjust your spellcasting accordingly. Got it. That's the important stuff, Merlin concluded. The rest are just standard features expected of a proper legendary-grade artifact: self-repair, adaptive calibration, durability extensions, and so on. You'll discover them over time. Alex sat back, stunned. Even counting his previous life, this was by far the most valuable gift he had ever received, both in raw material worth and in its functional, personal value to him. A legendary-grade artifact. The cost alone, the materials, the craftsmanship. Just the individual materials used in its construction were worth more than the already expensive tuition Earl Drake paid for Alex to study under Merlin. And to forge it would have required multiple Grandmaster craftsmen across several disciplines: forgesmithing, material alchemy, enchanting, array mastery, and runesmithing. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to value the artifact at an equivalence of billions of USD. And yet, it looked like nothing more than a modest matte black bracer. In terms of functionality, the artifact would now serve as the physical computational body for the OmniRune core. Up until now, Alex had relied on the Rune-Net supercomputer and server to provide the processing power for the OmniRune. That system handled the data crunching necessary for his machine learning protocols. But with his imminent departure from the Enclave, he would lose direct access to the server. This meant the artifact, his new bracer, would take over as the OmniRune core's external processing unit. Sure, he could have opted for a large, stationary computation rig. It would have been easier and far cheaper to build. But Alex had deliberately chosen the more complex and costly route, a miniaturized, portable design. Why? Because the OmniRune core AI was ready to evolve. The OmniRune core housed multiple modular systems, and many of them operated like independent subunits. Most notably, the AI component had always been functionally separate, primarily running within the Rune-Net server, where it processed a constant influx of data from the Enclave's digital library to refine its behavioral protocols. At present, it was more of a sophisticated bot than a true AI. It couldn't modify itself. Any upgrades or refinements had to be performed, or at least authorized, by Alex. But that was about to change. The AI module for the Mage Assistant system was nearing completion. Once finished, it would be ready for the next phase of Alex's vision: neural integration. The AI had matured into a nascent artificial brain, and Alex knew there was only so much it could learn from datasets. Real growth came from interaction. So, what better way to train a mind than to connect it to another mind? Neural integration wasn't some sci-fi concept here, it was a real thing. Plenty of magical artifacts were soul-bound to their users. In fact, Merlin's bracer gift worked on that exact principle. That made integration easier. The core components of the OmniRune were already linked to Alex's mind space. The groundwork was done. Now, his goal was to bind the AI to his own brain, allowing it to observe and study his neural patterns, his instincts, decisions, mental states, and learn how to function in harmony with him. But to do this, the AI could no longer remain tethered to the Rune-Net. Hence the need for a powerful, portable host device. Alex didn't plan on full integration just yet. The first step would be a partial link, bridging the AI to both his brain and the new artifact. Only after the AI attained full self-modification capabilities, when it no longer required the bracer's computational support, would Alex consider full integration. And that would happen only when his rank rose high enough for his brain alone to handle the AI's computation demands. Originally, Alex would have been satisfied with even 10% of the Rune-Net's processing power in his portable AI core. But the bracer Merlin gave him? It was almost on par with the Rune-Net itself. Sure, it lacked the sheer databank of the Enclave's digital library. But in every other computationally relevant area, it was equal or superior, and all within a device that fit on his forearm. Thanks to this, Alex didn't have to worry about his AI development, no matter where he went. Even across planes far removed from the Enclave's infrastructure. Go and bind the bracer as soon as possible, Merlin instructed. Your family will be arriving to collect you soon. The earlier you're done, the better. Yes, master. Alex bowed slightly, then turned to leave. Our spot later tonight? He asked Zora. She nodded silently. With that, Alex stepped into the teleportation portal and returned to his dorm. Phew. Alex exhaled slowly, his eyes fluttering open from deep meditation in his dorm's cultivation room. He hadn't been meditating to cultivate, but rather to imprint his spiritual force onto the spiritual foundation of the bracer artifact Merlin had gifted him. With the connection now established, Alex could mentally, or telepathically, access all of the bracer's functions. That included the stealth function, which concealed all energetic fluctuations that would otherwise expose it as a legendary-grade artifact. Well, technically, it wasn't even an active function. It was a side effect of harmonization. By allowing the artifact to synchronize with his own spiritual signature, the bracer matched its energy output to Alex's current level. Anything beyond that was locked away, inaccessible until his strength caught up. This meant the artifact automatically concealed its true identity, since its legendary-grade signature was now hidden within that sealed power. Until Alex reached the legendary rank, the bracer would remain virtually undetectable as an artifact of great power. He glanced down at it now, resting neatly on his left forearm. Every legendary-grade artifact deserved a name. Unfortunately, none came to mind. Since you're the second proper computer to house the Rune AI, let's call you Beta for now, Alex murmured. At least until I get inspired with a real name. Post-bonding, the Beta bracer looked even more bland and unassuming than before. Matte black, slim, and shaped like a standard forearm guard worn by archers. It blended with any clothing, though perhaps not with fashion sense. Still, its design prioritized function over flash, just how Alex preferred it. Satisfied, he left the meditation room. Sundown was fast approaching, and he had a meeting with Zora. After a quick freshen up, he made his way to the door, only for the chime to sound just as he reached it. Opening it, he was greeted by two unexpected visitors, Baldric Pinchcoin and another gnome. Master Pinchcoin, what a surprise, Alex said, stepping aside to welcome them in. They seated themselves in the dorm's modest living area. I heard you'll be leaving the Enclave soon, Pinchcoin said with uncharacteristic urgency, skipping their usual exchange of pleasantries and flattery. Returning to your family domain. Yes, Alex confirmed with a nod. As you know, I'm Earl Drake Fury's eldest son. Now that I've come of age, I must return to stake my claim as heir. Pinchcoin nodded, though a reluctant look flickered in his eyes. It was like watching a mountain of gold walk out of his vault. I predicted this day would come, he sighed, clearly regretful. Then, with a glint of cunning, he leaned forward. But, does our previous agreement still stand? Will you still rely on our department to monetize your future products? Of course, Alex replied easily. The Fury family isn't exactly known for business acumen. It's better to rely on professionals like your department. That is, so long as you keep giving me good deals like you have so far. That goes without saying, Master Alex. Pinchcoin said quickly, eyes lighting up. Then the only remaining issue is how to keep our partnership discreet. Alex's tone grew serious. If people start linking us publicly, both our profits could take a hit. I've already prepared a solution to that. Pinchcoin gestured to the gnome seated beside him. This is Cramwell Haggleworth, Pinchcoin introduced. He hails from the Haggleworth family of the Northern Gnome tribe, a lineage renowned for their business acumen and masterful negotiation skills. You could tell just from the name, Alex snickered inwardly. He's also the head of the merchant company we set up to handle the sales and marketing of the phones. Nice to finally meet you, Alex said, shaking hands with the gnome. Pinchcoin continued, I intend to expand the company's scope. From now on, it'll manage the commercialization of all your future products. I see. So the company acts as a buffer between us and any curious onlookers. Alex asked. Exactly, Master Alex. Pinchcoin nodded. He gestured toward Haggleworth, who promptly pulled out a folder and placed it in front of Alex. As long as you're agreeable, Haggleworth began, you'll be made the majority shareholder. Your stake will rise to 60%. The Enclave retains 30%, while the company itself holds 10% as operational equity. I've also amended your earning payment method, he added. Since you're returning to your family domain, I assumed you'd need not only rare materials, but also mana stones and gold. The new proposed payout ratio is 40% in gold, 30% in mana stones, and 30% in rare materials. Of course, it's a flexible scheme. You can alter the ratio with a month's notice. Not bad. Alex nodded in approval of his new business liaison. That's acceptable to me. If he was going to build power in the mundane world, then a strong influx of gold was crucial in the short term. He also needed mana stones for crafting magical and alchemical tools. The previous deal, where he was paid entirely in rare magical materials, was no longer viable. He took the documents, carefully read through the clauses, then signed them, finalizing his position as majority owner of the company. Since everything's in order, Alex said, setting the signed pages down, I've got a few ideas I'd like to discuss. They're not products per se, but strategic resources that might help our company going forward. Pinchcoin's eyes gleamed instantly. He pulled out a notepad with a smooth flick of the wrist. Please go ahead, Master Alex. The discussion carried on for another hour. When Pinchcoin and Haggleworth finally departed, their expressions painted the story clearly. Pinchcoin's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Haggleworth's face was steeped in solemn thought, as though a whole new world had just opened to him. Alex smiled faintly as he watched them leave. He had managed to maintain his image as an enlightened genius in Pinchcoin's eyes, but that was getting harder to pull off with time. He was rapidly exhausting the bag of business tricks from his previous life that were still applicable in this world's society. Well, I've done enough to cement my image and position. Even if I stop coming up with new ideas, it won't hurt me much in the foreseeable future. After all, no man is an ATM of ideas. Alex mused. With the gnomes gone, he could finally head out for his late-night appointment. The venue was the top of the tower, the same place where Zora had once brought him to admire the breathtaking view of the Enclave. He'd meant to arrive early, but thanks to the extended meeting, he made it just in time. Hope I didn't keep you waiting long? Alex asked with an apologetic smile. No. Zora shook her head lightly. You met with Pinchcoin? Alex nodded. I take it you already know he brought me a revised version of the trade agreement? I do. I informed him of your impending departure and signed off on the updated terms. Alex nodded again. Together, they turned to take in the view from the balcony. It was as breathtaking as ever, an endless sea of stars stretching across the sky, casting silver reflections across the landscape below. How does it feel to finally come of age? Zora asked, her voice soft. Not all that different, Alex replied with a shrug. I was never exactly your typical miner to begin with. He gave a dry chuckle. Honestly, the whole coming-of-age thing feels kind of overrated. Call me disillusioned, but adulthood seems less like freedom and more like a shift in responsibilities. At least, that's how my future looks. Does that bother you? Not really, he said. It is what it is. I'll just take it in stride and keep pushing forward. Zora gave a small nod, her gaze returning to the stars. The silence between them was comfortable, filled with the quiet beauty of the night. Then she asked again, what kind of person do you see yourself becoming? The same kind of person I've always been, Alex said without hesitation. An average Joe just trying to make the most of what life throws at him. If I get grapes, I'll make wine. If I get lemons, I'll make lemonade. Zora smiled, amused. I don't think anyone would call you average. One might even say you're a child of destiny, considering how everything seems to line up for you. It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, Alex said, shaking his head. This mindset, seeing myself as average, keeps me grounded. Life has a habit of slapping down anyone who starts thinking they're exalted, noble, or chosen. I've seen enough of that already. To Alex, keeping a humble self-image was a survival tactic. If he always saw himself at the bottom of the ladder, regardless of his real position, then the only direction left was up. That belief gave him purpose, drive, and the constant push to keep improving. But if he ever started believing he was already at the top, he'd lose that fire. He'd become complacent. And in this world, complacency was fatal. He turned to Zora with a faint, amused smile. Is that all the questions you have? A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Alex caught it and leaned in. If that's all, then I believe it's time for your answer, right? Zora looked away. There's no need to keep hesitating, Alex said gently. It's just a simple yes or no. If you're not interested, I'll never bring it up again. And if you're worried about how this might affect us. Before he could finish, Zora turned, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him down. Her lips pressed softly against his. A moment later, she released him. Their lips parted, but Alex kept his forehead resting against hers. Should I take that as a yes? He asked, eyes half-lidded. Wasn't that a clear enough answer? Zora replied without backing down, her gaze steady. No, Alex smirked. He slipped his arms around her waist and kissed her again. But this time, it wasn't gentle. It was deep, fierce, possessive, and wild. Zora gasped slightly at the sudden intensity, but after a brief hesitation, she melted into his embrace and returned the kiss. Under the starlit sky, they lost themselves in each other. No more ambiguity. No more hesitation. Their relationship had just changed, and they both knew it. The following week saw Alex busy preparing for his impending departure to Ashen Castle, an assignment that would mark the next stage of his journey. One of his first priorities was to fully stock his personal pocket space, which he had finally named Sanctuary, after the Sanctuary subspace, where he got the fortuitous opportunity that had led to the creation of the sealed dimension in the first place. He also took the time to tie up loose ends with the few people he had grown close to during his time at the Enclave, especially the master craftsmen he had worked alongside during the creation of Rune-Net and the establishment of the phone production line. He made sure to visit his craftsmanship teachers as well, expressing his gratitude before taking his leave. But he left the most important person for last. Asta, the first friend he had made at the Enclave. Over the years, their bond had faded, really, with Asta deliberately keeping her distance and Alex quietly letting her go. Now that he was preparing to leave the Enclave for good, he felt the urge to settle things with her, to bring closure, or perhaps something more. So he went to the task hall to request her residential information. To his surprise, despite all she had accomplished, Asta's listed address was located in one of the shanty streets deep within the Enclave's territory, a place known to house only the poorest of the poor. It didn't make sense. By all accounts, Asta had built a reputation over the years as a tireless contributor to the task hall. She'd taken on countless missions, enough that her earnings could have comfortably supported a small family for years. That she would choose to live in squalor. Alex frowned. Something was off. Making his way through the dilapidated district, Alex's attire drew curious, and sometimes hostile, gazes. But upon spotting the sigil of an official tower mage embroidered on his cloak, any potential threats quickly withdrew, their interest fading into the shadows. He soon found himself standing before a long, narrow alleyway cloaked in darkness. Flickering lamps cast broken halos of light, doing little to dispel the gloom. The alley felt suffocating, like a gaping abyss, stretching endlessly into blackness. Alex couldn't understand why Asta would choose to live here. By the time the oppressive atmosphere began gnawing at his resolve, he finally arrived at her door. He knocked. In the eerie silence of the alley, even the soft knock sounded like a resounding bang. A moment later, a neighboring door creaked open. A scarred, hostile face poked out. But when its owner caught sight of Alex's official attire, the curses ready on his tongue died unspoken. The man retreated without a word and shut the door tight. Alex knocked again. This time, the letter slot slid open, and Asta's familiar eyes peered through. Her eyes widened in surprise. Then, cautiously, she opened the door. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice guarded. "You've been avoiding me," Alex replied evenly. Without waiting for an invitation, he stepped forward. Asta hesitated, but didn't stop him. The moment Alex stepped inside, his expression darkened. The room was worse than he imagined. It was barren. No bed. No furniture. The floor was bare stone. The only things of note were magical materials, components for grade 1 and 2 spells, stacked neatly in a corner. That, and the wand Asta was holding in a death grip. The very same wand he had given her. Why didn't you tell me? Alex asked, his voice low. I thought we were friends. Or, he paused, looking into her eyes. Was I the only one who thought that? Asta's body trembled. I can handle myself. I don't need your pity, she said, biting her lower lip. Alex's expression hardened. Pity? Is that really how little you think of me? She flinched. I'm sorry, Alex. I didn't mean it like that. An awkward silence followed. Alex eventually broke it. How did you end up like this? He asked, voice low but firm. Don't lie to me. His ruby eyes locked onto hers. Asta froze. She felt something stir in the air, an invisible pressure radiating from him. It wasn't killing intent. It was something deeper. Regality. A commanding, natural authority that tolerated no deception. A pressure that demanded truth. Helmet Wastelander, Asta finally whispered. He made me spy on you. Alex's gaze didn't waver. How? I know you. It wasn't for money. The pressure deepened. The presence of his Soulmere, true name weighed heavily upon her. My family. Asta's composure finally cracked as she shared the full story. To be honest, it sounded almost cliché to Alex. He'd read stories like this before, so often that he felt an irrational urge to stop her and fill in the blanks himself. But he held back. This wasn't fiction. This was her reality. And it hurt. Asta had been the eldest daughter of a baronet, a low-ranking noble whose lands amounted to little more than a handful of farming villages. When her magical aptitude had been discovered, her father saw an opportunity and sent her to the Enclave to train. Her talent, though prodigious back home, was merely decent by Enclave standards. Still, she worked hard, took on odd jobs, saved every coin, managed to send money back home. But her status as a mage in training at the prestigious Dragonhold Enclave had inflated her father's pride. He began flaunting her position in a bid to curry favor with higher-ranking nobles. Lavish gifts, endless banquets, displays of wealth, all to impress people far above his station. The result? Debt. Crippling, insurmountable debt. Unable to repay it, the old baronet made a desperate choice. He decided to marry Asta off to a wealthy noble to clear his dues. That was when Helmet Wastelander made his move. Technically, the baronet was a vassal of a viscount who served under the Wastelander family, meaning the Wastelanders and, by extension, Helmet, were the baronet's liege lord. Using his noble authority, Helmet threatened Asta. If she refused to follow his orders, it could bring political ruin to her family. And worse, if she didn't comply, her father would go ahead with the arranged marriage. Trapped between two terrible options, Asta reluctantly agreed to act as Helmet's spy. But she wasn't broken. Proud to a fault, Asta refused to fully obey Helmet or accept charity from Alex. She fed Helmet vague, useless scraps of information while keeping Alex completely in the dark. All the while, she worked tirelessly to buy her freedom. She sold off everything she owned, emptied every coin she had saved. In the end, she was able to pay off her father's debt herself, on one condition, that he legally forfeit any right to arrange her marriage. She had wanted to free her younger brother too, to take him away from their father's toxic influence, but lacked both the means and the authority. Her brother was the heir. Her father would never let him go. To close the door on Helmet once and for all, Asta had made one final sacrifice. She arranged to be removed as Alex's attendant, the very role Helmet had used to push her into spying in the first place. She knew Alex wouldn't replace her. She was counting on that. And she was right. By removing herself from his service, she denied Helmet his leverage. All without asking for Alex's help. All without showing weakness. Her story might have been cliché, but her attitude? It was fresh. Fresh and foolish. Even if she hadn't known his background at the start, Asta certainly did by now. Had she simply asked for help, it would have taken Alex almost nothing to resolve her situation. A trivial favor. But no, she'd refused to play the damsel in distress. There was clearly a deeper story behind that choice, but Alex knew now wasn't the time to pry. The regal pressure that had been weighing on Asta dissipated. He sat down beside her on the cold floor. I'll be leaving the Enclave soon, he said quietly. I need to return home, to reclaim my place. He looked her in the eyes. But once I do, I'll need loyal people around me. You've proven your loyalty, Asta. So, I'd like to offer you a position at my side, if you want it. Asta's eyes widened slightly, but she remained silent. The Enclave is offering a scholarship to train spatial mages, Alex continued. I secretly tested you a while back. You have the aptitude. I can secure you that scholarship. In return, once you complete your training and become a competent spatial mage, I hope you'll come work for me. Still, Asta said nothing. So Alex added one more thing. I'm not offering this out of pity. I genuinely need spatial mages I can trust. I need you, Asta. That got a reaction. She looked down, hands gripping the wand he had given her all those years ago. Her voice came out soft, barely above a whisper. My brother. Can you help me get my brother away from my father? Alex didn't hesitate. I can. His voice was resolute. If the Enclave formally requests him for a scholarship, your father won't refuse. He wouldn't dare. Asta nodded slowly. Then let's do that, he said. But if it comes to it, I can always have someone kidnap him and bring him here. Don't, Asta said quickly, alarmed. There's no need to go that far. Alex chuckled. Then should I take that as your acceptance? She nodded again, this time more firmly. MHM. Alex smiled brightly. Congratulations, Asta. You're the first person to pledge their fealty to me. I hope you'll honor that promise when the time comes. I will, Asta replied, without a shred of hesitation. I believe you. His smile softened. And I'll promise you something in return. Don't worry about your family's fief. Even if they lose it now, one day, you'll win it back, and so much more. Asta's eyes widened. She looked stunned, touched, and a little overwhelmed. Alex rose to his feet and stretched. All right, we can mope around later. Pack your things. We're leaving. Huh? Where are we going? What do you mean? You're my first retainer, aren't you? How would it reflect on me if I let you keep living here? He turned toward her, hands on his hips. Come on, no complaints. You'll be moving eventually once the scholarship comes through. Better to move now and preserve my reputation. Before she could argue, Alex swiftly gathered what little she owned, packed it into a small bag, and placed it in her arms. Then, without warning, he grabbed her wrist and started dragging her out of the house. Hey, she tried to protest, but he didn't stop. And strangely, she didn't resist. Asta followed along, a small smile forming on her lips. The feeling of relying on someone, it wasn't so bad. In that final moment, just before stepping out, Alex glanced back and noticed something. The wand. Even after selling everything, even in her lowest moment, Asta had kept the wand he'd gifted her. Its value alone could have paid off her debts, but she held on to it. That told him everything he needed to know. She was someone he could trust. And with that, Alex gained his first retainer since becoming a noble in this world. The day had finally come. Alex was returning to Ashen Castle. The Enclave's security department had already confirmed the arrival of a knight squad marching toward their borders, flying the crest of Earl Drake Fury. Alex, of course, was already prepared. His luggage had long been packed into the sanctuary. Now he stood inside the Tower Master's office, ready to bid his final farewell to the people who had helped shape this stage of his life. Thank you for all your teachings, Master, Alex said solemnly. I'll make sure to live up to your expectations. That you should, Merlin replied, sharp as ever. As my true disciple, your performance reflects on me. It would be unacceptable if you ended up a second-rate mage and dragged my name through the mud. Alex just smiled. This wasn't his first time dealing with Merlin's prideful jabs. He was too mature and too used to it to take offense. From the side, Zora gave him a sidelong glance, arching a brow at the old man's choice of words. Merlin let out a very fake cough, as if suddenly realizing his tone. Then, unexpectedly, his eyes shifted, the pupils becoming vertical slits, draconic and ancient. When he next spoke, the voice that emerged seemed to come from both within and beyond him. Listen carefully, boy. You have the tools. You have the talent. You even have the drive. You can reach the pinnacle, but only if you do not grow complacent. In my lifetime, I've seen many geniuses, some far more gifted than you, but only a few ever made it to the top. Do you know why? Complacency. No matter what you're doing, cultivation, politics, battle, or even a simple walk, until you cross the final threshold, never assume you've arrived. The moment you believe you're safe is the moment you're most vulnerable. So hear me now, and remember this always, until you reach the end. Never grow. Complacent. The voice echoed not just in Alex's ears, but deep within his mind. It was the ancient voice of Uth-Vazgal, the entity whose very presence carried the weight of millennia. Alex felt his blood stir. He would remember those words for the rest of his life. "I will never forget your words, Master," he said with gravity. The presence receded, the aura fading. Merlin's eyes returned to normal. "In that case, you may go." The old mage waved him off with practiced nonchalance. Alex nodded. He and Zora turned and exited the room. Just as they stepped out, Ruff, a small white figure, leapt into Alex's arms. It was Fun. The wolf cub had been stabilized under the supervision of a beast tamer and researcher. With their help, the chaotic energies inside the pup had been harmonized, allowing him to complete his atavism. The result? Fun was no longer a crimson spine wolf, nor was he a frostback. He was something new, a hybrid of both and more. An unknown species that no longer matched any known classification of the colored spine wolf lineages. The transformation had left him dazed for a while, but under magical guidance, he was recovering steadily. The beast mage had even given him a full bill of health. Alex's role now was to help him master his new elemental composition. Fortunately, the wolf was still young. He had time, plenty of time, to grow into his power, and Fun's power was special. Not only did the cub retain fire and ice affinities from his bloodlines, but now he also held affinity for a third element, wood. More precisely, nature, a derivative of the wood element, just as ice was derived from water. 1. Alex and Zora, with the small white cub nestled comfortably in Alex's arms, made their way toward the Enclave's main gate. To any casual observer, it simply looked like the Enclave's majordomo was escorting one of the Tower Master's official disciples at the end of his discipleship tenure. That was the narrative, and that was exactly how the two of them wanted it. Very few people, those who could be counted on one hand, knew the truth. They were lovers. It wasn't out of shame, but in a place like the Enclave, and the realm in general, filled with schemers and gossips, the last thing they needed was their relationship being dissected into political intrigue, apprenticeship manipulation, or even bedchamber conspiracies. It was simply less hassle to keep things quiet. So, the two of them walked in silence. There was nothing left to say. What needed to be said had already been spoken in the quiet corners of their time together. Eventually, they arrived at the gate, and in the distance, a dust trail signaled the arrival of the squad from the Ashen Castle. Even from afar, the figure leading the charge was unmistakable. He was a giant of a man, clad in heavy black armor that looked far too cumbersome for any ordinary warrior. Yet the man moved with ease, as if the armor weighed nothing at all. But that was a lie. It weighed a lot. The scars and gashes decorating the armor told of countless battles. Slashes, stab marks, gouges. It looked like he had walked through war itself. The spikes and thorned edges that once adorned the armor were now worn smooth, evidence of age and usage, not polish. But perhaps even more fearsome was the beast beneath him. The horse. No, not a horse. A nightmare. Like its master, the creature was a giant among its kin. Its thick, scarred armor hanging heavily to its knees. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a predator's menace, and it radiated the kind of killing aura that could make lesser men piss themselves. Together, they were unmistakable. Saint-ranked Dark Knight Jared, one of Earl Drake Fury's hounds, and his monstrous nightmare horse. Jared reined his mount to a halt in front of Alex and Zora. The beast huffed once, snorting steam, but neither Alex nor Zora flinched. They didn't need to. Alex stepped forward slightly, his gaze sweeping over the massive steed. His eyes flickered with a sudden regal pressure, a quiet, commanding air that startled the nightmare horse. Just for a moment, the creature's savage air wavered, uncertain, confused. Alex's eyes moved next to the group of knights gathered behind Jared. They stiffened instinctively, flinching under his gaze, but held their positions with professional discipline. Their eyes never left Jared, awaiting orders. The moment didn't go unnoticed. Jared observed the interaction silently. His hardened face betrayed nothing, except for the briefest flicker of appreciation in his eyes. It came and went in an instant. No one else noticed it. No one except Zora. She didn't comment on it, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Jared finally spoke. His voice was as deep and steady as a war drum. By the order of Earl Drake Fury, "We are here to escort you home, Master Alex." Alex's expression almost betrayed his surprise. Though Jared remained seated atop his horse, just as disrespectfully as he had 5 years ago. This time, his tone carried a faint trace of genuine respect. He had called him Master Alex. It wasn't much, but in this world of nobility, even the smallest gestures meant something. Jared was one of Earl Drake Fury's most trusted hounds, perhaps even his right hand, and this small shift in tone signified that Alex had earned, at the very least, a modicum of acknowledgement from the grizzled Saint Knight. Alex gave a single nod. Then he turned to Zora. "This is me." "I know," Zora smiled softly. "This isn't a farewell. Just a temporary separation." "I know, Alex. I'll see you later." She winked, subtle, almost imperceptible. Alex's heart ached to pull her into his arms, to kiss her in defiance of etiquette. But that wasn't how nobility worked here. Public displays of affection were frowned upon, even more so between an unwed couple. So, he settled for a respectful bow. And then, without further hesitation, he turned to face Jared once more. "I am ready." Jared examined him. "Where is your luggage? Do you have a horse? If not, you'll ride with the men." It was blunt, almost dismissive. Under other circumstances, a noble heir might have taken offense. An escort sent by his father should have come with everything arranged, especially a mount. But Alex only stared back calmly. He understood something important. Being offended changes nothing. "I don't need a horse," Alex said coolly. "Don't worry about it." Suddenly, the small wolf cub in his arms leapt down and landed firmly on the ground. Before the knights could process what they were seeing, the beast began to grow, muscles stretching, limbs elongating, fur bristling. In the span of seconds, the once small cub had transformed into a towering 6-foot-tall dire wolf, radiating power. A murmur swept through the night squad. Even Jared's eyes narrowed slightly. But Alex? He moved as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He placed one foot on Fun's lowered back and vaulted up with grace, settling into a composed, seated position. He glanced at the stunned faces of the knights without a word. He didn't need to explain. Still, in the back of his mind, he recalled the moment Fun had first revealed his size-shifting ability. Both he and the Enclave's beast mage had been floored. It was unexpected, even by magical beast standards. Their best guess was that it was connected to Fun's nature affinity, a rare derivative of the wood element. But how it worked exactly, no one knew. That didn't stop Alex from making it useful. Using the framework of a vitality rune, Alex had created something new, the life bank rune. It allowed Fun to store nutrients over time, condensing them for later use. When the wolf enlarged his form, those stored nutrients were used to sustain the transformation. Fun had been storing energy for months. Now, at peak Class 1 strength, the dire wolf could maintain his battle form for at least a week, so long as he didn't exert himself too much beyond carrying Alex. Alex straightened on the wolf's back and looked down at Jared with quiet poise. "Shall we get going?" Jared stared at him for a moment longer, eyes weighing something unseen. Then he nodded once. "Let's go." And so, with that, Alex closed the chapter on his time at the Dragonhold Enclave. A period of training, discovery, loss, and growth. In its place began a new arc, the reclamation of his noble title, and with it, the foundations for something far greater. A soft, refreshing breeze brushed past Alex's face as they rode down the paved road leading out of the Dragonhold Enclave in the Dragonspine mountain range. This path would soon feed into one of the Empire's great arterial highways, a massive, 4-carriage-wide roads that stretched the length and breadth of the Empire. On a map, they looked less like roads and more like blood vessels coursing through a living body. Their route would take them north along this Silk Road-like highway, through numerous trade routes and territories, until they reached the Fury family domain, specifically, Earl Drake Fury's dominion. Just before they merged onto the Imperial Main Road, Alex gave Finn a soft pat, prompting the wolf to halt. He turned in his seat to gaze back at the distant silhouette of the Dragonspine Mountains. The towering spire of the Dragonhold Enclave Mage Tower, along with its sprawling city, had mostly disappeared beyond the horizon. Only the very tip of the tower remained visible, defiantly piercing the sky like a spear. A wave of emotion swept over him. This was the only place he had truly called home since arriving in this new world. It had been his sanctuary, his forge, and his launching ground. Nostalgia and melancholy flickered across his youthful face as he remembered everything he was leaving behind, his memories, his purpose, his promises, and the responsibilities still awaiting his return. "We don't have the time to wait around, Master Alex," Jared's gruff voice interrupted from ahead. "We've a lot of ground to cover if we're to reach Ashen Castle on schedule." Sighing inwardly, Alex pushed his thoughts aside. He didn't need to give Finn any command. The wolf began trotting forward on its own, steadily catching up with Jared's monstrous black steed. That simple act did not escape Jared's notice. His curiosity about the dire wolf deepened. Terror, Jared's steed, was far from ordinary. Its towering size and vicious demeanor made that painfully clear. It was a peak Class 3 carnivorous warhorse. In countless battles, Terror had drawn first blood, often maiming or outright killing enemy mounts before their riders could react, more often than not, making the kill easier for Jared. The beast had earned its name, and then some. Even among other peak Class 3 beast mounts, few dared travel beside Terror. The creature's presence alone was enough to make most trained mounts nervous. And yet, this young dire wolf, no more than a Class 1, rode shoulder to shoulder with it, calm and composed. Jared narrowed his eyes slightly. Was the wolf just unusually brave? Or was it a trait of its entire species? If it was just a one-off, then fine. Mages did often select beast mounts that could double as battle companions, and they chose carefully. Temperament, power, and loyalty all played a role. Courage in the face of fear was practically a requirement. But if this was a species-wide trait, if a whole race of wolves existed with the audacity to ride beside Terror, if the Earl's army could tame and train them, Jared's thoughts wandered toward military applications. The possibilities were interesting. As Jared studied the dire wolf, his eyes inevitably shifted to its rider. Alex sat confidently on Fun's back, completely unbothered by the oppressive, bloodthirsty aura radiating from the nightmare horse. In fact, he looked so calm, it was as if he didn't even notice the aura at all. That was curious. It was one thing for a beast mount to resist Terror's presence. Beasts could be trained or naturally fearless. But a young, relatively inexperienced noble scion? For him to sit so casually in the face of such pressure? More and more, Jared's eyes narrowed as he observed the pair. There was a distinct resonance between the mage and his mount. A subtle aura synchrony that Jared recognized as man-and-beast synergy, a rare connection seen only between tightly bonded pairs. Is that how they're withstanding Terror's aura? Jared mused. But the truth was far more obscure than Jared realized. It wasn't a resonance in the traditional sense. Rather, it was the passive effect of Alex's soul-mere true name, Wolf King's dominance. As long as Alex was accompanied by a wolf that he acknowledged as part of his pack, this passive aura would activate. It repelled fear, instilled calm, and nullified threatening aura effects directed at the pack. It wasn't resistance. It was suppression. And while Jared was trying to rationalize it with known military bonds and mage-beast contracts, Alex wasn't even consciously doing anything. In fact, he hadn't even noticed the nightmare horse's bloodlust. The difference lay in intent. Terror's aura was intimidating, yes, but it bore no genuine killing intent. Alex, on the other hand, had previously faced the raw, murderous bloodlust of early-stage Class 3 overlords in the subspace sanctuary. Compared to that, this felt like an empty roar. Add to that the natural effect of his true name, and it was no surprise Alex remained unfazed. Jared's gaze lingered on the young mage's features. They had grown sharper since their last meeting, and now bore a striking resemblance to Earl Drake, cold, composed, and carved with potential. The knight felt a small flicker of further recognition in his heart. This youth was no longer a child. But while Jared was sizing up Alex, the young scion was doing the same in return. The last 2 times Jared had interacted with him, first at the lodge on Ashen Castle's back mountain, then again when escorting him to the Dragon Hold, he had brought along a squad of light cavalry. Swift, efficient, minimal. Now, heavy cavalry, armored knights, trained for siege-level threats, rode beside them. Their war horses were clad in thick plating, their weapons sharpened and resting in reach. This was no ceremonial escort. This was a military operation. They're expecting trouble, Alex noted internally. He didn't say anything aloud, but he subtly shifted his posture atop fun. His spirit sights expanded slightly. Combat awareness raised. Whatever this escort was, it wasn't going to be a peaceful ride through Imperial lands. The group, 8 humans, 6 armored warhorses, and 2 powerful beast mounts, moved steadily into the vast, wild heartlands that stretched between the mountains and rivers of the Varelian Empire. It didn't take long for Alex to understand why Jared had come prepared. This journey back home would not be without danger. Alex found travel in this new world of his to be incredibly inconvenient. He hadn't expected the existence of cars. He wasn't that naive. But he had at least hoped for trains in a magical, arcane-powered civilization. Unfortunately, no such thing existed in Pangaea, despite all its mystical advancements. And if trains didn't exist, then airplanes were clearly out of the question. To be fair, long-distance transportation did exist. It just wasn't nearly as convenient as what Alex had grown used to in his previous life. Water travel was, perhaps, the most developed method of mass transit in Pangaea. Sailing down rivers or coasting across oceans was a far better option than enduring the harsh terrain of the mainland. Magic-powered ships could traverse thousands of kilometers in a single day. There were even aquatic mount beast services, cheaper, if considerably bumpier. And if one wanted something even faster than land or sea, aerial travel was also available. Technically, there were no airplanes, jets, or even basic airships. But there were flying beast mounts. The classics, griffins, wyverns, and the like. There were also rarer and more exotic breeds like sky whales, used for cargo transport, and winged chimeras, often deployed as elite military mounts. With Earl Drake Fury's wealth and influence, Alex had assumed it would have been no trouble to hire some aerial beasts, or even book a ride on one of those massive sky whales for a swift return home. He was wrong. Instead of an effortless journey by air or a smooth one by ship, Alex found himself escorted by a squad of elite heavy cavalry, mounted on horseback and bracing for a grueling overland trek. Why? Because his dear father, the Mad Earl himself, wanted him bloodied before he returned home. Earl Drake wanted his son to gain real combat experience, not the kind taught in a classroom or learned by watching others, but the brutal, hands-on, bleed or die kind. He wanted Alex to learn how to command knights, direct armored troops, and survive dangerous territory, all skills he wouldn't pick up inside the safety of the Mage Tower. So instead of a convenient flight or voyage, Jared arranged a month-long campaign overland. Their route would take them through savage terrain, feral beast territories, and even lands held by hostile noble families and races, many of whom hated the Fury family with a passion. Enough, in fact, that they'd gladly sip wine from the skull of the Mad Earl's heir. To say the journey was perilous would be putting it mildly. Of course, Alex had protested, strongly. But Jared had shut him down immediately, citing direct orders from Earl Drake Fury. The Earl had been explicit. He wanted Alex to draw the blood of monsters, hostile races, and enemy humans alike. He wanted his son's hands stained, not with ink or chalk dust, but with the blood of those who stood in his way. And so, under that mandate, Jared would see it done. Naturally, Alex fought tooth and nail to survive the ordeal. The stakes were no less than his life, especially with the lunatic Dark Knight calling the shots. What Alex didn't know, however, was that Jared, despite his harsh methods, never allowed them to face more than Alex could realistically handle. He quietly scaled each encounter to match the young mage's current level of skill, ensuring the boy was always tested, but never doomed. By the time the group left the wilderness and returned to the Empire's main highway, Alex had already developed a nascent aura of killing intent around him. So much so that Jared had to halt their travel for half a day just to teach the youth how to suppress and contain it. Exactly 35 days after departing from the Dragonhold Enclave, the group of 8 men and mounts entered the capital city of one of the dozen or so Fury-affiliated viscounties. This particular viscounty served as one of the gateways to Earl Drake Fury's fiefdom, and although the local viscount would never publicly admit it, he was a vassal of the Mad Earl. To avoid drawing attention or alarming any unfriendly elements, the group entered the city incognito. While Alex might be the heir apparent to Earl Drake Fury, his life was anything but secure. No one wanted to provoke the Mad Earl, true, But the Fury bloodline was infamous for producing lunatics who respected power above all else. It wouldn't be beyond a fellow family member to try and assassinate Alex simply for being weak, for failing to awaken the family's bloodline talents. Taking no chances, Jared sent 3 of the knights ahead to scout the route. Then, without any warning or explanation, he vanished entirely, leaving Alex to enter the city with the remaining 3 knights. To keep a low profile, Finn shrank down to his original cub size, allowing Alex to swap onto a mundane horse they had picked up from a way station 10 miles out from the city. Compared to the heavily guarded merchant caravans and noble entourages flowing into the city, Alex and his small group were inconspicuous. Just another minor noble and his guards. Under the lead of one of the armored knights, they quickly located a modest but clean inn. Evening was approaching, but thanks to the power of gold, Alex and his companions secured rooms without issue. Master Alex, the youngest knight, a man in his early 20s, said eagerly, "Mormont City is a major trade hub within Fury territory. All kinds of rare goods show up in the markets here. You might want to take a look before we head to the Ashen Castle. At the very least, it's a good way to unwind after the journey." Alex glanced at the other knights. From their expressions, it was obvious they were of the same opinion, or perhaps they simply wanted an excuse to explore the city. Either way, he decided to agree. To be honest, he did need a bit of a breather. The group left the inn and made their way to the city's central plaza, where the top-tier shops and stalls were located. As they walked through the market, Alex finally got a real comparison for the Enclave goods he'd grown so accustomed to. The first thing he noticed was the sheer difference in price. Goods in Mormont City were significantly cheaper than those sold at the Dragonhold Enclave. He found it almost unbelievable, frankly suspicious, that a warrior-led city under the Fury family would have cheaper magical goods than a major arcane institution like the Enclave. To test this theory, Alex bought a random healing potion that cost just 10 gold coins. For comparison, a similar potion at the Enclave would have set him back a staggering 500 gold. He didn't even need to drink it to realize the difference. It was low-grade trash. The potion might heal a light scratch instantly and offer a slight boost to recovery speed, but that was it. The Enclave's potions, on the other hand, could instantly close major external wounds and stabilize severe internal injuries. As long as the user was still breathing, an Enclave potion could keep them alive long enough to receive proper treatment, even on the battlefield. Simply put, the price reflected the power. With this new perspective, the Enclave potions, once considered overpriced, now seemed entirely worth their cost. Alex made a mental note: never buy magical products outside the Enclave unless absolutely necessary. The stroll through the city's bustling markets proved to be more than just a distraction. It opened Alex's eyes to the variety of products and resources available, as well as the fluctuating patterns of demand and supply. To an outsider, this might seem trivial. Why would a noble scion care about trade goods? But Alex understood the truth. The driving force behind planar invasions, the very foundation of noble supremacy, was resource acquisition. Success or failure in a planar conquest wasn't determined by whether a realm was conquered, but by how much valuable material could be extracted from it. There was no point wasting resources and manpower conquering a plane just to mine common iron ore, which was already abundant in Pangaea. Only rare and profitable resources justified the cost of a planar expedition. In that sense, planar conquests weren't military operations at their core, they were economic ventures, large-scale interdimensional business enterprises. If it were solely about war, the nobles of Pangaea would have focused their efforts on expanding within the realm instead. Which meant, if one was to take part in these invasions, understanding the market was essential. Thanks to his eidetic memory, Alex meticulously recorded prices, materials, goods, and their regional variations. He began categorizing which resources were viable for exploitation and trade, and which would be a waste of time. While he did this, the knights were far more relaxed. Eventually, after a hearty meal in a classy restaurant, Alex and his escort returned to their inn. Alex watched them laugh and chat freely, a mild frown tugging at his lips. To the knights, the city was a safe haven, civilized, secure, and welcoming. To Alex, it was something else entirely. It was the mouth of the beast, the final gateway before stepping into the true battlefield. Maybe I'm being too hard on myself, he mused, glancing around the quiet streets. I should probably take their advice and relax a little. But just as the thought formed, Uthvasgal's voice echoed like thunder in his mind. Never grow complacent. Instantly, Alex's body tensed. No, this isn't the time to relax. That time will come, but it's not now. I'm far from safe. His gaze sharpened, flickering with caution. They turned onto a narrow alleyway leading to their inn. The path was dim, the street lamps flickering with unstable mana. Twisting shadows danced across the walls, forming monstrous shapes that might frighten ordinary passers-by. But Alex and his group were far from ordinary, and they walked through the gloom without hesitation. Until Alex suddenly stopped. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The night was chilly, yes, but this was different. The air had taken on an unnatural weight, a suffocating stillness. His senses flared. It wasn't the cold of the wind, it was the cold of death. A drop of sweat ran down his back, killing intent. His mouth moved instinctively. AMB. But he never got to finish. The monstrous shadows they had ignored twisted, morphing into humanoid shapes that rose from the darkness like spirits. Figures lunged forward, daggers gleaming faintly with poison enchantments, thrusting toward Alex and the knights from behind, silent as death. Assassins. That was the only thought that raced through Alex's mind. As a dagger flashed toward his spine, the attack was merciless. At such close range, even seasoned warriors would have struggled to evade, let alone a young mage. Since time immemorial, assassins and long-range archer types had been the natural bane of mages, one striking from the shadows, the other from afar. But Alex was no ordinary mage. Just as the dagger was about to pierce into his back, a faint light shimmered. Mana Shield. The Beta Bracer's defensive enchantment flared to life, activating the Mana Shield and saving his life. His three-knight escort also managed to evade their attacker's ambush. One used his cloak to catch and redirect the strike. Another met the attack head-on with his palm, absorbing and guiding the force away from his vital point. The youngest knight reacted with surprising speed, drawing a sidearm dagger and parrying the blow aimed at him. Alex, however, wasn't out of danger. In fact, for him, it was just the beginning. The assassin targeting him was no amateur. He had slain plenty of mages who relied on mana shields before. He braced against the recoil from the initial clash, his arms rippling with practiced strength. Then, dark energy gathered at the tip of his dagger, like ink spilling across a blade, as he drove the weapon forward again. With a sharp burst of power, the blade pierced through Alex's shield, shattering it. But Alex hadn't gotten complacent. The few milliseconds the barrier bought him were enough. He had already moved. With a low, agile stance, legs bent, torso tilted close to the ground, he dashed away, minimizing his profile and reducing his vulnerability to follow-up strikes. Simultaneously, he tried to cast a spell. His spiritual force tried to connect to the usually spell formation, only to feel nothing. No spell formed. Panic shot through him. Anti-mage assassin. Realization slammed into him like a bolt of lightning. And not a weak one either. This was at least an elite ranker. Maybe even a veteran ranked. That momentary lapse in concentration cost him. His foot caught on loose ground, and he stumbled, nearly falling. He slammed his hand down to stabilize himself, stopping the fall, barely. But that left him vulnerable. Too vulnerable. The assassin's eyes gleamed with delight. Speed. Agility. Instantaneous kills. These were an assassin's creed. And Alex's awkward position made him the perfect target. The dagger shot toward his heart. Bottom. Bottom. Bottomed. His heart pounded like a war drum, loud in his ears. A rush of adrenaline surged through his veins. His blood turned electric. His hand, planted against the ground, found new strength. He didn't think. He reacted. His body tilted with unnatural control as he pushed off his grounded arm, lifting into a one-handed handstand. Then, with a flex and twist, he propelled himself into a low aerial leap, just in time to evade the lethal strike. F***CK. The assassin cursed as his dagger and body thrust past Alex's inverted position. Only then did he realize his own posture had left him wide open. Thankfully, he's a mag. The thought never finished. From his upside-down stance, Alex twisted violently. His left arm came swinging down like a falling hammer, aimed directly at the assassin's back. But just before the punch landed, the assassin's instinct screamed. A cold sensation washed over his spine, like the ghost of a blade about to plunge into his flesh. He didn't know how or why a mage's punch carried such lethal intent, but he'd survived too many life-and-death battles to ignore that gut-deep warning. He shifted, just barely, enough to move his heart a few inches out of harm's way. But it wasn't enough. If Alex could smile in that moment, he would have. He had expected this. The assassin was an elite, maybe higher. Naturally, he'd have the reflexes to dodge a direct strike, which is why Alex didn't aim straight down. Instead, the wrist blade on his beta bracer followed a smooth, curving arc, exactly along the path the assassin was dodging into. The blade pierced cleanly into the man's torso from the side. The assassin's cheap, leather armor offered little resistance. The weapon pierced through his ribs and plunged into his heart. Just to be sure, Alex channeled raw mana through the blade. Dragon Commute style, ripple strike. Anti-mages could block spells, but they couldn't suppress pure mana. The raw energy flooded the assassin's chest, rippling and tearing through muscle, bone, and flesh alike. There would be no survival. Alex crashed to the ground, landing hard on his side and back. Pain screamed through his body. The high-speed movement, the twist, the awkward landing, it all took its toll. His instincts begged him to stay down, just for a moment. But Vazgal's voice echoed in his mind. Never grow complacent. Alex clenched his teeth. He didn't know if the danger was over. So, fighting through the pain, he forced himself to his feet. Still holding his mana-coated wrist blade, he rushed over and cleanly decapitated the dying anti-mage. Just in time. His spirit sight caught a flicker of energy at the alley's entrance, by the inn. He didn't bother confirming whether it was just the mana lamps outside. He placed a shield on himself first. Dragon Commute style, hemispheric shield. Mana burst from him in a pulse, forming a protective barrier around his body. Bang! A heavy object slammed into the shield, blasting him backwards. A second attacker. This one wasn't an assassin, though. He moved more like a hitman. A brutal enforcer. Alex's eyes snapped to the weapon. A massive axe. The hitman surged forward, retrieved the axe, and brought it crashing down toward Alex, trying to kill him before he could fully recover. There was no time to think. Only instinct. The moment the anti-mage died, Alex's magical suppression had lifted. He reacted. Light ball. A fast, basic spell. A soft globe of glowing light formed in his hand. Ordinarily weak. Practically useless in combat. But here, in the pitch-black alley, it might as well have been the sun. The spell flashed directly into the axeman's eyes, burning and blinding him. Alex, who had closed his eyes just before casting the spell, spared his own vision from the blinding light. He moved swiftly, instinctively dropping his stance and putting distance between himself and the axeman. It was a good thing he did. The axeman, in a surge of blind fury, attacked regardless of his injury. He switched from a vertical downward slash to a wide, horizontal swing, wild and lethal. Most would have reacted by stepping back while standing upright and been cleaved in two. But Alex trusted his instincts. He dropped to all fours and crawled out of the axeman's range like a reptile, low, fast, and unorthodox. Receiving no impact or resistance from the expected strike, the axeman kept moving forward, swinging his massive weapon erratically. A flicker of madness danced across Alex's eyes. Without caring for the close distance, Alex casted another spell. Grade 2, Fireball. It wasn't the strongest version he could unleash, but at the less than 5-meter distance between him and the axeman, it didn't need to be. The explosion that followed blasted them both apart. Alex slammed hard into the alley wall behind him, his back lighting up with pain. When the dust settled, he saw the axeman had been thrown a distance away, slumped against the opposite wall, seated upright, with a jagged metal rod impaled through his chest. Likely a shrapnel fragment from something in the alley, dislodged by the blast. The wound was severe. Fatal, eventually. But Alex wasn't in good shape either. His breathing was ragged, and his entire body ached. Even with his Everspring rune and light attribute mana working to heal him, recovery would take time. His spirit sight revealed the axeman still lived. Even after eating a fireball, even a weak, beginner tier 1, and getting skewered. He's still alive. Alex's crimson eyes flared with rage. You tried to kill me. He wasn't about to give this bastard even the slightest chance at survival. Against all better judgment, Alex drew upon the mana that should have been circulating to mend his injuries and diverted it instead into a spell. His beta bracer moved to enhance the spell. Grade 3, Fire Bolt. Die. A wrathful Alex hurled the upgraded spell. Arg. The bolt struck the axeman square in the chest, igniting him in flame. He screamed. The fire ate through his flesh. His throat closed as the smoke from his own burning flesh poured in. He choked, gagging, retching, before finally slumping over, lifeless. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. Alex's vision wobbled. He scanned the area. No more mana signatures. But he still refused to relax. Stay awake. Stay alert. And then, finally, his 3 knight escorts came rushing towards him. Though the battle had seemed long and chaotic, it had only lasted moments. The knights had handled their own attackers as quickly as they could, but for Alex, those brief seconds had been life-threatening. Indeed, there was no replacement for personal strength. If he had been weak, even with elite guards, he'd be dead. His vision began to tunnel. He tried to resist the blackness creeping in, but his limbs were growing heavy. His hand dropped to the ground, and that was when he noticed something else. Blood. He was bleeding from his back. A small pool of blood had already formed where he sat. He felt cold. At first, he assumed it was due to blood loss. But then, he sensed something else. Sinister. Chilling. Familiar. The same sensation from when the first assassin struck. Alex's crimson eyes narrowed. This wasn't just cold. This was killing intent. But the only people around him were the knights assigned to protect him. Alex looked up, vision narrowing into a black tunnel. Through the dimming haze, he saw the nearest knight, the young one who had suggested the stroll away from the inn, stealthily pull a dagger, angled for a fatal thrust, hidden from the other knight's view. I see now. Never grow complacent. That was all Alex had time to think. The dagger was poised for his heart. There was nothing the others could do in time to stop it. Swoosh. Just as the blade descended, Alex heard the sharp whistle of steel cutting through the air. A hulking figure in pitch-black armor landed in front of him, an unshakable wall of protection. The traitorous knight's corpse hit the ground at the giant's feet, throat cut clean. You dare raise your blade to your liege, the towering figure bellowed. Stomp. Mush. He lifted one trunk-like leg and brought it down with devastating force, smashing the traitor's skull into pulp. Alex looked up weakly, trying to keep his eyes open. Took you long enough to step in. Jared. The Dark Knight turned to him, impassive. You looked like you had everything under control. He didn't bother to deny that he'd been nearby the entire time, that he could have intervened earlier. His words were both infuriating and oddly funny. Alex gave a pained chuckle, laced with both rage and dark amusement. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Jared. It's a sick one. Don't speak. You'll only aggravate your injuries. Jared sheathed his long sword and crouched to inspect the young mage's condition. If one didn't know better, they might think you actually cared, Alex muttered. Or that you didn't just use me as bait to lure out the assassins. But he wasn't just making conversation. He was using the dialogue to focus, to stay awake long enough for his Everspring rune and the Omni rune's mana-gathering function to replenish enough energy for a spell. Suddenly, Alex's eyes lit up with a flicker of surprise. The synergy between the two greater runes was stronger than expected, drastically accelerating his recovery rate. Just enough. Healing. He cast a basic healing spell, enough to stabilize his condition and allow movement. Then, reaching into his satchel, he retrieved an Enclave-grade healing potion. The container, unlike standard potions, had survived his earlier tumbles. Despite his violent motions, the magical glass vial had only cracked, whereas the container of the local potions shattered and spilled their contents into his bag. Alex downed the potion in one go. A refreshing warmth spread through him as the healing took effect. External wounds sealed shut, internal bleeding ceased, and vital functions steadied. A few days' rest, and he'd be back to full strength. Truly a steal, Alex murmured, smacking his lips. He turned back to Jared, who gave a small nod after inspecting him. Hope you've rounded up the rest, Alex said. I know my father told you to let me experience combat, but I doubt he meant to actually let me die. I'm in no condition to go another round. One more ambush, and I really will die. Jared looked at the youth who so closely resembled his liege. He was almost unrecognizable from the brat he had once escorted to the mage tower. Not just older in appearance. Alex now carried himself with a maturity, poise, and quiet confidence that rivaled the mad earls in his younger days. Even though his voice was weak, his eyes told another story. Jared didn't doubt that the boy would have fought to his last breath, dragging his enemy into death with him if need be. Even when Jared intervened, Alex had been ready. Weakened as he was, he had still prepared to overdraft his remaining mana to retaliate against the traitor knight's attack. Even if the knight had succeeded in killing Alex, he would not have survived unscathed. He would have been gravely injured, if not killed outright. Indeed, a king tiger doesn't beget a pussycat, Jared mused to himself. You don't need to worry. All hostiles have been put down, Jared said, then added, this domain will have a new lord by morning. Alex merely nodded. He pushed himself upright. Jared moved to assist him, but the boy waved him off. Alex's eyes swept over the two remaining knights, lingering momentarily. Then, without a word, he dragged his aching body out of the alley and back into the inn. There, he collapsed onto his bed. Fawn, who had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by the sharp scent of his master's blood. Alex took a moment to reassure the wolf cub before retreating into the sanctuary. Inside, he downed several potions without hesitation. Despite Jared's words, Alex had learnt a valuable lesson tonight. Never entrust your life to someone else. There was no one who valued his life more than he did. He split his consciousness in two, one part directing his mana to accelerate the potion's effects, the other ready to react to another ambush. That ambush never came. 2 days later, and 5 high-grade enclave potions later, costing a total of 2,500 gold coins, Alex had fully recovered. The group resumed their journey as if nothing had happened. What surprised Jared most was that Alex didn't ask a single question. Not about who orchestrated the assassination attempt. Not about the traitor knight's allegiance. Not even about the Viscount's role in the affair. But Jared didn't know Alex didn't need to ask. The answers were already plain to see. They'd been ambushed within the territory of a noble under Earl Drake Fury's influence. One of the attackers had been a knight serving in the Earl's own army. The city's patrol guard had failed to show up until the next morning, as if deliberately ordered to stay away. It was obvious. The battle to determine the next heir had begun. Without a formal revocation of Alex's status by the Earl, his siblings had no legitimate path to inheritance, unless he was dead. The vassals and retainers had clearly aligned themselves with another of the Earl's children. Given Alex's former reputation, it wasn't surprising they preferred he not return. The assassination was undoubtedly orchestrated by a faction backing one of those contenders. The traitorous knight and the Viscount were likely aligned with that same faction. Yet oddly, none of it truly bothered Alex. Not the ambush, not the betrayal, not the attempt on his life. He had been prepared for it. He had read enough novels about noble intrigues to know the patterns, the betrayals, the ambitions. This was normal. No, what truly unsettled Alex was something else entirely. That the traitorous knight had dared to attack the very person he was sworn to protect, in clear view of his fellow knights. That the Viscount had permitted an assassination attempt on his liege's son within his own domain. There were only two explanations. Either the knight and the Viscount were fanatical zealots of the opposing faction, which Alex highly doubted. Or, they genuinely believed that if the assassination succeeded, there would be no consequences. I know the Fury family respects strength and everyone thinks I'm weak, but to think that grants them carte blanche to kill me is. That was a chilling realization. If there was truly no deterrent to killing him, no consequence for his murder and or assassination, just to prevent him from claiming his rightful position as heir, then it meant trouble lay ahead. Lethal trouble. Earl Drake's words from 5 years ago resurfaced, burning themselves back into his mind. You are also unfortunate to be a Fury, because if you do not obtain strength and power, only hell awaits you in every corner. While you are my first son, my heir apparent, you are not my only child. Our family is built on strength and power. Compared to your siblings, your personal strength is weak, far too weak. Your prestige within the family, after your awakening ceremony, is next to non-existent. Your siblings are waiting like hawks, ready to strike at any moment to take your position from you. Your ruby eyes mark your heritage. Your failure shames it. People will expect great things of you, and if you disappoint them, you'll die. As always, the Earl's words that day hadn't been a mere warning. They had been akin to a prophecy, a grim, brutal prophecy of the future awaiting Alex. But in that bleak forecast also lay the solution. It had always been simple and cruel. If you want to keep your status, your wealth, your life, then gain power. Not just ordinary power, but overwhelming power. Power so vast that no one, no hostile race, no noble, not even your siblings, dares challenge it. Alex's eyes flashed. He had accepted the truth. He wasn't returning to a warm, welcoming family. If that's how you want to play it, very well. I will play your game. But by the time I'm done, I'll trample you all so far beneath my feet you'll never raise your heads again. Jared, Alex, Fawn, still in cub form, and the two knights finally caught up with the three scouts who had gone ahead. The party crossed into the lands of Earl Fury, and 3 days later, Ashen Castle came into view. Jared led the group through Ashen City, heading straight for the massive castle that loomed at its heart. Upon arrival, a familiar middle-aged man stood at the front of the castle lawn, stern and proud, with an uncanny resemblance to Alex. Jared and the knights dismounted immediately, dropping to one knee in unison. "My liege, we have brought Master Alex," Jared announced. Thank you for your hard work," Earl Drake Fury replied curtly. His gaze swept over Alex, lingering for a moment as if measuring him anew. "Good," the Earl nodded. "It looks like the boy who left years ago returned a proper man. Now, we can forge you into a Fury warrior." With that, he turned and walked toward the castle doors, where a line of butlers and maids stood waiting with robotic reverence. Alex's lips twitched faintly. He hadn't expected a hug, or warmth. But still, what are you waiting for? The Earl's voice rang out. "Come along. We have much to do." Alex exhaled softly, shaking his head inwardly. "Yes, father," he replied, falling in step behind the man. As he entered the castle grounds, his eyes scanned the butler, the maids, the guards, all bowing their heads in stiff formality. But beneath the surface, he could see it. There was no respect in their eyes. He hadn't returned to a warm home. He had arrived on a battlefield, and everyone in it was a potential enemy. A strange grin crept across Alex's lips as a flicker of madness flashed through his gaze. "Very well, let the games begin." The guards receded into the background, leaving Earl Drake Fury to lead Alex through the grand halls of Ashen Castle, toward the back mountains. This path didn't lead to Alex's former lodge on the estate. Instead, it veered towards a much more significant location, the place where the Fury bloodline awakening ceremony was held. The Fury family was, for the most part, a disjointed one. Branches sprang up and crumbled into obscurity every year. Though it was nearly impossible to rally every bloodline member under a single, united banner, there was still a hierarchy, and it was one dictated solely by strength. The head of the family had to be a person of undisputed power. Not only personal strength, but the might to command an army. That was the qualification to claim the title. To be the head of House Fury, one had to possess the strongest combined power among all competing family members, and use that power to seize and hold Ashen Castle. In other words, Earl Drake Fury, the current holder of Ashen Castle at the heart of the fief, was considered by all to be the undisputed patriarch of the Fury bloodline. This requirement, strength of arms and control over the castle, might seem odd to an outsider. But to a family forged in war and tempered by conflict, it made perfect sense. Ashen Castle wasn't just the family seat, it was sacred. It housed the most important location to all who bore the Fury bloodline. Every scion of the family had to travel here to awaken their Fury bloodline safely. A place of such importance must be protected by the strongest force in the family. And, in return, only the one strong enough to hold it could wield authority over the rest. In a clan fueled by pride, ambition, and rebellion, the only leverage that held sway was control over the family's most sacred right. Typically, each Fury scion was granted 2 chances to undergo their bloodline awakening, once on their 10th birthday and again at 15. Technically, Alex had missed his second opportunity on his 15th birthday. But as the son of the man who controlled access to the awakening grounds, that rule meant very little. If this were any other noble family, one might scream abuse of power. But in the Fury family, it was simply considered a perk of being in control, of being the most powerful. In Earl Drake Fury's own words, those who create the rules are often the first to break them. Rules are chains for the weak and tools for the strong. The awakening grounds were located deep within a cavern on the western side of the back mountain. The cave was incredibly dark and brooding, but oddly, it felt right. To those with the Führer bloodline, it felt like home. At the far end of the cavern, resting atop a stone pedestal, was the preserved head of a serpentine beast. Alex's eyes narrowed. Infernal dragon, he thought. Do you know the history of our Varelian Empire and its connection to the infernal realm? Earl Drake, who had been silent the entire walk, asked without turning around. Alex gave a small nod. According to the history books, the infernal realm was the first external plane our realm ever invaded. An army of infernals was the first to attack us. That was how we became aware of external planes in the first place. After repelling the invasion, the founding emperor, Emperor Commodus, gathered an army of 50 million men from across the Pangea plain and launched a counter-invasion into the infernal realm. It took over a month just to transport the entire force through the planar gates. But once through, the strongest and bravest warriors of our realm laid down their lives to carve a path for the emperor and his 10 greatest generals. They reached the heart of the infernal realm and slew an infernal abomination, the highest manifestation of negative energy within that plane. That victory became Emperor Commodus's proudest achievement and the foundation for the prestige on which he built the Varelian Empire. Alex paused, then continued. In the aftermath of the war, our mages studied the spatial magic used in the planar breach. Eventually, they developed ways to track and locate the coordinates of other planes. That discovery ushered in a new age of interplanar conquest, led by the nobility and the most powerful organizations of our realm. In other words, we have the infernals to thank for the prosperity we enjoy today. Prosperity, huh? Earl Drake smiled disdainfully. The expression took Alex by surprise. A moment later, the Earl's face settled back into its usual neutral mask. The history is written by the victors, he said. What counts as prosperity or calamity is for the winners to decide. He gestured lightly toward the cavern walls as if the very stones held the truth of his words. Case in point, the history books only record the names of Emperor Commodus and his 10 generals. The rest, the millions who bled and died, are nameless nobodies. At most, a few unit names remain, and even those have crumbled to dust over time. He looked toward the preserved head of the infernal dragon. The families of those soldiers lost everything. Meanwhile, Commodus and his trusted few went on to become the royal family, the 3 Grand Dukes, and the 5 Duke houses of the new empire. He gave a soft snort. For Commodus and his inner circle, that war did indeed bring prosperity. But for the rest, the widows, the orphans, the broken bloodlines, was it really prosperous for them? Even today, more than 1,000 years later, the source of that so-called prosperity remains firmly in the hands of a few, though it was bought with the lives of the many. He turned to Alex, his tone calm, but sharp as a blade. Do not be naive. Do not fall for their crafted narratives and patriotic propaganda. This is neither prosperity nor calamity. It is nothing but a game of power. Alex understood what the Earl was saying, but he couldn't help frowning. Not because he disagreed, but because of how his father was saying it. There was something off. Why do you care so much about this, father? Alex asked. Like you said, it's just a game of power. According to your own lessons, this isn't anything new or unusual. So why does it bother you so much? What does this have to do with us being here? Earl Drake clasped his hands behind his back and took a few steps toward the infernal dragon's remains. He stared at the grotesque head in silence and drew a long breath. When he turned back, he was once again the picture of composure, the cold, resolute man Alex had always known. I'm sure you're aware that the infernal realm has multiple levels, he said, seemingly ignoring the question entirely. Alex nodded. Troops from our plane have explored up to the 18th level. Earl Drake continued. Back then, Commodus and his generals only made it as far as the 1st level. But since it was the first invasion, it was enough to alert a being from the deepest level. Alex's eyes widened. The deepest levels of the infernal realm remained a mystery, even after 1,000 years of conquest. The current Pangean expedition had only reached the 18th level, and already, above legendary infernal beings had begun to appear. If such monsters existed on the lower levels, it was anyone's guess how powerful the denizens of the deepest layers truly were. Commodus and his generals were no match for the creature, Rune-Tech said. They only managed to escape by trading the lives of the millions of soldiers they brought with them. Those men bought the path of retreat. His gaze was steady, unflinching. The ancestor of the Fury family was one of those nameless soldiers, abandoned in the depths of the infernal realm so Commodus and his chosen few could flee. His tone was coldly matter-of-fact, so neutral it was almost disturbing. Then, suddenly, he asked, "Do you know how infernals are born, and how they grow?" Alex blinked at the abrupt change in topic, but he nodded. The infernal realm and the nether realm were part of the basic curriculum in his first year at the Enclave. Thanks to his eidetic memory, he knew the subject well, far more than most. The infernal realm is the cesspool of the known universe, he recited. It's where all the negative energy, generated from the intense emotions of intelligent beings across different planes, is drawn and dumped. Infernals are special entities born from the convergence and amalgamation of that negative energy, and they grow by feeding on more negative energy. In this world, all energy held power, even the kind born of emotion. After all, the mind itself was a source of force. Broadly speaking, energy generated by the minds and emotions of intelligent beings was classified into two types, positive and negative. Positive energy had a bolstering effect. It enhanced willpower, mental clarity, and resistance. It was born of joy, camaraderie, loyalty, hope. Negative energy, on the other hand, had the opposite effect, debilitating, corrosive, and infective. It came from grief, despair, betrayal, rage, and loss. Most planes in the known universe regularly evacuated excess emotional energy, especially the dangerous, corrosive negative type, to specialized realms designed to contain it. Nearly all negative energy was drawn into the infernal realm. There, it pooled, churned, and merged to give birth to grotesque and often unique entities known as infernals. The infernals lived in an endless, brutal cycle of war. They tore each other apart in constant, primal hunger, feeding, growing stronger, only to be devoured in turn. Evolution through carnage. Sometimes, however, some of them escape. When an infernal crosses into another plane, it would unleash horrors upon its inhabitants, not simply out of malice, but to generate negative energy more efficiently. Fear, pain, and suffering were their favorite fuel sources. Rune-Tech's voice cut through the cave's silence. The millions of soldiers who fell captive to the true infernal lord were put through every depraved torment imaginable, just to wring out more negative energy. Efficiently, systematically. His tone was calm. Too calm. They were reared like cattle. Alex instinctively shivered. Eventually, millions became hundreds of thousands, then tens of thousands. His father's words dropped like stones in a still lake. As the soldiers died and their suffering intensified, the energy they produced became denser, more potent. So much so that it helped the true infernal lord transcend. Alex's eyes snapped open wider. Transcendence. He immediately thought of Oromir, the progenitor of his sky wolf bloodline. He too had achieved transcendence, becoming something greater than his original nature. Was this infernal the same? He became something paradoxical, both an infernal and not. No longer bound by the nature of his race, no longer governed by the fates of his kind. He became a recognized powerhouse of the known universe. A beat of silence. But even that was not enough. Alex's chest tightened. He knew where this was going. Instinctively, his mana stirred, as if sensing the approaching storm. The true infernal lord sought to replicate himself, Rune-Tech said, to seed his kind across the myriad planes. So he injected his transcendent energy into the surviving soldiers, trying to forge more like himself. Alex's breath caught. Out of tens of thousands, only 7 survived the process. The others either died or became grotesque, mindless infernals. But those 7 retained their human forms. The Earl's voice dipped into shadow. Their minds, however, were twisted beyond recognition. Feral, unhinged. Yet, the true infernal lord was pleased. He'd succeeded. So he released the 7 across the plains, his seeds of madness and power, and then vanished from the infernal realm, never to be seen again. Alex's heart pounded louder. But Earl Drake wasn't done. Unbeknownst to him, not all the 7 had lost themselves. One of them, just one, managed to cling to fragments of his mind. With the power granted to him, he hunted the other 6 down and destroyed them. Inadvertently, by slaying them, he absorbed their energy, becoming stronger than ever. But he paid a heavy price. In his final battle, he used all that accumulated power to burn away the remnants of infernal corruption within him. He succeeded, but it left him broken, just a withered old man. Alex listened in rapt silence, his mind drawing connections faster than his conscious thoughts could keep up. In his final years, he returned to the Pangea Plain. By then, all who had betrayed him were long dead. So he did what little he could. He sired an heir. Earl Drake's voice grew softer, almost reverent. He intended to die quietly. But before he could, he discovered something. Alex's eyes narrowed. The power he thought he'd purged had taken root in his bloodline. The Führer bloodline? Alex muttered under his breath. Indeed. Earl Drake confirmed with a slow nod. Our progenitor discovered that the only way to stabilize the bloodline was to draw upon the energy of the infernals. He turned his gaze to the remnants of the massive infernal dragon's corpse in the distance. With what little strength and life force he had left, he returned to the infernal realm one last time. There, he hunted and slew a legendary infernal dragon. Alex's eyes narrowed, absorbing every word. The dragon's head and core was used to create a sanctuary, Earl Drake continued. A place where those of our bloodline could awaken safely, without losing themselves. The site, and the ritual surrounding it, became the foundation of the rule our family abides by to this very day. The silence that followed was heavy. Then, Earl Drake Fury looked straight at his son. I'm telling you all this, not just to share our family's history, but so you can make an informed decision. Alex blinked. What do you mean, father? You have the option, the Earl said evenly, to forsake the Führer bloodline. Alex froze. You've awakened your maternal bloodline, haven't you? Earl Drake asked. I can sense it, and I suspect its purity is no less than your Führer bloodline. Alex remained silent, but his expression confirmed the truth. Your mother's bloodline is a natural antithesis to ours, the Earl explained. Because of that, there exists a method, rare, dangerous, but possible, to cleanse your body of the Führer bloodline entirely. To carry the Führer bloodline is to forever walk the line between man and infernal, he said gravely. You can reject this path. Alex stared at him in stunned silence. Coming from the head of the Fury household, that wasn't just unexpected, it bordered on heresy. He was essentially advising his heir to abandon the very essence of their legacy. This was nothing short of treason. But before Alex could voice his disbelief, his father continued. Very few people know the precise purity of your Führer bloodline. Most assume you simply failed to awaken it, given your lack of its important warrior talent. If you choose to let it go, no one would question it. To be a pure-blooded Führer bearer, as pure as you are, is to live shackled to its nature. You won't just fight your enemies, you'll be fighting yourself. There was no anger in the Earl's tone, no pressure, just cold, measured words. And yet, beneath them, Alex sensed something else. Concern. A father's worry, buried beneath noble stoicism. Your journey home was littered with danger, the Earl added. I hear you were nearly killed by an assassin. Alex's fists clenched slightly at the memory. This will be your life, Earl Drake said. Constant threat. Endless pursuit. If you accept the Führer bloodline, you must also accept everything that comes with it. Alex exhaled slowly. I understand, father, he said at last. But there's nothing to consider. No choice to be made. Talent, bloodline, family. These are things chosen by destiny at birth. Whether they are good or bad doesn't matter. What matters is how we live with them. His voice gained a resolute edge. Even if I abandon the Führer bloodline, even if I leave the Fury family, I'll still be one of you. That truth won't change. My identity is bound to this house. One way or another, my fate is entwined with it. He took a deep breath. So rather than resist what's inevitable, I'd rather accept it, wield it, shape it to serve my will. His decision had already been made long ago. Alex had begun forging a true name from the Führer bloodline. Though still veiled and incomplete, it had already begun to manifest, an imprint left on his very soul. He doubted such a name, or the bloodline that birthed it, could be so easily erased. And more than that, he had never been the sort to run from any hand dealt to him by fate. To him, fate and destiny were neither blessings nor curses. They were neutral forces. Even in the worst cases, there was always a sliver of opportunity, a crack in the wall. One just needed to find the right angle and pry it open. Infernals, demons of arcane fantasies. They were more than a little alike. By that logic, the Fury bloodline, his bloodline, could be seen as akin to demonic humans. From that perspective, Alex could understand why his father had offered him a way out. It was a father's attempt at mercy, a choice not many nobles would even consider giving their heir. Still, he didn't think much of it. Demonic energy, infernal energy, holy energy, solar energy, light. He didn't particularly like or dislike any of them. In his mind, as someone who had once been a voracious reader of fantasy novels, no power was inherently good or evil. What mattered was the intent and character of the one wielding it. To reject the Führer bloodline simply because of its dark origin, that wasn't in his nature. "I will keep my bloodline," he declared firmly. Then a slow grin spread across his face. A wolfish grin. "And as for the dangers associated with the family, the ones scheming to kill me, well, like you said, it's all a game of power. Let them come. I only hope they prove to be worthy adversaries." Earl Drake fury froze. Then, he threw his head back and laughed. A deep, satisfied laugh. He said nothing more, recognizing that his son's mind was already made up. "Very well," he said finally. "Since that is your choice, place your hand upon the dragon's head." Alex stepped forward and obeyed, pressing his palm against the massive, scaled head. The severed dragon's skull was easily as tall as he was. The instant his hand made contact, a primal hunger surged from within his body. Something in him latched onto the dragon's head, an irresistible pull that glued his hand to it. Then, like a floodgate opening, a sinister, destructive cold drilled into his body. Infernal energy. It wasn't just cold, it was cruel, malevolent, and violent. It wanted to rampage through him. But his body's instinctive defenses flared, preventing the energy from doing any real damage. His father's voice echoed behind him. "Our Führer bloodline is awakened by infernal essence, negative energy. Feel it. Command it. Let it flow through your body. If you truly accept the path of a Fury." Alex nodded slightly and closed his eyes. He released his spiritual force, wrapping it around the incoming torrent of negative energy, steadying its flow. He didn't know any warrior cultivation methods. He was a mage, after all, but he allowed the energy to circulate as it wished within the limits he imposed. He carefully prevented the energy from even nearing his mana pathways. The negative energy, as if sentient, made a beeline for the core of his flesh. Then, without warning, his consciousness shifted. He was back in his bloodline space. The space was eerily quiet, tense. Before him stood the two altars, his twin bloodlines, locked in a silent standoff. The Auremir altar, aligned with the solar and positive energies, had already bristled at the appearance of this malignant presence. It flared with brilliant radiance, on the verge of acting. Alex had to will it to stand down, restraining it from reacting too violently. Still, the Auremir altar radiated solar energy, bathing the surrounding space in warm, stabilizing light. This had an unexpected effect. It repelled the spread of negative energy, limiting its influence to the area around the Führer altar, which, in turn, helped the Führer altar focus. It concentrated the negative energy in its domain, drinking it deeply like a dying man gulping down water. A dark whirlpool formed above the Führer altar, spinning violently as it sucked in the black energy with unrelenting force. Then, slowly, bit by bit, the rock-like veil covering the Führer altar's true name began to crumble. The heavy, stone-like crust, formed from years of suppression and secrecy, shattered into dust and fell away. And beneath it, the true name began to reveal itself, veiled no longer. Outside the bloodline space, Earl Drake stood still, his eyes narrowed in quiet disbelief. The sheer volume of negative energy being absorbed by Alex was beyond anything he'd ever witnessed. He nearly stepped forward to interrupt the ritual, but then something stopped him. A pressure was building. A deep, oppressive pressure. Bloodline suppression, he thought, stunned. His Führer bloodline, is that pure? It suddenly made sense. Unbeknownst to the Earl, this son of his, who was already born with exceptional bloodline purity, had gone on to refine it further using heavenroot nectar, one of the rarest substances in the known universe. A startling realization struck Earl Drake like lightning. In that case, awakening a true name isn't just possible. It's practically inevitable. His brow furrowed. He didn't know whether to feel proud or uneasy. The Führer bloodline was not normal, and neither would be the true name born from it. Within the bloodline space, the whirlpool of negative energy finally began to slow. It had consumed enough energy to fuel over a dozen Führer bloodline awakening ceremonies. The last wisps of infernal energy within Alex's body were drawn into the vortex, and then the whirlpool vanished, leaving behind a tranquil, saturated silence. A heartbeat later, something stirred at the altar. At long last, the veil that had obscured the true name etched into the Führer altar crumbled away. Velker. The name blazed into being, ominous, wild, and commanding. Velker. Raging/violent, blade/lightning. Like Solmir, his Oromir true name, Velker wasn't just a name. It was a conceptual identity. But unlike Solmir, which had a clear and singular meaning, Velker was abnormal, just like the infernals it originated from. It contained multiple interpretations. The Vel portion could mean either raging or violent. The Kar portion meant both blade and lightning. He would have to choose what aspects to accept. The Vel component came first. Raging would amplify the emotional enhancements of the Führer bloodline, heightening his emotional state, but offering greater energy resonance. Violent would add a silent infernal force to every attack, increasing their lethality, but it would also feed into a bloodthirst, making him more battle-hungry. Alex didn't hesitate. He chose raging. Heightened emotions? That was manageable. His powerful spiritual force gave him more than enough mental resilience to endure it. More importantly, raging made him feel more human, while violent would have pushed him dangerously close to the infernal threshold. Once the choice was made, the meaning of the name shifted. Velker, raging blade, and lightning. A dual embodiment of power and fury. Its concept was crystal clear, domination and subjugation. And the effect? Surprisingly simple. It increased his combat power. But what truly surprised him was the next realization. He had already been benefiting from the concept, even before the name was fully awakened. Even while veiled, Velker's essence had been subtly empowering him. Heightened battle instincts. Reflexive tactical awareness. Back in his previous life, Alex wasn't a fighter. He had only taken beginner MMA classes for fitness. He knew the fundamentals, but wouldn't last in a real fight. Yet now, he moved like someone born for battle. Sure, he had sparred with Merlin during their art of killing lessons. But after returning from the sanctuary subspace, his combat instincts had grown exponentially. He remembered the hitmen in Mormont City. He hadn't planned. He hadn't thought. He reacted. His movements had been fluid, efficient, and deadly. At the time, he chalked it up to adrenaline. But now he understood. It was the infernal instincts granted by Velker's emerging concept. Even sealed, the true name had gifted him a battle sense beyond his experience. No, he wasn't a martial master. Not yet, but now he believed. If he truly trained for it, he could become one. Alex thought the funfair was over. He was just about to withdraw from the bloodline space, when something unexpected happened. The true names on both altars, Solmir and Velker, suddenly detached, lifting into the air as they drifted above the pool of bloodline energy. The words floated together, side by side. Their presence merged, resonating, almost as if they were forming a single true name. Alex's eyes widened as he read them aloud. Velker Solmir, raging lightning blade of the Sun Wolf King. The moment the words left his lips, crack, shatter, a sound echoed across the space, like something massive splitting apart. Before Alex could grasp what had just broken, darkness closed in. His vision faded. He lost consciousness. In the real world, Earl Drake Fury stood on edge, having just witnessed his son absorb far more energy from the infernal formation than any child had ever been able to. The infernal dragon head at the center was meant to help with awakening, not to feed someone like a starved beast. That amount of energy should have been enough for 12 full ceremonies. He was just about to stop it when the absorption finally slowed. The surge of bloodline pressure faded too. Earl Drake took a breath. It's done. Or so he thought. Then, without warning, Alex collapsed. Earl Drake rushed forward, panic in his eyes, but, boom, a fresh surge of bloodline power exploded from Alex's body, throwing the Earl back several steps. He braced himself, narrowing his eyes as multiple auras surged into the room. Führer bloodline, Oromir bloodline, Draconic aura, and Alex's own signature aura, all of them clashing, and yet, combining. Earl Drake's heart skipped a beat. Bloodline fusion, he muttered in disbelief. The process which had started back in Uthvasgal's lair in the pool of dragon blood essence was finally completed. Inside the bloodline space, the transformation was visible. The red and white energies representing the Führer and Oromir bloodlines, once immiscible, were now blending. The clashing forces had dissolved. In their place, a thick, golden liquid emerged, viscous, radiant, and completely new. The combined bloodline energy surged out of the space, flowing through every part of Alex's being, his flesh, vessels, mana heart, and mind space. Change swept through him. Fundamental change. In the outside world, Earl Drake stood vigilant, watching for signs of harm. But none came. Alex remained safe, though his transformation continued. The golden energy finally receded after nearly 10 minutes. Alex stirred, groggy, as if someone had clobbered his head with a hammer. He groaned and sat up, pressing both hands to his temples. Then pain. A stabbing ache lanced through his mind, and with it, a flood of information. The fusion of true names had triggered the full fusion of his bloodline energies and awakened a new concept. Limitless. There were no effects listed. Just a name. A concept. But the rest of the information focused on something else, something more immediately practical. Bloodline affinities. The Oromir bloodline, which was attuned to solar affinity, a unique fusion of fire and light. And the Führer bloodline that had the Netherspark affinity, a fusion of darkness and lightning. Alex blinked in amazement. He could use both. He raised both palms. From his right hand, he summoned energy that burned with fire and glowed with light, yet wasn't quite either. Solar mana. From his left hand, thick black mana pooled, viscous, dark, and laced with flickering arcs of lightning. Netherspark mana. His breath caught in his throat. Giving in to his instincts, he released control over both elements. The solar mana surged along his right arm, engulfing the entire right side of his body in a blazing gold-red hue. The Netherspark mana did the same to his left, covering him in a deep violet-black aura, sparked through with crackling lightning. Alex looked down at himself, one side burning with the radiance of the sun, the other cloaked in infernal darkness. And more than just a display of mana, it was a statement, a declaration of what he'd become. Aura coding. Earl Drake Fury stood frozen, eyes wide. He had thought the bloodline fusion was the final surprise of the day. He was wrong. Not only had Alex touched the deepest affinities of his fused bloodlines, but now, he was using a technique that only warriors were supposed to wield. How is this possible? The Earl muttered. Alex overheard and turned slightly. The line between warrior and mage paths isn't as ironclad as most believe, Father, he said calmly. As you should well know, that line blurs significantly at the legendary rank. I possess both a high-purity warrior-type bloodline and a high-purity mage-type bloodline. After their fusion, is it really that strange I've broken the boundaries of both? Drake stared in silence, unable to refute it. The proof stood right before him. Meanwhile, Alex smiled to himself. His instincts about the limitless concept had been spot on. True names and their concepts aren't born from nothing. Everything, my bloodlines, cultivation technique, even Merlin's lessons, was nudging me towards breaking the old classifications. So, of course, the fusion would birth a concept that does exactly that. He flexed his hands, feeling the elemental forces at his fingertips. He could now use aura coding with all his elemental affinities, something unthinkable for a mage. More than that, He could now cast spells from elements he had previously never touched. Darkness, lightning, nether spark. A rush of excitement bloomed in his chest. But none of that compared to the possibility he cared most about. Rune-Tech. Alex believed, though he hadn't confirmed it yet, that the limitless concept's influence extended beyond his body and magic. It touched upon his true path, his Rune-Tech path. Everything else, mage, warrior, bloodline, elements, they were tools. But Rune-Tech? That was his purpose. And anything that helped him walk that path was more than welcome. As Earl Drake processed his son's transformation, a sly smile crept onto his face. So, he said, with your fused bloodlines, you're now both a mage and a warrior, aren't you? Alex, pulled from his thoughts, nodded thoughtfully. In essence, yes. I'm not sure I should take up a warrior's cultivation method, but I should be able to learn battle techniques. Is that so? The Earl's smile widened. Alex felt a flicker of unease. What now? Then it's only proper, Drake declared, that we turn you into a true Fury warrior. Alex blinked, then relaxed. That didn't sound bad. Being formally recognized as a Fury warrior would bolster his standing in the family. He nodded. Very well. Earl Drake's expression softened. You've just returned. Rest for today? We'll resume this tomorrow. Alex gave a respectful nod. Do you wish to stay in Ashen Castle? Drake asked. Or will you return to your mountain lodging? Alex paused. Then a familiar smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Let's give them the illusion of safety. I'll return to the mountain. Earl Drake frowned. He didn't approve, but he didn't argue either. He simply nodded. With that, the two left the awakening grounds. And though their footsteps echoed softly across the stone floor, the result of Alex's reawakening ceremony, earth-shattering and unprecedented, remained a secret buried in the silence here. Alex woke up the next morning to the ceiling of a strange, yet familiar bedroom. It was the bedroom of the Ashen Castle's back mountain lodge, the one the original Alex Fury had called home for most of his life. The space was deeply imprinted into his muscle memory. He instinctively knew where everything was, the location of the cupboard and shelves, the window's exact angle of sunlight at dawn, even the squeaky floorboard just past the doorframe. He could move around with his eyes closed. And yet, it felt foreign. To the current Alex Fury, the true_sage, this wasn't home. His familiar room was the one in the dorms back at the Enclave. That was the place he had grown into himself. Nonetheless, thanks to the lingering familiarity carved into his body's memories, Alex got a proper, restful night's sleep. Carefully, he eased off the bed, making sure not to disturb Fun, who lay curled beside him. Fun intended to watch over him after the whole assassination debacle, but clearly the cub couldn't resist the call of 9 clouds. Alex walked over to the full-body mirror near the bedside. 5 years ago, on the day he first reincarnated into this world, this very mirror had shown him the image of a scrawny child, the frail vessel he had awoken into. But today, it reflected someone new. His current body was lean, muscular, and athletic. Not bulky, but honed, built for real battle and prolonged engagement. 5 years of relentless training had forged this frame, complemented by the latent influence of his Fuhrer bloodline. That bloodline, with its deep-rooted ties to the infernal race, a species bred for war, had sculpted him into a natural warrior, regardless of the fact he was primarily a mage. Alex smiled, satisfied. Then he left the room. The corridors were quiet. Unlike 5 years ago, there were no maids scurrying about. That was by design. After his return, Alex had dismissed all of them. He discovered that every single one of them had been compromised in some way. The head maid, his former nanny, the voluptuous woman who had bathed him like a rag doll, and the only trustworthy one amongst the maid based on Alex's memories, had mysteriously disappeared. He wasn't bothered, though. Housekeeping could easily be handled with a few miscellaneous utility spells like clean, at least until he recruited a fresh staff he could actually trust. He followed the hallway until he arrived at the training room. As expected of a building built for a warrior bloodline, it had one. Maybe not of the highest grade, but it served its purpose. The training room was well furnished by this world's standards. Basic weights lined the walls, weapon racks stood neatly arranged, and stacks of hay bales sat beside carved wooden stands that could be assembled into training dummies. It wasn't quite the high-end experience of the enchanted armored mannequins at the Enclave, but for some basic body work, it would suffice. Alex wasn't here to train. He simply wanted to stretch his limbs, get a feel for his body post-awakening. He took a boxing stance, adjusting his footing with care, and began throwing fists, mimicking the movements he remembered from his previous life. At first, he focused solely on the movements. Then, slowly, he began to sense the influence of his newly awakened true name, Velker. With each punch, jab, hook, uppercut, straight, he felt subtle nudges within his body. Instinctive cues, like an invisible coach, adjusting his form for optimal impact. The feeling was hard to put into words. Every time he moved, his body knew exactly how to position itself to deliver maximum power and precision. And when he transitioned into combos, his instincts seemed to choose the next strike automatically, based on his current footing and momentum. He didn't need to drill specific combos anymore. That layer of spontaneity added a dangerous level of unpredictability to his attacks. His body had already mastered the most fundamental principles of combat: fluid movement, structural efficiency, and dynamic momentum. It responded naturally and intuitively, almost as if he were dancing to a rhythm only his blood could hear. For the first time, Alex truly understood what it meant to have a warrior's body. And it was only the beginning. So, this is battle instinct, Alex thought, gazing at his hands. No wonder those so-called combat geniuses can never explain how they learn or execute the moves they do. He couldn't help but sigh at the realization he had become one of them. A combat genius. It almost felt unfair. Alex moved on to practicing other striking styles from his limited MMA repertoire: boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai. He didn't know much beyond the basics, but even that was enough. The battle instincts inherited from his Velker true name filled in the gaps, refining his form and improving his execution with every movement. He then transitioned to grappling drills. It wasn't ideal, there was no one to spar with, so he improvised. Using hay, cloth, and other materials on hand, he crafted a crude grappling dummy. Together with detailed visualization, he practiced what he could recall. Still, the difference was night and day. Every strike, every hold, every transition was sharper, smoother, faster. He realized just how deeply his Velker true name, alongside his Führer bloodline, was improving not only his physical movements, but also the combat logic behind each one. It wasn't just muscle memory, it was battle intuition. By the time he was done, Alex was drenched in sweat and reeked like a warrior fresh from the front lines. He cleaned up the training room before heading to the bath for a long, relaxing soak. When he returned to his bedroom, Fun was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Magical beasts really were cheats. As long as they had a steady diet of high-energy food and enough sleep, they would continue growing stronger without needing to train nearly as hard as humans. It was in their nature. But Alex didn't envy them. Where magical beasts had racial limits, humans had potential. Unlike racial limits, which were nearly impossible to break, human potential could be expanded through effort, resources, and sheer will. Beasts, on the other hand, could only surpass their limitations through rare mutations, evolutions, or atavistic awakenings, and those required extraordinary circumstances or miraculous materials. Such materials weren't sought, they were found, and finding them relied more on luck than anything else. Alex found that far too passive. Even though he accepted fate and destiny, the idea of placing one's growth entirely in the hands of chance didn't sit well with him. Still, he had high hopes for Fun. He wasn't sure what the cub's racial limit was, but it should at least surpass that of his parents, which was at peak Class 3, the elite ranked it. With Alex's support, Fun had a real chance of evolving or experiencing an atavism, pushing his racial ceiling at least one rank higher. Class 5 was a realistic target, and Alex would make sure he reached it. He let the young cub be and changed into a fresh set of clothes before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The kitchen was surprisingly well stocked. While it wasn't the high-quality, mana-rich ingredients he was used to at the Enclave, it was more than sufficient. Alex decided on something simple. He prepared steaks for both himself and Fun. While the meat cooked, he grabbed a loaf of bread and stuffed it with 2 sausages, a fried egg, sautéed onions, and chopped tomatoes. The savory aroma filled the kitchen. That was enough to wake Fun. The cub bolted into the room like a missile, just in time to see Alex wolfing down the last bite of his improvised sandwich. Wine. Fun stared at him, wide-eyed and pitiful, as if he'd just watched his owner eat his portion. Alex burst into laughter. In retaliation, the wolf cub leapt onto him, delivering a light smack to the side of his head with a padded paw. Alex counterattacked by jabbing his fingers into Fawn's sides, wiggling them mercilessly. It was all in good fun. Fawn, of course, had retracted his claws completely, and Alex was merely tickling. Just a master and his companion playing around like they always had. By the time the stakes were done, both of them were famished from the mock skirmish. Fawn, under Alex's influence, had grown used to eating cooked food rich with spices. He only reverted to raw meat when necessary. Together, the two of them devoured a meal large enough to feed 5 grown adults, down to the last morsel. As they finished, a knock echoed from the door. Right on cue. Alex raised a brow and walked over. Opening the door revealed one of the knights who had escorted him back to the Ashen Castle. The knight bowed slightly. "The Lord requests your presence, young Master Alex." Between his performance on the perilous return journey and how he held his own during the ambush in Mormont City, Alex had earned the genuine respect of the knights who now escorted him through the castle grounds. Beyond that, this particular knight could read the writing on the wall. Earl Drake favored Alex. Only something monumental could shake his standing within the family. Alex, of course, saw through it. The knight was kissing ass. But as the saying went, you can't punch a man who's smiling at you. Alex let it slide. He'd be seeing a lot more ass-kissers soon enough, once he began to establish his power base. Just to be sure, he swept the knight with his spirit sight, consciously activating a new feature that had emerged after his true name's first awakened back in the sanctuary subspace. Since then, the scope of energy signatures Alex could detect had expanded slightly. Most notably, he could now perceive negative energy, specifically the kind directed at him. In other words, he could sense strong hatred or malice directed toward his person. With enough observation, he could even detect deceit, though this wasn't as straightforward. It required active deduction, not some magical lie detector. At first, he hadn't understood how or why he'd gained this enhancement. Spirit sight was already a complex ability, and its development had always felt linked to his unique physiology. But now, with a deeper understanding of the Führer bloodline, it made perfect sense. Infernals were creatures that fed on negative energy. Of course, they would evolve senses that could detect their most delectable delicacy, negative energy directed towards them. The only downside, this new layer of spirit sight wasn't passive like the original. He had to consciously activate it each time he wanted to use it. He swept his gaze over the night. Nothing. No hatred. No deep malice. No ill intent. Good. All right, Alex said with a nod. He was already dressed, so he simply followed the knight out. This time, the knight had brought a horse for him. Alex mounted the steed smoothly. Fun leapt up right behind him, shrinking himself to his smallest size. Adorably tiny, practically a plushie. The perfect camouflage. Cute and disarming. "I'm walking into a battlefield," Alex thought as he stared at the towering structure of the Ashen Castle. Better to keep my cards hidden a little longer. They rode in silence, the hooves of their mounts clopping against stone as they approached the main castle building. The training grounds were alive with movement. As always, Fury soldiers were undergoing morning drills in the castle's open courtyard. Unsurprisingly, there were far more warriors than mages. A noble house built on martial prowess was bound to lean toward the warrior class. The soldiers trained in different forms. Some practiced alone, others sparred in pairs. A few worked in small squads, rehearsing battlefield formations with the precision of a well-oiled war machine. Alex observed them quietly. And then, an idea struck. His eyes lit up. The knight beside him almost smiled, mistaking the look for admiration. He thought the young lord was simply impressed with the soldiers' discipline. Alex was impressed, but not in the way the knight thought. What caught Alex's eye wasn't their strength or their aura, but their methodology. The Fury soldiers trained with complete professionalism. They weren't slackers or show-offs. Each one moved with the intensity of someone preparing for an actual battle, not just a spar. It was like watching a live drill of military-grade readiness. And that gave Alex an idea. One that could potentially bridge his Rune-Tech with the family's martial heritage. This place is a fertile ground for data collection, Alex thought, stroking his short, full beard in contemplation as he observed the Fury soldiers drilling in formation. If I can somehow encode the Fury family's discipline and combat drills into sub-AIs for the Nest Queen's drones, I'll have a professional army ready for deployment. The thought made his heart race. The best way to capture this would be through audiovisual data. That way, I can feed it into the AI's machine learning protocols. Once I train a single AI module to an acceptable standard, I can clone it endlessly for sub-AI replication. Alex could already envision the outcome. Swarms of Rune-Tech drones executing perfect, synchronized combat formations, all patterned after the Fury warrior's brutal efficiency. But he forced himself to breathe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. First things first. To collect that data, he would need to create Rune-Tech lenses capable of recording practice drills from all angles, converting them into digital datasets usable for training AI modules. Fortunately, he mused, I already laid the groundwork with the Rune phone and Rune-Net projects. I won't have to start entirely from scratch. He itched to return to his lab in the sanctuary subspace and start crafting immediately. But first, there was the matter of meeting with his father. Alex turned to the knight beside him and gestured forward. They continued on their way, careful not to disturb the soldiers at training. They eventually arrived at the castle courtyard. Stable hands were already waiting to receive the horses. Alex dismounted, and Finn leapt down, still in his miniaturized, cuddly form. Together, the two entered the grand castle. They'd barely walked far into the corridor when 4 individuals stepped into their path. Alex paused. Silver-gray hair, crimson-red eyes. Each one bore the distinct traits of the Fury bloodline. Pure bloods, without question. The resemblance they shared with Alex only confirmed it. Buried memories, those of the original Alex Fury before the True_Sage took over, surfaced from deep within. Like most high-ranking nobles on the Pangea Plain, especially on the Arun continent, Earl Drake Fury had taken multiple wives. 4, to be precise. The first was Alex's mother. The other 3? 2 came from distant branches of the Fury clan, while the last was from a vassal noble house tied to one of the Empire's 3 grand duchies. The 4 before him were born of the 2 Fury-blooded wives. Ulfman, Alex said calmly, eyes settling on the tallest of the group. A boy of around 14, but like many Fury youths, Ulfman looked older, more like 17 or 18. His build was solid, posture-trained, his frame already showing signs of martial cultivation. Alex's gaze shifted to the 2 standing beside him. Sarah, Sophia, Serafina, and Sophia. Fraternal twins, around the same age as Ulfman. And just like him, they appeared older than they were. Fully blossomed, both in physique and presence. Despite their shared bloodline, the twins couldn't have been more different in aura. Serafina exuded overt sensuality. Her clothes were cut in ways that dared men to look, and paid off when they did. A whip hung lazily at her waist, an accessory that suited her image as a dangerous enchantress. Sophia, in contrast, projected the elegance of a noble daughter, prim, proper, untouchable. But Alex wasn't fooled. Her controlled aura, her steady breath, the tension in her frame. It told him everything he needed to know. Beneath the facade was a trained fighter, alert and ready. A combatant who wore etiquette like armor. Finally, Alex's eyes settled on the last of the 4, a small boy standing behind Serafina and Sophia. Alex crouched down to meet him at eye level. And you must be Wilbert, am I right? He asked with a soft smile. The 10-year-old gave a quick nod, eyes wide with childlike innocence. Unlike Alex at that age, Wilbert radiated the carefree energy of a normal 10-year-old. A proper child. That simple truth made Alex pause in curiosity. So he's the twins' full brother, Alex realized. After giving birth to the twins, their mother must have found her way back into Earl Drake's bed. And here was the result. Keeping his attention solely to Wilbert, Alex asked, I believe this is our first time meeting. Do you know who I am? The boy shook his head. No. Alex raised a brow and turned to his sisters. He expected that, at the very least, they would have badmouthed him by now. That the boy would have heard stories. Unflattering ones, most likely. But before he could ask, Sophia gently said to the boy, He's our oldest brother. You should call him first brother. Alex blinked. Her tone was sincere, respectful even. Spirit sights, level 2, malice detection. Activating the ocular prowess's newly awakened function, Alex scanned all 4 siblings. Another surprise. There was no malice. Not even a flicker. He chuckled to himself and looked back at Wilbert. Just call me Brother Alex. Okay, the boy nodded brightly. Alex rose to his feet. Did you come to see me? Wolfman stepped forward and nodded. Yes, we haven't seen you since. He abruptly cut himself off, realizing too late the potential implications of his words. Since the awakening ceremony, Alex finished for him with a light chuckle. It's fine. No need to walk on eggshells around me. Wolfman exhaled, visibly relieved. In that case, he continued, we came to tell you. We don't intend to fight over the heir position. We just don't know what our mothers might do. Alex raised a brow, genuinely surprised once again. Serafina folded her arms and looked away with a huff. We're pure-blood furies. Whatever we want, we'll get on our own. We don't need to rely on an inheritance. What my sister means to say, Sophia cut in smoothly, is that we don't intend to get in your way. The only real competition for the heirship is Brother Kurt. Alex couldn't help but laugh wryly. Their cautious tone, their careful declarations, one might think he was some ruthless warlord instead of a reclusive mage returning home. What the hell have they been told about me? He wondered. Then, a new voice tore through the corridor, brash, loud, and full of scorn. Well, talking behind my back again, Sophia? The air shifted. A figure strode into view. Tall, broad-shouldered, and brimming with arrogance. His hair was the same silver gray, his eyes the signature red of a fury. But his expression carried a brutal haughtiness. He sneered. Oh, look what we have here. If it isn't the weakling who ran off to some mage tower after realizing just how much of a trash he was. His smile twisted. Sorry is. The air froze. Everyone, Alex, his siblings, and the knight, turned to face the voice's source. A tall, burly youth loomed in the corridor, his presence overwhelming. He looked to be in his late teens to early 20s, standing at a towering 7 feet, 210 centimeters, with a broad chest and the physique of a seasoned warrior, bare back and tiger waist, as the old martial saying went. Alex wasn't small by any standard, standing at 190 centimeters, but beside this youth, he seemed almost diminutive. This wasn't some veteran warrior in his 20s, though. This was Kurt, Alex's younger half-brother. Younger by only a couple of months, but hailed as the favored heir by most of Earl Drake's vassals. Kurt was a prodigy, having fully awakened his Führer bloodline and manifested its talents by the age of 10. What's more, he had inherited traces of the Titan bloodline from his mother's side, further enhancing his physical prowess and durability. The result was a fearsome young warrior well on his way to greatness. Couple that with Alex's failed awakening ceremony 5 years ago and his subsequent disappearance, and Kurt had effortlessly claimed the role of presumptive heir. His mother, an influential noblewoman with a deep grasp of courtly politics, ensured that position remained undisputed. At least, until now. Alex silently studied him. Unlike his other siblings, Kurt radiated strong malice, palpable and venomous. There's even killing intent mixed in, Alex mused. Interesting. Still facing Sophia, he spoke calmly. I understand what you all are trying to do, but you're making one very crucial mistake. He offered them a faint smile. There is no competition for the position of heir. There's only a fool who doesn't know his place. He motioned to the knight at his side. Don't worry yourselves. The fool will be put down soon enough. No need to let it affect our sibling relationship. With that, Alex turned on his heel and strode forward, completely ignoring Kurt, not sparing him even a glance. Stop right there, you waste. Kurt's voice thundered. Veins bulged across his neck and forehead. His face flushed with rage. Humiliation. Pure, boiling humiliation. But Alex didn't halt. Furious, Kurt lunged forward, his peak intermediate warrior aura erupting from his body in a violent blaze. His footsteps thundered on the stone floor as he closed the distance in an instant, fist cocked back to strike. Alex slowly turned. In that instant, he unleashed everything. Beast intimidation, Sommer's regality and dominion, Velker's subjugation and dominance, killing intent. His ruby-red eyes darkened into a deeper crimson as they locked onto Kurt. The aura that radiated from him surged out like a crashing tide, one built not just of magic or bloodline, but of something far more primal. Authority. Kurt's charge came to an abrupt halt. His punch froze mid-air, just inches from Alex's face. Alex didn't flinch, didn't blink. He stared directly into Kurt's eyes, gaze sharp as blades. "I just returned home," he said coolly. "I don't want to get my hands dirty yet. So, I'll overlook this transgression." His spiritual force surged outward. The beast intimidation washed over Kurt's mind like a crushing weight. "You are beneath me, and there is nothing you can do to change that." He turned his back and began walking away. "Just know your place." Those disdainful parting words echoed endlessly in Kurt's mind as Alex left. It was only after Alex disappeared around the corner that Kurt could finally move again. He stared down at his trembling hand in shock and horror. One glance, just one look, and he was paralyzed. How is this possible? Kurt's mind reeled in disbelief. I was afraid of him, of that trash, that weakling. His ego screamed in denial. This couldn't be real. By all logical metrics, Alex was weaker than him. The mana pressure from Alex clearly indicated he was only an early-stage intermediate mage, while Kurt himself was a peak-stage intermediate warrior. There was no way he should have been subdued by a mere look. It must be sorcery. Yes, that's it. He cheated. Seraphina. Sophia, did you? Kurt whipped around, intending to demand answers from his sisters, both of whom practiced warlock-type professions. Seraphina, the seductive enchantress, and Sophia, the clever hex witch, both should know if Alex had used some kind of enchantment or hex on him. But they were gone. All of them. Seraphina, Sophia, Ulfman, and even the little brat Wilbert. Damn you all. Kurt roared in rage. Unbeknownst to him, the four had slipped away the moment Alex left. They knew Kurt too well. They knew how he got when humiliated. They had no intention of letting him take out his bruised pride on them, so they beat a swift and quiet retreat. Brother Alex is so cool. Wilbert beamed, stars in his eyes. Shoo. Sophia quickly clamped a hand over the boy's mouth. She glanced around warily before sighing in relief. No one had overheard. He's not wrong, though. It was kind of cool, Seraphina admitted, tossing her long silver-gray hair over her shoulder. Don't encourage him, Sophia snapped, glaring at her sister. Alex's words still echoed in their minds. The way he had carried himself, the aura, the weight of his presence. Alex, Ulfman murmured, brows furrowed. He's different. Yes, Seraphina agreed. He was almost like father. All three older siblings said in unison. Ulfman turned to Sophia. Looks like your warning was spot on. Of course it was. Never doubt a witch's intuition, Sophia said with a smirk. Ulfman nodded seriously. Then we stay out of their way, just like we planned. Agreed, Seraphina said, her earlier playfulness replaced by solemn understanding. Even Wilbert nodded along, eyes serious despite his age. He was young, but not blind. He understood that the house was headed for conflict, and he knew better than to get caught in the crossfire. Still, that didn't mean he wouldn't quietly wave Brother Alex's flag. Elsewhere, Alex walked with a faint, thoughtful smile on his face. Not because of what he had just done to Kurt, though satisfying, but because of what he sensed in his other siblings. Two of the Earl's wives had clearly chosen neutrality, or perhaps silent support. That mattered. He wouldn't completely take them at face value. Not yet, but it was a pleasant development. He didn't want to go to war with all of the Earl's children. True, he didn't feel any particular bond with them. These were not siblings he had grown up with. Not in his heart. But still, knowing that the majority weren't actively gunning for him, it meant something, especially for someone who'd been alone his entire past life. It must have been Sophia who convinced them, he mused. Most people assumed warlocks and mages were the same type of magical class. But in truth, there was a fundamental difference between them. Mages needed to study, to learn the theory behind each spell they cast. Their magic was a construct of logic, formulae, and understanding. Warlocks, on the other hand, instinctively knew how to wield their spells. There was no logic to speak of, and they couldn't even begin to explain their spells. This instinctive control came from synchronizing their spiritual force, either with their bloodline or the world around them, to tap into knowledge buried deep within. Bloodline warlocks drew upon ancestral memories and genetic power. For example, a dragon warlock could invoke draconic spells without ever studying them, merely by awakening the knowledge imprinted in their bloodline. World warlocks, however, synchronized with the world itself. Their spiritual force became aligned with specific laws of nature. If a warlock attuned to the law of fire, they would instantly understand how to conjure fire spells, but only fire spells. Warlocks weren't a class one could choose. They were born into it. Talent alone wasn't enough. Fate had to decree it. Seraphina and Sophia were both warlocks. Seraphina, the seductive enchantress, was a bloodline warlock. She tapped into their Führer bloodline, drawing power from the negative energy of lust to bend her targets to her will. Sophia, by contrast, was a world warlock. She had synchronized with the world itself and now channeled its ambient negative energy through hexes, weaving ill will into tangible curses. Bloodline warlocks were known for being sensitive and reactive, while world warlocks were intuitive and foresight. Alex suspected that Sophia, with her world-bound intuition, had deduced a grim future should they choose to oppose him. It explained why she had gathered her siblings from the Fury Women camp and quietly withdrawn them from the air competition. Smart girl, Alex thought. As for Kurt, Alex didn't think much of him, aside from being mildly relieved that he now had a clear face to assign to his opposition. A part of him even sympathized with Kurt. There was only a couple of months' difference in age between them, yet those months had made Alex the eldest and, therefore, the heir apparent. That alone would be enough to breed resentment. But then came Alex's dismal performance during his first awakening and Kurt's own explosive success. The household attention would have shifted dramatically, and if Kurt's high-strung, politically savvy mother had been whispering into his ears, well, that would explain the arrogance. Still, Alex's sympathy stopped there. During Alex's time away, Kurt had likely basked in adoration and sycophantic praise. It had twisted him into an overconfident young lord who believed the world revolved around him. The archetypal third-rate villain, Alex mused. The kind that causes trouble until the MC slaps them down. The kind he despised. He had already decided. He'd put Kurt down at the earliest opportunity. We're here, young lord. The knight's voice pulled Alex out of his thoughts. Alex blinked, realizing they had arrived in front of Earl Drake's office. He nodded. The knight stepped forward and knocked firmly. My lord, young Master Alex has arrived. Enter, came Earl Drake's unmistakable voice from the other side. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly as the door opened before him. It was time. When Alex entered the office with the knight, he was immediately caught off guard by what he saw. It wasn't the elegant, book-filled study he had expected, a place of opulence designed to display the superiority of a noble's taste. Instead, in true Fury fashion, the so-called office resembled a military command and control room. What first drew Alex's attention was the large magical table near the center of the room, glowing faintly with arcane light. A three-dimensional image of a continental map was being projected above it, revealing a complex and unfamiliar geography. The table reminded him of the Comet Smart tables his company had developed for his country's Department of Defense. As one of the company's lead engineers, though his contribution to the project had been peripheral, he had still been privy to the full range of its capabilities. A.N. Comet, Command and Control Multi-Touch Enabled Technology. Short of this table's projection method, he could see that both products had similar functions. Maybe I should get myself one of these, he mused. Finally, he turned his attention to the map. One of the basic courses Alex had been forced to master under Merlin's hellish curriculum was the geography of the Arune continent and the Greater Pangea Plain. Merlin's demands were nothing short of insane. Alex had to be able to locate any point on the Arune continent from a blank topographical map, with no reference markings whatsoever. Thanks to his ocular eidetic memory ability, he had memorized the continent's layout with perfect accuracy. Even without it, Alex was confident he could identify most regions of the Pangea Plain in his sleep. And this map? This wasn't anywhere on the Pangea Plain. Only after coming to that conclusion did he bother to examine the people in the room. While the knight who had brought him over leaned in to whisper something into Earl Drake's ear, Alex scanned the four other people present. The first was a man standing to the Earl's left. His hair and beard were streaked with gray, and he wore a sharply tailored military uniform. It resembled those of the Royal Mage Corps, albeit with a slightly different color scheme. The man's gray hair wasn't a Fury trait, it was age. Alex guessed he was in his late 50s, but aside from the graying strands, the man's body still looked like that of a vigorous 40-year-old, or even younger. Through spirit sight, Alex observed a faint blue-purple aura. The mana's nature made it clear. The man was a lightning mage. Then his eyes shifted to the woman on Earl Drake's right, and Alex blinked several times. She had long, luxurious black hair that nearly reached her knees. But that wasn't what drew his attention. It was her figure. Her curves were exaggerated to a ludicrous degree. Her bosom was massive, easily the size of two of Alex's heads, and yet somehow they defied gravity, perking straight out from her torso. Her waist was so slim that Alex estimated he could wrap the length of his forearm around it. Her hips were wide, her backside devastating, and her thighs thick. That's not possible, Alex thought flatly, eyes narrowing. His brow furrowed. Something about her felt off, deeply off. Earl Drake finally noticed the beads of sweat forming on the youth's brow. He turned to the woman beside him. "Stop fooling around, Diana." Diana laughed, a melodious, hypnotic sound that seemed to carry a charming effect. Alex's condition worsened immediately. His breath quickened, and blood rushed to the dragon stirring between his legs. His instincts as a man began to cloud his judgment. Diana blinked innocently. "Master, your son seems far more dangerous than you let on. Look, I think he's about to pounce on me. What am I supposed to do if he does? If you think you can get him into your bed without your abilities and spells, do whatever you want," Earl Drake said offhandedly. "But for now, let him go. We have more important things to discuss." "Yes, sir," Diana chimed, seemingly delighted. She was just about to release Alex from her grasp when something unexpected happened. Alex inhaled and exhaled a deep breath. In the very next moment, the lustful glaze in his eyes cleared away. A subtle shimmer flickered across his eyes, almost imperceptible. Suddenly, Diana found herself staring at a man who looked stunning. The ambient lightning around him seemed to frame him, casting a radiant glow that made him stand out, as though the very world had decided to highlight him in her vision. She broke into bell-like laughter. "Break!" she cried. The lightning mage standing to Earl Drake's left glanced at Alex with mild surprise. Master, I really want him," Diana said, her voice brimming with fascination. "Can you believe it? He broke through my illusion and redirected it back at me." Earl Drake showed no outward reaction. He simply gave a nonchalant nod. "I've already told you my stance." "Okay." Diana turned to Alex and licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with predator-like amusement. Alex's body shivered instinctively. She was a rare breed of mage, an illusion mage. From the very moment he had entered the room, she had cast an illusion on him. The exaggerated goddess-like appearance he'd seen before? Nothing but an illusion. However, it wasn't far from the truth either. In reality, Diana was breathtaking, an angelic face paired with a devil's figure that could make any man falter. Alex silently ranked her as the second most beautiful woman he had encountered, just below Zora, likely due to obvious personal biases. She was even more of an enchantress than Seraphina, or, at least, more than Seraphina had ever allowed herself to be. No, not an enchantress. A seductress. Definitely a seductress. Alex corrected himself mentally. He had nearly made a fool of himself. Luckily, the spell matrix hidden in her illusion became visible when Diana laughed, amplifying the spell's effect. With the help of his Omni-Rune core, Alex had been able to hijack the illusion and reflect it back at her. Unbeknownst to him, something had stirred within his truth-seeker eyes while he was under the illusion's influence. Whatever it was, the process had halted once he rebounded the spell. What exactly had occurred? Only time would tell. For now, Alex was unaware of the deeper change brewing within him. What he was aware of, however, was the pressure building under Diana's burning gaze. The stunning woman in her late 20s was now winking at him and blowing him kisses. Under normal circumstances, Alex would have felt flattered, maybe even thrilled. But he could tell this was just one of Diana's quirks. She didn't truly mean any of it. Just as he was starting to feel flustered, the woman standing beside Diana calmly raised her hand and knocked her on the head. "Hey, Kara, what was that for?" Diana cried, holding her head. "Stop it. You're making the young master uncomfortable," Kara said firmly. "You'll be punished for disrupting master's meeting." Alex turned his gaze to the new speaker. She looked to be in her 30s, thin, almost frail, but carried a serene, sunny aura that naturally made those around her feel at ease. Her attire seemed like that of a noble, but more understated. It wasn't flashy like typical aristocratic fashion, yet not entirely plain either. It walked a fine line between modest and refined. A druid, Alex deduced from her appearance, presence, and attire. Sensing his eyes on her, Kara turned and gave a graceful curtsy. "Hello, young Master Alex. I'm Kara Temple. As I believe you've already guessed, I am a beast tamer druid." "Yes, nice to meet you." Alex responded with a proper mage's bow. Rather than lean on his noble status, he chose to acknowledge her standing as a senior in the magical path. Technically, druids existed in the liminal space between mages and warlocks. They required powerful spiritual force aligned with nature and life laws, but were trained more like mages, hence often considered closer to them in the arcane hierarchy. Alex wasn't an expert on druids, but he'd learned a bit from the beast tamer who'd helped him with Finn back at the Enclave. That one also identified more as a mage than a warlock. Kara seemed surprised by Alex's choice of greeting, but his respectful approach earned a soft, approving smile from her. The last person in the room was a familiar presence, Jared, the Dark Knight. That completed the picture. These three, alongside Jared, were clearly members of the famed Hounds of Earl Drake Fury. Norton Stormwind, the Lightning and Spatial Mage. Diana Lynchfield, the Illusion Mage. Kara Temple, the Beast Tamer Druid. And Jared, the silent Dark Knight Juggernaut clad in shadowed armor. Together, they formed the Earl's inner circle, his most elite agents. Alex had read about them in passing, and from what he'd gathered, the Hounds were unusually mage-heavy. A surprising fact, considering the Fury family's deeply rooted martial heritage. Tap, tap. The sharp sound of Earl Drake's index finger tapping the command table twice sliced through the noise. The room immediately fell silent. Even these powerful Class 5 experts, 3 Grand Mages and a Saint Knight, didn't dare to disregard their master's unspoken command. The knight who had brought Alex in had already shrunk into himself by the door, doing his best to act like the room's most well-behaved statue. Earl Drake gave his hounds a slow, sweeping look before turning to the magical map projected on the table. "Norton," he began, "I want you to lead the army this time. Level everything if you must, but I expect my banner flying over that castle within a month." "Master, no. Let me do it." Diana suddenly interrupted, raising her hand like a child asking to be picked. "I'll bring down the castle even faster. In exchange, you'll let me share a bed with the young master for whatever is left of the month." Thwack! Kara smacked her again. Then, without hesitation, she wrapped Diana up from behind in a choke hold, covering her mouth and cutting off her speech. "Apologies, master. I'll keep her in line." Alex stood there speechless. From everyone's lack of reaction, this clearly wasn't out of the ordinary. This is normal, he thought with a rising headache. And I'm supposed to bear with her, indefinitely? Earl Drake merely nodded and turned back to the lightning mage, old Norton. The old man rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he studied the map. "The castle's defenses are pretty solid." "I see. Only someone who specializes in siege warfare like myself would be able to bring it down easily." He turned to the Earl. "I'll bring it down as fast as possible. It's just that. I'll increase your pay if you manage it within the time frame." Earl Drake interrupted without even looking up. "As expected of my lord. You understand me too well." Norton laughed shamelessly. Alex resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Those eyes of Norton's reminded him of Pinchcoin. He was likely cut from the same cloth, a gold-hungry flatterer who would sing praises of anyone willing to line his pockets. Anyone who spent even a minute with him would quickly realize his sole motivation: money. Alex couldn't help but sympathize with Earl Drake Fury. It seemed everyone around him had some kind of quirk or eccentricity. "Just get it done. If I have to send someone else to bail you out, I'll deduct the cost from your base salary," the Earl warned, eyes never leaving the shimmering table. He waited a few seconds, then looked up to find Norton still standing nearby. "What are you still doing here? You only have half a day to prepare your forces if you want to make up the time." Startled, Norton spun on his heels and dashed out of the office. In the corridor, he cast a portal spell to cover more ground. The Grand Mage had just used a rank 8 spatial spell powered by his own mana reserves, an expensive move that would sap a quarter of his immediate battle capacity. But Norton didn't care. Gold was on the line. Unbothered by the mage's swift departure, Earl Drake pointed to another area on the map. This time, A valley located near the castle town Norton was tasked to attack. Based on the map's layout, the valley appeared to be under the castle's protection or influence. "Diana," the Earl called out, his tone sharp, "I'm assigning you 1,000 heavy cavalry knights. Your task is to occupy the flanks of this valley within 1 week. When Norton attacks the castle town, nothing with breath is allowed to pass through the valley. Not a rat, not a bird. Am I clear?" He raised his gaze from the map to make sure his seriousness was understood. Diana, still locked in Kara's grip, instantly stopped her playful struggling and answered with uncharacteristic gravity. "Yes, master." That seriousness didn't last. She thumped her chest in salute, causing her ample curves to ripple dangerously, nearly spilling from her outfit and completely ruining the solemn moment. Before she could add another word, Kara sighed and dragged her out of the office. She, too, had her own mission to execute. "Jared," Earl Drake continued, "be on standby. The Wildkins are stirring again, and the Killamans seem intent on muddying the waters." "Yes, my lord." Jared bowed. As he turned to leave, the Dark Knight cast a glance at Alex, brief but unreadable, then exited the room with his subordinate, quietly shutting the door behind them. Only two remained in the command chamber, Alex and Earl Drake Fury. Earl Drake kept his eyes locked on the map for a full 5 minutes, not uttering a word. Alex stood silently on the opposite side of the table, examining the map alongside him. His gaze drifted to the region around the castle and valley his father's forces were now mobilizing to capture. From the topography alone, Alex quickly deduced the area was likely to contain significant mineral deposits, possibly rich enough to include more common rare materials like mithril, orichalcum, and adamantine. But even more importantly, there was a strong chance of finding extremely rare resources like pyronite, also known as scarlet iron, tempered silver and gold, or even palladium. Alex was just about to voice a question regarding the plain and its resources when Earl Drake spoke first. "This is a partial map of the Marblebrook Plain," the Earl said. "It's a private plain. I've led my men in campaigns here for nearly a decade. So far, I've only conquered about a quarter of the territory we know of. We haven't even reached the edges of the continent yet, so I don't know the plain's exact size, but the portion we've explored already spans tens of millions of square kilometers." Alex nodded slightly, his mind already racing. From the geography displayed, this continent on the Marblebrook Plain bore striking resemblance to the continent of Arune back on the Pangea Plain. Mountain ranges, rivers, expansive grasslands. The topographical patterns followed familiar environmental templates. By the scale and markings, Alex estimated the known section of this continent to be between 20 and 30 million square kilometers, already rivaling the second and third largest continents from his previous life on Earth. Such a massive landmass practically guaranteed immense, untapped natural resources. The map itself already highlighted several lush green patches, indicating zones rich in flora and fauna, valuable for potion crafting, alchemy, beast taming, and more. Even better, because the plain mirrored Pangea so closely, the tools and technology used to mine, refine, and process its resources would also be compatible. No need to develop brand new techniques. Just collect the materials and send them back. So long as the expedition teams could retrieve them, the industries already present in the Earl's fiefdom could process and profit from them, significantly cutting costs while maximizing margins. Even if the Earl only controlled a quarter of the continent, that would still amount to 5 million square kilometers of territory. To put that into perspective, aside from the top 6 largest nations Alex remembered from his former life, no other single country held that much land, especially not land so dense in natural wealth. He has to be raking in millions of gold annually. At the very least, Alex thought, impressed. Earl Drake's lips curled into a faint smile. "Boy, do you know why I wanted you to see this map?" Alex shook his head. "It's because the entirety of my earnings from the plane went into paying for your education at the Dragonhold Enclave," Earl Drake said flatly. "Even now, despite your graduation, I still have to continue paying Merlin my earnings from the plane for the next 5 years." He paused, then added, "Once my current inroads on the plane succeed, I'll be making well over 6 million gold a year in pure profit, and all of it will continue going into Merlin's pockets." Alex felt his throat go dry. He had always known that training under Merlin, and at a premier institute like Dragonhold Enclave, was expensive. But this expensive? Even if the Earl's profits stagnated at 6 million gold annually, that would still amount to 30 million over 5 years. That didn't even include the payments already made. A rough estimate would place the full cost of his education somewhere near 50 million gold. In a world where an ordinary family of 4 could comfortably survive on a single gold coin for a month, the magnitude of that sum was staggering. Even with Alex's growing stake in the continent-wide telecommunication company, there was still a massive gulf between what he could afford and what had been paid. He couldn't help but stare at his father with disbelief. This man, Earl Drake Fury, had willingly paid the price for a child once deemed talentless by almost everyone. While you snagging away Merlin's darling daughter has reduced the amount I have to pay each year by half. A faint smile tugged at the corners of the Earl's lips. I still want you to understand the price that had to be paid, and would have been paid to make you the mage you are today. He tapped the map lightly and continued. Our family tries to run as fairly as possible. Under my reign, there are 46 members of your generation who have come, or will soon come, of age. 5 are my direct children, you and your half-siblings. There are also 81 who are still too young. Among all of them, you have received the greatest investment. In fact, the total sunk into you far exceeds the total investment into all your brothers and sisters combined. Alex felt his heart tighten as the Earl's voice lowered. And more will continue to be invested in you in the future. Not just by me. Now that you've taken Merlin's daughter's heart, I expect he will do the same. Alex frowned. Intentional or not, his father's words struck deeply. He could no longer compare himself to his siblings. Any pride he'd felt from subduing Kurt with a single glance. Any satisfaction at seeing Ulfman and the twins withdraw from the airship competition. Any sense of superiority from his rapid progress in cultivation, magic, and invention. All of it vanished in that moment. The vast world of magic that had opened to him since his arrival. The privileges granted by his position as Merlin's official disciple. The resources, opportunities, and freedom to experiment and innovate. The personalized instruction, rare spell scrolls, and runic materials. All of it came at a cost. A monumental cost. A cost one man bore without complaint. A cost paid entirely by this man standing before him. Drake Fury, his father. Had Alex achieved something great by creating Rune-Tech? Yes. Maybe. Most likely. Was there infinite potential for greatness within RuneTech Magic? No doubt about it. However, none of it would have been possible if he hadn't been given the chance in the first place. A chance none of the other children his age ever got. With that in mind, Alex knew he couldn't compare himself to them. Being superior to them was expected. Only when he brought proper glory to the Fury name, to his father, Earl Drake Fury, could he even begin to repay the debt he owed. Sure, the telecommunication company he co-founded would eventually return the Earl's investment, and then some. But it still wouldn't be the same. The Earl's estimated 50 million gold investment had come during a time of financial strain for the man, and when Alex needed it the most. By the time the company could repay that amount, it would be a time of abundance for Alex, and most likely of little need for the Earl. In qualitative terms, the millions that would eventually be returned couldn't hold a candle to the millions the Earl had once paid. Alex's face was solemn. Earl Drake saw the shift in his son's expression and nodded in satisfaction. Good, the Earl thought. The boy has grown into someone who can understand 3 meanings from a single word. You've grown quite a bit. A faint smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. In terms of maturity, you're ahead of where I was at your age, but on the achievement front, you still have a long way to go. He leaned an arm on the edge of the magical table. I'm not telling you this to pressure you, but to make you aware, truly aware, of where you stand and what stage you should be looking towards. I understand, Father, Alex said sincerely. Earl Drake gave a long sigh and shook his head. You don't have to be so stiff, boy. Honestly, you're already as much of a wooden plank as I can bear to look at. Too damn quiet. I expected at least some ruckus from you at the Enclave. But what did I get? Silence. You don't drink. You don't get into fights. If it weren't for Merlin's letter informing me you've managed to capture his daughter's heart, I'd have been worried you didn't know how to flirt either. Alex gave a wry smile. He didn't know whether to be embarrassed or relieved. Drake waved his hand dismissively. Jokes aside, I'm not saying I'm not glad you're not causing trouble. But at the same time, You shouldn't completely isolate yourself. He looked straight at him. Let loose now and then. Make friends. Forge bonds. Drink. Celebrate. Be seen. Men need friends and brothers, especially someone in your position. With enough of them, people think twice before they provoke you. The Earl's tone grew serious. There's a reason the saying, "there's strength in numbers" exists. Alex opened his mouth to argue. He wanted to say that there were strong people who didn't need numbers, like his master, the terrifying dragon Merlin, Uthvasgal. But then he paused. Even Uthvasgal relied on his own version of strength in numbers. The Dragonhold Enclave. The very reason someone as powerful as the ancient dragon undoubtedly was, would establish an organization like the Dragonhold Enclave, was to gather people beneath his banner. He might not have friends, in the sense Alex understood the word, but the Enclave provided him with subordinates and allies he could call upon. With its staff, students, and residents, the Enclave gave the dragon access to a vast array of resources and connections. That network, in turn, bolstered his influence and power. Exactly as father was implying, Alex realized. He couldn't afford to rely on himself alone. In fact, even the telecommunication company he considered his future cash cow was a testament to the power of collective effort, strength in numbers. Earl Drake gave another approving nod. Alex's capacity to accept correction and reflect had become one of his most promising traits. But just as quickly, the Earl's expression turned stern once more. Let's not dwell on the matter too long. The reason I summoned you here was to remind you that you're now an official member of the Fury family. Everything you do now reflects on us. Your achievements and glory will elevate the family name, but your failures will also stain it. Alex stood straighter. Going forward, Earl Drake continued, I'll continue to invest in you, not as your father, but as head of House Fury. That means you are no longer merely my son. You are now an asset of the family. He narrowed his eyes. In return, I expect complete loyalty to the Fury family, at least until you have repaid all that's been invested in you. Alex blinked. Only until the debt is repaid. Earl Drake nodded. Our Fuhrer bloodline makes us naturally rebellious. We are creatures of pride and hate being beholden to anyone, even family. So we use pride itself as the leash. As long as your contributions to the Fury family surpass what was invested in you, you will have repaid your debt. When that happens, you'll be free to do as you please, even if it means challenging me for my seat at the head of the table. His gaze burned. This is the path every true Fury walks. I did it. Others before me did it. And you won't be the last. Alex's eyes sharpened with understanding. It was a brilliant system, one designed not to restrain, but to guide. They didn't chain their rebellious children. They leveraged their pride. That pride, which rejected domination, would never allow them to live in unearned comfort. He could argue his way out of the debt in a number of ways. For example, the investment was uncontracted. He hadn't asked for it, after all. But he wouldn't. He couldn't. He was far too proud. Earl Drake's tone turned solemn once more. Until the day you repay your debt and are officially released from your obligations, you are bound by our family's ancient rules and traditions, as is every member of the Fury bloodline. Alex tilted his head. What traditions? 3 core ones, Earl Drake replied. First, all Fury family members shall maintain and ensure the continuity of the bloodline. Second, there shall be no internal battles or power struggles between the direct forces of family members. And third, the strongest among us shall be tasked with guarding the ancestral awakening grounds and be recognized as the head of the Fury family.